Chapter 338. After Su Yu finished, she went to the bathroom to take a shower. Qin Zhe charged his mobile phone, waited for 3 minutes, and turned it on. There was no missed call notification on the mobile phone, but there were dozens of missed call notifications in the text messages. During the period when the phone was turned off, his sisters actually persistently called him so many times. But he didn't turn it on. Qin Zhe opened the chat software with trembling heart. Messages, 99 plus Qin Bao Bao. A's, when will you come back? I'm going to lock the door. It's 11:30. Are you still outside? Did you drink too much? I'll drive to pick you up. Turn it on. It's 12 o'clock. Where are you? The wine should be finished. What are you doing? Who are you with? Wow, little red guy, you dare to turn off your phone. Don't come back if you dare. I'm going to sleep. If you don't turn it on, I'll really be angry. You black-hearted maggot. I'm going to break your legs. The messages were sent from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning. His sister's thoughts were concern, anxiety, suspicion, anger. Then there was Wang Zijin's message. Where is A's? When will he come back? Turned off? Is the phone out of battery? Hey, Bao Bao is very angry. Hurry up and turn it on. I can still help you. Otherwise, Bao Bao will go crazy. Oh, Bao Bao said that I'll hang you up and beat you tomorrow. Why don't you turn it on? Little red guy, I'm angry too. Sister Ziwei's thoughts were concern, murder with a borrowed knife, murder with a borrowed knife, anger. My sister is a scheming woman. My girlfriend is a two-faced woman. My secret art is a troublemaker, or a cuckold? Qin Zhe's liver was in pain. Once upon a time, he had a sincere wish to marry a graceful, gentle, and virtuous daughter-in-law. Later, Sister Ziwei appeared. Sister Ziwei had an oval face and long straight hair. She was the kind of gentle and generous sister. But he never expected. From being black-bellied to being gentle, how many killings had she experienced? From cheating people to being virtuous, she had experienced so much darkness. You lied to me, it was all a lie. Her eyes were red from crying, and her heart was broken. Qin Zhe almost couldn't help but sing. Qin Zhe dialed his sister's number and heard Qin Bao Bao's voice. Hello, who is this? Qin Zhe was stunned and almost thought that he had accidentally taken Su Yu's mobile phone. Sister, it's me. Who are you? Qin Bao Bao asked coldly. You're a loyal follower. Qin Zhe smiled cheekily. I just woke up. I slept in the office last night. I'm afraid he slept on the belly of some little demon for a night. Qin Bao Bao sneered. F***ck, his sister knew the truth. Yo, you even know about this, Qin Zhe said deliberately. Little pervert. Qin Bao Bao screamed at the other end of the phone. At this time, Su Yu came in wearing a bathrobe and holding a hairdryer in her hand. Qin Zhe made a silent gesture to her. She put down the hairdryer very obediently, wiped her hair with a towel, sat on the edge of the bed, leaned against Qin Zhe, and raised her 2 crystal white ears. I drank too much yesterday, and my mobile phone happened to run out of battery. It was my colleague who helped me send it back to the company. Qin Zhe pretended to be tired. I just got up and called you back. Qin Bao Bao's tone suddenly improved a lot and said angrily, if you don't believe it, you can take a photo for me. Of course, Qin Zhe couldn't take out the photo and pretended to be angry. Where is the most basic trust between people? Su Yu quietly snorted. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll go to your company now. Qin Zhe was scared. Wait a minute, I'll take a photo for you. He hung up the phone. He called Li Linfeng and asked him to go to his company to take a photo. Then he passed it to his sister. His sister replied, well, I'll let you go this time. Next time you don't go home, remember to write a report, but I will definitely not approve it. Qin Zhe hugged Su Yu in his arms and replied, oh. Well. Qin Bao Bao snorted, sister went to the business cave today, and I'll find you in the evening to settle accounts. Coincidentally, I also went to the business cave several times today. The second call was made to Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe repeated the same words. Wang Zijin said considerately, drinking is not good for your health. Drink less next time, you know? Qin Zhe nodded and said that Sister Ziwei was good. Sister Ziwei was considerate. Su Yu pinched his waist hard, full of jealousy. Wang Zijin smiled softly and said, "By the way, let's make a video call. Sister wants to see you." Qin Zhe's back was covered in cold sweat. "It's not convenient now. I'm working. Let's video chat at noon?" Wang Zijin nodded and didn't pester him endlessly. She said, "Then Zhe, take a photo. Sister wants to see if you slept well tonight. Hurry up." Qin Zhe's forehead was covered in cold sweat. At the critical moment, Su Yu said loudly, "Boss Qin, the stock has fallen. We can't sell. What should we do?" Su Tidy, 666 Qin Zhe said, "Sister Ziwei, do you want to wait?" Wang Zijin smiled and said, "Forget it. It's the same when you come back from work." After the call, Qin Zhe was exhausted. Su Yu lay in Qin Zhe's arms and giggled. Sister Man said that Wang Zijin is a shrewd and scheming woman. She is a smart and dangerous woman. It makes sense. If it weren't for her conservative thinking in that aspect, I would be afraid of her. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "You are not easy to deal with." Su Yu narrowed her eyes and raised her beautiful face. "Qin Zhe, I'm more curious. Why is the first call not to your real girlfriend, but to your sister?" Without waiting for Qin Zhe to answer, she sighed. "So Sister Man said that Qin Bao Bao is a woman who competes for favor. In her heart, she said, fortunately, she is your sister. Otherwise, I have no hope at all." Qin Zhe leaned on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. He thought about some messy things and his thoughts flew. When he opened his eyes, he found that Su Yu was flipping through his mobile phone chat history. There were Wang Zijin's and Qin Bao Bao's. Qin Zhe slapped her little but that all the male employees in the company coveted. Su Yu screamed, raised her beautiful and refined face, and smiled charmingly. "Husband, do you want to do it again?" From elegance to charm, she experienced 5 times of sex. Qin Zhe, "I have to protect my waist." The system said that when he practiced the primary school radio gymnastics to a high level, his waist would grow and his energy would surge. "Don't make trouble. I can do it 3 more times, but you can't. It doesn't matter if your mouth is swollen, but that place is also swollen. How can you walk?" Qin Zhe refused her angrily. Su Yu hit him, propped up her body, and took off her bathrobe. Inside was a light blue lace underwear. In women's underwear, black lace was the king, and its position was unshakable. Because the black lace and the woman's white and tender body, the color contrast would describe a huge visual impact. Qin Zhe had no resistance to black lace. The second was his sister's white swimsuit, which was tied with a rope around the waist. His sister wore that swimsuit, which was particularly enchanting and seductive. Su Yu sat on the edge of the bed, bending over to put on black stockings. A beautiful woman, whether wearing stockings or taking off stockings, was extremely sexy. White hands, the stockings along the white slender legs, a little bit up to the thighs. Qin Zhe was not a stocking control, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't stand it. After Su Yu finished breakfast, they left together and drove to the company. Once last night, once in the bathroom, and 3 times in bed. Su Yu walked a little unwell, and she always felt that her legs were burning. Moreover, she felt that her body was weak. Su Yu used to see a joke on the internet, saying that women were fields that could not be plowed. Now the stock market has collapsed like this. After the entry of the national team, another wave of money-making business opportunities was ushered in. Qin Zhe asked Li Linfeng and several managers to pay attention to the stock market's movements at all times. They took 2 billion yuan of funds into the market and made a wave of bottom diving, but they couldn't stay in it. At most, a week, they must withdraw and earn a wave of price difference. Whether it rises or rises in the future, they won't touch the stock market until next year's Spring Festival. According to the urinary nature of the stock market, it will take a period of time to determine from the bull market to the bear market. During this period, it is not wrong to stay on the sidelines. The bear market represents no money, but it is not like the bull market, where you can earn whatever you buy. The stock market will become more rational, and it is still one of the company's important ways to make money. Qin Baobao attended commercial performances, mainly in the Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai area, occasionally running to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, and basically not going to other places. These places almost include all the developed provinces in China. The economy is developed, there are many commercial activities, and many endorsements and advertisements. It is enough to arrange her schedule densely. No matter how hard she works, she will be a model worker. Some stars are filming, shooting commercials and commercial performances for 360 days a year. This kind of work is actually not cost-effective. It is easy for people to become haggard, and their families will also be affected. She can't go too far, and she can't give the wolf in the house too much time to spend with the little red guy. Qin Baobao thought so. This afternoon, after shooting a cosmetics advertisement in the studio, Qin Baobao lay on the chair and babbled, stretching her small waist that countless male comrades in the studio coveted. She was as lazy as a fox spirit with clean fur. "Oh, I am so tired. When I go home, I will ask the little red guy to massage me." She bent down and knocked on her elastic thigh a few times. Li Yanhong sat next to her and sighed silently. This little girl is probably the most lazy star she has seen in the 8 years of her career. Every time she has to go to work, she will frown her eyebrows that break men's hearts and look bitter. The happiest thing is to curl up in the office to eat snacks and play with her brother. They try to find ways to make more money while a woman is still young. She said, "Then I will practice dancing and singing every day." It is also tiring. Li Yanhong said, "No matter how tired you are, you still have to work. Otherwise, how can you make money?" She said, "It is enough that my brother can make money." Li Yanhong was speechless. Yes, it is great to have a brother who can make money. It is really great to have a brother who can buy a company and give it to his sister. But you can't count on your brother forever. Qin Zhe is your brother, not your husband. Li Yanhong didn't say this and sighed sadly. "Sister Li, has my bag arrived? What about the high heels? I just bought them last night. How can it be so fast?" She lay on the chair and sighed. Like most women, she likes to buy designer bags, designer clothes, designer shoes, and all kinds of expensive cosmetics. She doesn't have a boyfriend, so she doesn't know who she is dressing up for. Li Yanhong sighed again. Her phone rang. It is Qin Qinghong. Qin Baobao tucked her hair behind her ear and answered the phone. "Qinghong." Crying came from the other end of the phone. "Baobao, help me." Qin Baobao frowned and sat up straight. She said gently, "What is it? What is it? Qing Feng bullied you?" Chapter 339. Chu Feng is missing. Qin Qinghong sobbed. "Missing?" Qin Baobao was stunned. "What happened? Should we call the police?" "I can't explain it clearly. Let's meet somewhere, okay?" Qin Qinghong cried. After setting a place, Qin Baobao took her bag and said, "I'm going out. You don't have to follow me." Li Yanhong nodded. She couldn't leave yet. She had finished shooting the advertisement and she needed to stay behind as her agent to deal with the follow-up matters. Qin Baobao met Qin Qinghong at a Western restaurant. She was wearing a blue down jacket and black pencil pants. She was a beautiful and cold girl, but she looked extremely haggard today. No, she had been haggard recently. It could be seen from the dark circles under her eyes. Looking at her carefully, her hair was tied up casually. She didn't have the time or the mood to take care of it. Qin Baobao said softly, "What's wrong? Look at you. Did you break up?" Qin Qinghong shook her head. When she saw Qin Baobao, her tears flowed down again. Chu Feng lost a lot of money in the stock market. He disappeared yesterday. His phone was turned off. I can't contact him. To hell with the stock market. Qin Baobao was irritated when she heard about the stock market. A while ago, she was also worried and scared like Qin Qinghong. "Tell me slowly. What's going on?" Qin Baobao said. Qin Qinghong nodded and told her everything. This matter was more troublesome than Qin Baobao imagined. The last time they went to Hangzhou, Qin Qinghong's boyfriend and Xianxia's boyfriend traded in the stock market. Chu Feng was addicted to the stock market and couldn't extricate himself. He held his phone every day to look at the stock market earnings. The earnings in a week was more than his company's earnings in a month. This was even better than getting a windfall. Encountering a crazy bull market was really like getting rich overnight. He couldn't extricate himself. Unknowingly, he had earned 300,000 yuan. Chu Feng's mentality was about to reach the moon. But the good times didn't last long. It only lasted for 2 to 3 months until the stock market plunged half a month ago. A week's worth of losses had caused Chu Feng's profits to shrink by 50%. Of course, he couldn't accept it. Half of the money that he had painstakingly earned over the past 3 months had evaporated in a week. Chu Feng didn't feel good. He borrowed money from his relatives, friends, and classmates to invest in the stock market. Originally, Xianxia's fiancé, Qing Yi, also wanted to invest the money from the down payment into the stock market, but Xianxia stopped him. Xianxia trusted Qinze very much. She said, "Since Qinze has already cut it off, why aren't you running away? If he lost half of it, then so be it." He had earned at least a few 100,000, which was excellent. Qing thought about it. He was going to get married next year. After the new year, he would have to make the down payment to buy a house. He couldn't take the risk. As expected, he was terrified. Chu Feng, who was not afraid, invested in the stock market without hesitation. Coincidentally, the market bounced back after the crash and made a huge profit. This was not the end. Chu Feng not only played with leverage, but also borrowed money from the finance company and coaxed Chen Qinghong to borrow it. "Let's make a profit and leave. The stock market will not collapse. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am doing this for our future. With our salaries, when will we be able to buy a house in Shanghai? I am doing this for our future." These few days, Chu Feng kept saying this to Chen Qinghong. This time, the good times were even shorter. The stock market plunged again. Countless men who climbed the mountain of the stock market were buried under the ground. This time, Chu Feng was overjoyed. His efforts were in vain. He owed his relatives and friends, but he owed 4 million renminbi to the loan sharks. He was finished. The situation now was that his car and house were all mortgaged. It belonged to Chu Feng. And the loan sharks belonged to Chen Qinghong. They come to the company every day to ask us to repay the debt. They follow us every day. Every day when I go home, I see them at the door, asking us to repay the debt. Chen Qinghong sobbed. "We were fired last week and Chu Feng disappeared. Bao Bao, what should I do? I can't repay the debt." The loan sharks no longer liked to fight. Of course, they would still beat people up. For example, they would come to the company to collect the debt. They would make the company unable to work and they would be gossiped about by their colleagues. How can you be so muddle-headed? You even borrowed money from loan sharks. Do you have the ability to repay it? The compound interest will drive you to death. Qin Baobao was upset. But seeing her best friend crying, she couldn't bear to scold her. "Chu Feng abandoned you and let you bear the loan sharks alone. Damn it, he deserves to go bankrupt." She took a sip of lemon water and frowned. "What about your family? Last time, he borrowed 100,000 renminbi from my dad. Last year, my mom was sick and hospitalized. We don't have much savings left. We don't even have enough money to pay the interest." Chen Qinghong cried until her eyes were red. "Bao Bao, help me. I am going crazy from the debt collectors." "How much did you borrow?" 800,000 renminbi. Chen Qinghong choked. 800,000 renminbi was nothing to Qin Baobao. She just needed to make a phone call and say, "I, Qin Baobao, transfer the money." 800,000 renminbi. Within 24 hours, the money would be transferred to her account. Chen Qinghong was her best friend. The two of them had known each other since their second year in university. They had been very close. Together with Xianxia, they were an iron triangle. There was no reason not to help her best friend when she encountered such a terrible situation. But Qin Baobao remembered two things. In September, not long after her record broke the sales record, her grandfather's younger brother, the brother and sister's great-uncle, borrowed 200,000 renminbi for the down payment. He said he would return it in December. Of course, he didn't return it. Her great-uncle's son complained, "We are already big stars. The siblings have earned so much money. What's wrong with sharing a few hundred RMB with us?" The second thing was the brother and sister's uncle. Not only was he a playboy, he was also a prodigal. He squandered all the savings left by their grandfather. Their family had been cleaning up his mess. When they couldn't clean it up anymore, they asked their mom for help. Their mom loved her brother so much. Of course, she had to help. Then, after cleaning up his mess, their savings of several years were gone. They even had to sell the house. This was the resentment of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao when they were young. It was said that the debt had not been paid off. Their uncle had not been home for several years. Qin Baobao thought, if her mom and dad had not helped him back then, would her uncle have changed? According to the social order back then, her uncle probably would not have had the chance to change and would have been forced to death. But because someone had been cleaning up his mess, it was hard for her uncle to change. On second thought, she couldn't blame her mom. If it was that little punk who owed so much money, Qin Baobao would have thought of ways to clean up his mess. As for Qinghong, she definitely couldn't afford 800,000 renminbi. It was meaningless to waste 10 or 20 years. But if she helped him, she would reconcile with Chu Feng. What if Chu Feng treated her like an ATM machine? Chen Qinghong might be beautiful and educated, but she didn't have her own opinions. Other than being good at studying, she wasn't as knowledgeable as that little b** Xianxia. Wait, the company has signed a few artists. My private money is all in there, but A's has money. I'll help you ask. Chen Qinghong nodded with red eyes. Qin Baobao took out her mobile phone and typed, "Super invincible adorable beauty Qin Baobao's great summoning technique. Little punk, come out." Qin Zhe, what are you doing? Do you still want to take photos? Wait, I'll give it to you. Qin Baobao, who wants your photos? I have something to discuss. Chu Feng lost everything in the stock market. Qin Baobao typed, Qinghong asked me to help. Before she finished the second paragraph, she saw Qin Zhe send a question mark. Who is Chu Feng? Qin Baobao? Idiot, Chen Qinghong's boyfriend. At least we played together in Hangzhou for many days. Qin Zhe, I remember, you were pestering me at that time, so I didn't have much communication with them. By the way, I haven't figured out who Qing Yi and Chu Feng are. Qin Baobao, she told Chen Qinghong's experience and said in distress, I haven't decided whether to lend it or not. I always feel that being so generous will cause a lot of trouble in the future. But Qinghong is my sister, I can't help her. Where are you? Leave it to me. Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao shared the location. Qin Zhe arrived at the Western restaurant 15 minutes later. It was not far from his company, and there was no traffic jam on the highway. He saw Chen Qinghong at first sight. In his impression, Chen Qinghong's temperament was somewhat similar to Su Yu's. Before knowing Su Yu, Qin Zhe did not have a good impression of Chen Qinghong's type of beauty, but he had a good impression of Xianxia. In the final analysis, it was probably because Xianxia was Qin Baobao's side account. The password of the main account was lost, and the appeal was far away, so he thought it would be great if he could use the side account. A's. Qin Baobao waved to her brother happily. She told Chen Qinghong's experience again, and then gritted her teeth. I didn't expect Chu Feng to be such a person. Sure enough, whether a man is reliable or not can only be seen when he is down and out. Chen Qinghong wiped her tears. Qin Zhe nodded at her and quietly gave his sister a look. His sister understood, I'm going to the bathroom. Watching his sister's figure disappear around the corner, Qin Zhe frowned and said, You and my sister are friends. I won't treat you like an outsider. I'll say some things directly. No one's money is blown by the wind. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts. 800,000 yuan is not much, but can you pay it back? Chen Qinghong whispered, Qin Zhe, I will pay it back, I will pay it back. Qin Zhe said gently, I remember my sister said that your annual income is about 200,000 yuan. After deducting daily expenses, it's very good to save 100,000 yuan a year. 800,000 yuan, and you still have 8 years? In fact, I even lost my job. Chen Qinghong was depressed. She pleaded with her eyes, Qin Zhe, please help me. Once, she thought that Qin Baobao's younger brother was mediocre and ordinary. He was unwilling to go out to work even though he was an intern. She didn't like her best friend. In just half a year, Qin Zhe became a man that she had to raise her head 90 degrees to look at. Qin Zhe thought about his sister's meaning. He must help. His sister had always been loyal to her friends, and it was because of her loyalty that she attracted the wolf in the house. His sister wanted him to help Chen Qinghong. Some things were not convenient for her to say as her best friend, but it didn't mean that she wasn't angry. What if she did something stupid after helping her get through this difficult time? Chapter 340. 800,000 yuan is a huge sum of money for ordinary people. I'm not generous enough to give it away. Qin Zhe said, from my personal point of view, I don't recommend my sister to help you. You're so stupid. You borrowed money from a loan shark just because your boyfriend said so. What if there's a next time? Maybe you don't want to drag her down, but when you're cornered, you'll definitely look for her again. Chen Qinghong was silent. After a moment, she raised her head and stared at him sadly. What do I have to do for you to help me? I can help you. The IOU is not enough. You have to sign an agreement and pay me 15,000 yuan every month until you pay off all your debts, Qin Zhe said. Chen Qinghong's body swayed. 15,000 yuan a month. Not to mention that she was unemployed now, the highest salary she had received since graduation was 30,000 yuan a month. That was when business was at its peak. Look, you still don't want to come out, Qin Zhe said. My sister told me about your family situation. You have another annoying boyfriend. I'm a businessman. If I throw 800,000 yuan into the Huangpu River, I can float for half a day. Chen Qinghong looked desperate. Did you break up with Chu Feng? Chen Qinghong did not speak. Look, you're still thinking about that kind of man. If there's a first time, there will be a second time. Why should I lend you money? What if you bring him to my sister to ask for money again? Of course we broke up. Chen Qinghong cried. But he ran away a long time ago. I can't contact him either. Qin Zhe raised his chin with the back of his hand and looked at her meaningfully. He did not say anything. He had to give her a little more pressure to let her know that 800,000 yuan was not easy to come by and that she should cherish it. I used to think that you had good taste. Who knew that it was useless? That kind of man caused you so much trouble. Qin Zhe sneered. I remember when my sister was in university, you didn't even like to look at me. Now look, compared to your boyfriend, isn't there a world of difference? Chen Qinghong's heart went cold. She understood. She knew Qin Zhe's plan. Looking at his green eyes and wolf-like eyes, she, who had been in the workplace for 2 years, immediately understood. She thought about her family, which wasn't rich, and her parents, who were sighing in despair. Because of Chu Feng's matter, what little savings they had was almost emptied. Chen Qinghong struggled for a long time in her heart. She gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Zhe. Okay, I promise you. Nanny? Promise me what? Qin Zhe was stunned. He saw Chen Qinghong was furious and ashamed. She looked like she was ready to throw caution to the wind. I can be your woman, but I won't return the 800,000 yuan. Qin Zhe, I'll sleep with you for a year, but only for a year. After the new year, I'll be 26 and I'll get married. Chu Feng was my boyfriend when I was in university. He was also my first love. I'm not a virgin, but I've only had one boyfriend. The debt collectors caused me to lose my job. They even threatened me that if I didn't pay them back, they would be rude to my family and force me to sell myself. Since I have to sell myself no matter what, I might as well sell myself to you. Qin Zhe. Dumbfounded, no, the script wasn't right. I didn't want to sleep with you. How did you know that Qin Zhe wants to sleep with me? Message. Chen Qinghong said sadly, this year, I won't be with any other man. I'll only sleep with you. Tomorrow I'll go look for a place where no one knows. I'll give you the address and the key. Don't you men like to hide women in a golden house? I won't let you take responsibility, and I won't pester you. You don't even need to wear a condom. I'll take birth control pills. I just beg you not to tell Bao Bao about this. Leave me some dignity. After saying that, Chen Qinghong took a deep breath. The expression on her face could be summed up in 4 words. You're welcome to sleep with me. Qin Zhe. Dumbfounded, thinking about it, he just stepped on Chu Feng's foot and compared himself with Chu Feng. At this moment, it was easy for people to misunderstand that he was trying to facilitate some kind of shameful deal. No, it was an illegal deal. He couldn't let this woman continue to do it without limits. His sister's original intention was to give her a warning so that she could use her brain and not be a silly girl in the future. What if she came back and found out that her brother had kept her best friend as a mistress? Life and death, the cycle of reincarnation is endless. His sister lives, and the little pervert dies. I just escaped a disaster this morning. I can't fall into Chen Qinghong's hands. You misunderstood. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I don't mean to sleep with you. Chen Qinghong gritted her teeth and said, 1.5 years, at most 1.5 years. You want to be my mistress so much? Qin Zhe pondered. After a moment, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Host, you don't have to wait. You don't have this kind of desire in your heart. The system won't give you a task. I know whether I have a desire in my heart or not. You don't have to come out and show your existence. Qin Zhe scolded it in his heart. F***ck off. Son of AB***, you've changed. The system imitated Qin Baobao's voice and cried, I still remember when we were on the basketball court that year. You said to me affectionately, thank you, system. I never thought that one day, I would be able to blow up the entire court. Did I say that? You did. Qin Zhe recalled. Indeed he did. At that time he blurted it out. He sighed and said, that's because I thought that you were a cheat system that could destroy the heavens, the earth, the air, the gods, the Buddhas, and the witches. I felt that my life had turned on the long Outyin mode. But later on, I realized that you're not a cheat. You're a lowly one. Other than exchanging basic skill books for me, exchanging a few songs, and giving me a set of The Times Are Calling, your style is completely different from what I thought of the system. You're actually a defective product, right? Or perhaps the first generation of the system. Now the system world has developed to the nth generation. The system said, the host's words have left me speechless. Let me think for a while. I must think of a rebuttal. A few seconds later, the system sent a picture to Qin Zhe's mind. It was not seen through his eyes, but a picture that Qin Zhe could not help but think of. The picture was like this. 2 dogs were having sex, and the male dog crawled down and vomited. The system said, facts have proven that no matter what you do, you'll get tired of it after a few times. The human brain will become tired. Don't be fooled by those cheaters who bring the host around to show off every day. Actually, the host is suffering in their hearts. All they do is show off from day to night. They haven't even seen a real B** teach. Life should not be too hopeless. But you're different. With my help, you can freely change between a salted fish and a long Outyin. Moreover, you just had sex with a girl yesterday. You've already grown up, graduated, and opened the door to a new world. You're much better than those hosts who look good on the outside but are actually virgins. Qin Zhe was silent. He said, what you said makes a lot of sense. I can't think of a rebuttal at the moment. You win. The system snorted and disappeared. Promise me 2 things and I'll lend you the money. Qin Zhe retracted his thoughts and went straight to the point with Chen Qinghong. Say it. Chen Qinghong bit her lip. First, 3,000 per month. This is the bottom line. Considering that you don't have a job now, I can postpone this date to next year. This would let her know that money was not easy to come by. There were plenty of examples that needed to be eliminated. Chen Qinghong nodded. Second, completely break up with Chu Feng in the future. Don't let me know that you two are still together. Also, don't let my sister know about our loan agreement. Chen Qinghong nodded again. Okay, come to my company tomorrow. We'll sign the agreement. Qin Zhe said. Chen Qinghong hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, is that all? You really don't have any thoughts about me? Which eye of yours saw me having thoughts about you? If it was before today, maybe it would be a biological desire. But I won't have it in my heart. Chen Qinghong looked at him for a long time and said stubbornly, if it was Xianxia, would you agree? Qin Zhe's face darkened. Why do you say that? He had a bad feeling. You have a good impression of Xianxia, right? I can see it and Bao Bao can see it too. Xianxia knows it herself. Sometimes I think that if you had started earlier, maybe Xianxia would have been yours. Chen Qinghong added, we don't have a deep friendship, but I can also see that Qin Zhe is your sister complex. Xianxia and Bao Bao are somewhat similar in temperament. Qin Zhe looked up at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, Su Yu's words appeared in his mind. Qin Zhe, are you a sister complex? Li Donglai's words. Master, are you a sister complex? Chen Qingyuan's words. Qin Gu Li Donglai said that you are a sister complex. Cousin Jiang Cheng's words. Brother, you are actually a sister complex, right? Zhang Ya's words. Qin Zhe, you are a sister complex. Why does the whole world know that I'm a siscon now? I didn't kiss my sister in front of everyone. I didn't have sex with my sister in front of others. Who was the one who leaked the news? Qin Zhe was panicking. Fortunately, he and his sister pretended to be good in front of his parents. His father didn't know it at all, and his mother was already suspicious. Speaking of this, Qin Zhe thought of Su Yao. His mother's social circle was not big. There were two ways to find one or two unusual people from her life circle. The first was to check her past in Shanghai, and the second was to check her past in Zhejiang province. One carried his mother's childhood and adolescence. One carried his mother's youth and middle age. In Shanghai, if he had the chance, he could talk to his trash uncle. It was almost the end of the year, and he had to go home. Qin Zhe had a way to get some information from his uncle. In Zhejiang province, the gentle and beautiful auntie was a good candidate, but she left early. Now there was Su Yao, who was from the same clan as his mother, and he could start with him. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao walked over from the bathroom. His sister pretended not to know anything and said in a coquettish voice, Qinghong is my best friend. You have to help her. Qinghong forced a smile. Bao Bao, Qin Zhe has already talked to me. I will go to the company to find him tomorrow. Thank you for helping me. Qin Bao Bao saw her best friend's slightly ugly expression and knew that it was done. She smiled and said, Okay, Qinghong, you have to be careful next time. Don't think too highly of love, and don't think too highly of men. Qinghong nodded reluctantly. She chatted with Qin Bao Bao absent-mindedly for a few minutes, then said goodbye and left. Qin Bao Bao's expression immediately changed. She grabbed Qin Zhe's ear and said with a straight face, Tell me, where did you fool around last night? I didn't fool around. I just got drunk and slept in the company last night. Qin Zhe said, Didn't I take a photo for you to see? Qin Bao Bao rolled her charming eyes and curled her lips. There are photos, but there are no people. Who knows when you took them? I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Bao Bao poked his head with her finger. Next time, you can't stay out all night. Otherwise, I will skin you. Qin Zhe's entire body felt unwell. He felt very panicky and guilty. Qin Bao Bao leaned lazily on her brother's shoulder and said softly, Hey Ace, we should buy a house. Chapter 341. His sister had been preparing to buy a house for a long time, but it had been delayed until now because of many things. After Qin Zhe's stock market crisis was resolved, he made a windfall by shorting. Qin Bao Bao discussed with her brother to buy the house. They didn't need a down payment, but paid the full price directly. The community where they lived was built with an overpass at the entrance. The traffic was jammed and the flow of people was chaotic. Thieves and pickpockets were making trouble in that area. It was close to the end of the year. Thieves and pickpockets also had to be evaluated. They could make a lot of money to go home for the new year. Qin Zhe's community had many incidents of stealing mobile phones and snatching bags. Every night, there were police cars wandering around there. Big cities also had their dark side. Although it was bustling, not everyone was dressed to the nines. Royal View Mansion was a top-class community, and there was no doubt about its safety. Buy it. Qin Zhe patted his chest and said, I'll pay the full price. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face bloomed with a smile. Her two small canine teeth were very cute. She kissed him on the cheek. Don't make trouble. Be careful not to be photographed by the paparazzi. Qin Zhe was surprised and pushed his sister. Qin Bao Bao's small eyes were full of resentment. Dog, you've changed. Qin Zhe, these words were so familiar. Didn't the system just say it? So, what secrets did the system and his sister have? The system was made by his sister, right? My body is no longer attractive to you? Qin Bao Bao put on a sad face. No, no, Qin Zhe comforted his sister. I can still get a little hard. Stinky rogue. Qin Bao Bao blushed. By the way, let me show you something. Qin Bao Bao turned on her mobile phone and showed her brother the chat history with Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao, Ace was drunk yesterday. He slept in the company for a night. Relieved emoji, wolf in the house. Idiot, there's no one in this picture. How do you know he took it? Or was it taken by someone else? Qin Bao Bao, knock on the head, Ace wouldn't lie to me. My brother wouldn't lie to me. The housebreaker was speechless. Qin Zhe was both touched and ashamed. A sense of guilt rose in his heart. Sure enough, my sister trusted me the most. My image in her heart was unshakable. I was her loyal lackey. In this world, only his elder sister was good. Without her, her younger brother was like a blade of grass. Sister Xian was not bad either. She was indeed the woman I had my eyes on. This scheming mind, this intelligence, I had to have it. In the future, when we had sex, I had to let her know how awesome Teddy Kidney was. Looking further down, there were twists and turns. Qin Bao Bao, look at how cowardly my brother is. He wouldn't even dare to touch you if I stripped you naked and threw you on his bed, let alone other women. Ta, 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 ta. Therefore, if you don't see the end, you will never be able to guess what the ending will be. When I see the woman I loved so much. He actually looked at me like I was a salted fish. Isn't this a kind of realization? Let me see myself clearly. What a painful realization. The touched expression on Qin Zhe's face gradually disappeared. It was so uncomfortable. He was holding back a mouthful of old blood in his heart. So, can you give me back my feeling of being touched? There was also shame. The housebreaker replied to her, that's true. Maybe I thought too much. Qin Zhe was speechless. Sister Xian also backhanded me with a knife. Suyu was still the best. In Suyu's heart, I was a god, a reliance, a hot and fulfilling little motor. Wang Zijin suspected you of doing bad things and encouraged me to trouble you. I'm not stupid. Qin Bao Bao swiped her round thumb and showed him an earlier chat record. Look at this. Chat record. Qin Bao Bao, Ace and I are going to buy a house, but it's too much. My mother doesn't want him to live with me. The housebreaker, you still have to listen to your mother's words. I personally think that living alone will be more free and happier. Qin Bao Bao, living alone and doing all the housework by myself, it's so tiring. The housebreaker, funny, Royal View Mansion has a special cleaning department. If you don't live for a year, there won't be dust. Qin Bao Bao wanted to complain to her best friend, but her best friend didn't stand on her side at all. She angrily sent an angry expression, I won't talk to you. You can't live in the new house. The housebreaker, hey, Pappy. After Qin Bao Bao sent a string of ellipses, she changed the topic. Smile, we are sisters. Just kidding, there is a piece of meat for me, and there is a bone for you, Wang Zijin. We still have to live together. The housebreaker, bah, who wants to chew the bone? Chew the bone. Maybe because of the remark, housebreaker, Qin Zhe didn't feel strange at all. The housebreaker, I think it's good to live alone. You don't have to worry about me. Please leave me in the small house of 85 square meters. Your luxury suite of hundreds of square meters is not suitable for me. Thank you. No, we are sisters. We must live together. Oh, this place is close to my company. I will live here. It's a deal. No, I'm used to sleeping with you. I will be very lonely without you. You have to cherish yourself when I'm not with you. Following that, the two sisters rambled on. It wasn't meaningful, but they all had the same meaning. You must move over here, and I definitely don't want to move over here. Qin Zhe wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, Sister Xian, you've almost exposed our affair. Aren't you usually quite clever? How can you be so muddle-headed? Perhaps Sister Ziwei thought that Qin Bao Bao was just bickering with her. Oh, they didn't bicker. But Qin Zhe was familiar with his sister. 9 out of 10 sentences from his sister were coquettish and cute, but the last sentence was definitely murderous. Hey, Wang Zijin, this girl, does she like you? She refuses to live with me. Qin Baobao supported her cheek with one hand and smiled. Her phoenix eyes narrowed into crescents. She was so charming. She clicked her tongue and said, "Ace, hurry up. Even my sister can see that she is interested in you. You are the boss's man, but you still don't have a girlfriend. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Activate the acting master." A helpless smile appeared on his face. "Aya, my career has just started. How can I be in the mood to have a girlfriend? I have bid farewell to the days of sitting alone in an empty house and being a wife for a long time. Besides, my sister is so hot and beautiful. She has destroyed my aesthetic standards. Her figure is not as good as yours, and her face is not as beautiful as yours. I don't want to marry her." Qin Baobao smiled like a flower and narrowed her eyes happily. "Wang Zijin is also not bad. Her small face is very beautiful. Su Yu is even more beautiful and tall. Pei Nan Man is a married woman, she's so romantic." Qin Zhe said seriously, "It doesn't exist, it doesn't exist." Qin Baobao touched her head with satisfaction. "Good boy." Qin Zhe was used to coaxing his sister. Anyway, as long as he followed her words and firmly believed that only my sister is the best in the world, he wouldn't waver. It was easy to coax his sister to be happy. She would smile and raise her chin to give him a kiss. The 36 stratagems of flirting with your sister was like a game. I have already mastered the remote control. When City, on the top floor of the Black Gold office building. This building was built in 2011. An internationally famous architect was invited to design it, and it took 4 years to complete. The whole building was the property of Xingtan Group. The current CEO of Xingtan Group was called Su Yao. Su Yao's name was not seen in the news or newspapers. He was low-key. But in the circle of Wen business, and even in Jia province, where rich businessmen gathered, he was famous. His business was in all walks of life. Food, clothing, real estate, hotels, medical equipment, and so on. Even in the era of industry turbulence, he could sit on the fishing platform and be stable. Over the years, Su Yao was more or less involved in the investments of Wen Business Group. For example, he also participated in a series of projects in Hangzhou that attracted national attention in recent years. Su Yao's name was unknown 10 years ago. His life before the age of 30 could be said to be worthless. He had a high education, but did not find a good job. As a result, he got married and divorced. In the end, he was fancied by a woman of Wen business and became a son-in-law. At a young age, he began to rise. At that time, in the circle of Wen business, there were many people who laughed at him for being really good at marriage. When it came to Su Yao, it was known that he relied on nepotism to get to the top. However, time proved that gold would always shine. From relying on nepotism to establishing his own business, from having a difficult time to climbing steadily, from having a small profit margin to a pitiful handicraft industry, to developing into a business tycoon with personal assets of tens of billions, Su Yao used 10 years to build his own industrial empire. But even such a big shot had his regrets that could not be made up. In the luxurious office, Su Yao looked at the housing purchase contract faxed from Royal View Mansion and was silent for a long time. Chapter 342. 2 names were signed on the contract: Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao. Su Yao lit a cigarette and looked at their names. He was in a daze for a long time until the butt of the cigarette burned his fingers. These were Sister Xiaolan's children. No, one of them was his. It was his, Su Yao's. It had nothing to do with her. Sister Xiaolan was from the same family as him, but Su Yao never called her sister. He preferred to call her Xiaolan. This would make him seem manly and like an adult, not a child in Sister Xiaolan's eyes. Was there such a person? She occupied your entire youth. Is there such a thing that has been tormenting you for so many years, like an evil spirit that chases after debts? It was said that the past was like smoke, but it was like an unwilling ghost floating in his heart, telling Su Yao, "Hey, trash, if it wasn't for you, how could the children have been separated? Hey, trash, you deserve to feel guilty for the rest of your life." Xiaolan didn't let him meet the children. As long as he appeared, Xiaolan would be like a hedgehog. He really didn't appear for more than 20 years. Wasn't it what they had agreed on back then? However, this knot in his heart had haunted Su Yao for more than 20 years. He felt guilty until today. That day, he didn't come to Shanghai to discuss business. There was no need for him to appear for such a small contract. He followed his heart and came to see his children. No, it wasn't as simple as seeing them. He wanted to lay his cards on the table with his children. All these years, he had never hidden his thoughts from Xiaolan, so she would never agree. The phone's ringtone interrupted Su Yao's wandering thoughts. He frowned when he saw the caller. The phone rang for a long time before Su Yao finally picked it up. "Brother Rong, lend me some money." A cheeky voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Yao didn't say anything. "Brother Rong, help me. I owe a loan shark again." He continued to smile. How could he be so happy when he owed a loan shark? How big was the person on the other end? The world couldn't tolerate him anymore. Again? "Well used," Su Yao said in a deep voice. "How many times have I wiped your ass? If I hadn't helped you a few years ago, you would have been chopped up and thrown into the Huangpu River. Let's not talk about the distant past. 2 years ago, you went to Yunnan to gamble on stones and owed 7 million yuan. You were chased all the way from Yunnan to Zhe province. Who protected you? Yes. You are my savior and benefactor. Su Guang, you're not young anymore. You should be more careful. Lan said that you haven't been home this year," Su Yao said. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before asking, "You went to Shanghai?" "Su Yao, are you still brooding over what happened back then?" Su Guang's voice became angry. "Don't even think about it. My sister is living a very happy life now. If you dare to cause trouble, believe it or not, I will throw you into the Huangpu River." "Let's not talk about this," Su Yao said helplessly. "What happened this time?" Su Guang's tone immediately became flattering. "Sigh, I lost money in the stock market. I heard from my friends that the stock market is very hot. It's like picking up money. Whatever you buy will rise. Of course, I was tempted. I borrowed money to invest in the stock market. Then, I heard that using leverage can make money quickly. I became rich overnight. Then, I used leverage 20 times. You have seen what the stock market is like now. It's not good. You're brainless." Su Yao said angrily, "How much do you owe?" 3 million. Su Yao's heart moved. He asked, "Since you want to invest in the stock market, why don't you look for your nephew?" "I don't have the face." Su Guang sighed. "That year, I cheated my brother-in-law badly. I sold the house and owed more than 1 million yuan. A's and Bao Bao didn't like to talk to me. If this house hadn't been sold, it would be worth 6 to 7 million yuan now. Whether it was for A's or Bao Bao as a dowry, it would be good. Speaking of houses, my house in Royal View Mansion has been sold. You guys are real estate speculators. The people who bought the house are Bao Bao and A's. Why don't you give it to them? A house worth tens of millions. Do you think you can give it to them just like that? They are not fools. If they follow the vine to find the melon, I don't care. What about Xiaolan? With A's current skills, he will catch up with me in at most 5 years. That's just right. Help me pay off the debt and lend me the rest of the money. I will definitely make a comeback next year." Su Yao sneered. "I didn't say I would help you pay off the debt. Hey, Brother Rong, we're brothers who grew up together. You can't just leave him in the lurch," Su Guang yelled. "I'm sorry, Brother Rong. The last time I went to Shanghai to look for Xiaolan, I made an agreement with her that I would never give you a single cent from now on. All these years, I've thought about it. Perhaps I've harmed you. I've cleaned up your mess time and time again, making you worse and unable to take it back." Su Yao sighed. "Auntie is so old, but you are not filial to her. Your son is in elementary school and your daughter is in junior high school. It is difficult for them to see you once a year. 3 million is not enough to kill you. This time, let's cut off your hand. At least let you take back your heart." "Don't, Brother Rong," Su Yao had hung up the phone. In February, it was cold in spring. The weather forecast said that there would be snow today. With the emergence of the greenhouse effect, the cities in the coastal areas had less and less snowy weather. In the eyes of the Southerners, the snowy weather that Northerners were accustomed to was indeed cheering like a festival. It was really hard to imagine. In the luxurious lounge of the clubhouse, Nan Man Pei and Su Yu, two best friends, were sitting on rattan chairs, drinking tea and chatting. The room was as warm as spring. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the cold wind was biting cold. Sister Man's tea skills are getting better and better. Su Yu sipped her tea and squinted her eyes happily. Nan Man Pei looked at her carefully. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she found that her best friend was much better than before. In the past, Su Yu always liked to have a cold face and keep people thousands of miles away. Although she took off her disguise in front of her, there was still a touch of loneliness and isolation. Now it was gone. Now Su Yu's face was glowing, and her eyes and eyebrows were smiling, as if her heart was filled with happiness and joy. Have you been happy recently? Is it because the company's performance is very good this year? Nan Man Pei shook her head. You don't care about money. Su Yu, wearing a lavender club bathrobe, stretched her waist lazily. Sister Man, I'm in love. When she said this, her eyes were shining brightly. Qin Zhe. Nan Man Pei raised her eyebrows. Oh, you can see that? Su Yu covered her small mouth and said in surprise. Nan Man Pei rolled her eyes and thought, even a fool can see it. In bed? Nan Man Pei asked. Su Yu said shyly, yes. Nan Man Pei, she said, have you confirmed the relationship? Have you met his parents? Su Yu sighed. No, I have to meet his parents. His father likes me very much. Their relationship hasn't been confirmed yet. His real girlfriend is Wang Zijin. That woman has a black heart and is a strong enemy. Nan Man Pei was shocked and speechless for a long time. She reached out to touch Su Yu's forehead. What are you doing? Su Yu blinked her eyes and put her hand on her forehead. Nan Man Pei took back her hand. Are you sick? Or what kind of magic potion did Qin Zhe give you? Why do you say that? If he didn't give you a magic potion, would you be willing to be his mistress? Nan Man Pei said angrily, he has a girlfriend. Bah, what mistress? Su Yu said, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? Every couple in the world is the first love. He's not married yet. Besides, if he's married, I'll break him up. Is he so good? Su Yu chuckled and said, that's great. The electric motor makes people want to stop and want to die. You've been there. You know. Nan Man Pei couldn't accept Su Yu's sudden style and sighed. Don't burn yourself by playing with fire. If you don't dig the corner, you'll get yourself involved. Wang Zijin is not a simple woman. Su Yu said vigilantly, has a big background? Not to mention the background, she's not easy to deal with. Are you sure it's not you but her who cries in the end? Don't worry, I gave my first time to him, and he gave his first time to me. Didn't people say that women can't forget the man who took their first time for a lifetime? It's the same for men. Some people also said that first love doesn't have a good ending. Su Yu was silent, looking at the tea in the cup, and said, maybe what you said makes sense, but I don't regret it. There are so many good men in the world. Why do you like Qin Zhe? Su Yu thought about it and whispered, there are so many good men in the world, but what does it have to do with me? The person I like is Qin Zhe, not a good man. It's not that he's handsome, it's not that he can make money, it's because I'm with him, my heart won't be empty. It's that I can't leave him, not that he can't leave me. There are so many good men in the world, but he's the only one in my world. Nan Man Pei had nothing to say and suddenly felt sad. Chapter 343. The company will have an annual meeting in a few days. Ace wants to bring the employees of Tianfang and Baozi together. Sister Man, you are also a shareholder of the two companies. Do you want to come? Su Yu threw away all her worries. I have too many companies to spare time. Nan Man Pei shook his head. Come on. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin will be there too. They are in cahoots. If I am alone, I will definitely be suppressed, Su Yu said coquettishly. Nan Man Pei said with a headache, I want to beat Qin Zhe up now. I'm afraid that when I see him, I can't help but beat him up. Don't, Su Yu said nervously. Don't beat him up. Otherwise, I will be in a difficult position. Call me that day and inform me. I will see the situation and come over when I am free, Nen Manpei said. Okay. Su Yu's cell phone rang. She opened it and her eyes were full of charm. She said with a smirk, Ace is waiting for me at the hotel. I will go over first. She got up and walked in the direction of the changing room, humming a song. My little motor, awesome, awesome, the most awesome, Nen Manpei almost broke down. Qin Zhe and his sister finally moved to a new house. No, to be precise, it was his sister who moved to a new house. She also packed Sister Ziwei and brought it along. At Royal View Mansion, the furniture was ready-made and brand new. They only needed to bring some scattered daily necessities, such as bowls, chopsticks, clothes, towels, toothbrushes, and so on. Because they were all scattered things, they did not call a moving company. There was no need for that. Qin Ma also came to help. She drove the old man's car, her sister's little red horse, and Qin Zhe's new car. The two sisters' belongings were put in 3 cars. Most of them were her sister's clothes, high heels, bags, cosmetics. Wang Zijin didn't want to follow them. She wanted to stay here with Qin Zhe, but she pretended to be happy in front of Qin Bao. She turned her head and pouted at Qin Zhe unhappily. Qin Ma didn't want her daughter and son to continue to live together, so Qin Zhe stayed in the small nest. It was because of this reason that her sister wanted to pack the wolf into the house together with her. However, her sister secretly told her that Ace would move in again after her mother left. He would buy all the daily necessities, but the things over there would remain the same. Wang Zijin had an idea and said, Bao Bao, you and Ace can stay over there. I'll stay here alone. Not only did she get rid of her sister-obsessed best friend, but she could also live alone with Qin Zhe. As for the Royal View Grand Garden, I'll just find a few excuses later and let Bao Bao live alone. Qin Bao Bao turned her head and said, Bah, you have to sleep with your sister as long as you stay in Shanghai. Wang Zijin was so angry that she almost had a showdown with her. The luxurious mansion was decorated with expensive and brand new furniture, fashionable crystal chandeliers, marble walls, and a bathroom that was bigger than the living room. All kinds of details made it look like a work of art instead of a home. Qin Ma looked at every corner of the house with great interest and sighed, Bao Bao, it's really a bit lonely to live alone. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up and was about to say, let Ace move in too. Qin Ma changed the topic. Fortunately, Zijin is with you. Mom can rest assured. Qin Bao Bao said, Mom, why don't you and Dad move in too? The area is big and there are plenty of rooms. Qin Ma smiled and said, your dad and I are not used to living in this kind of place. If we stay for a long time, we will feel uncomfortable. It's not as warm as our own home. You are a big star now. You should live in a house like this. I watch those variety shows, and there are scenes of stars in their homes. It's not appropriate to live in a small house. Moreover, this house can be your dowry. How good is that? Qin Bao Bao's face darkened and she muttered, I don't want other men to move in. What did you say? Nothing, Mom. Let's have dinner together tonight. Qin Bao Bao wiped the sweat on her forehead and threw her coat to her mother. After moving most of the things, Wang Zijin was decorating her own room. Qin Bao Bao slept in the master bedroom, and she slept in the guest bedroom. Although it was a guest bedroom, it was 40 square meters in size. Qin Zhe stood on the balcony overlooking the night view of the Huangpu River with a glass of champagne in his hand. He took it from the wine cabinet. It was said that the previous owner of the house left it as a gift for the new owner. Qin Bao Bao wore a V-neck knitted sweater and walked to the balcony. She said sweetly, the scenery here is unique. Qin Zhe turned to look at her. His gaze moved down and saw his sister's white skin and faintly discernible cleavage. He agreed and said, the scenery here is unique. A cold wind blew. Qin Bao Bao shivered and said sadly, it's cold. Qin Zhe understood and took off his coat and put it on her. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly and hugged his arm. She lowered her voice and said, I just asked the property management to prepare some daily necessities and men's pajamas. Don't go back tonight. Mom, stupid. Drive out for a spin and then come back. I'm afraid that Mom will make a surprise inspection tomorrow. Don't worry. Hide your things and lock them. Also, if you can't open the door with just the lock, You need the password. Sister is so smart. What? You can't moi. Mom is in the living room. After saying that, Qin Baobao carefully turned her head and saw that her mother was wiping the coffee table with her head lowered. She quickly pecked her brother's face. When Mother Qin raised her head to look at them, the siblings were looking at the scenery. Delicious chicken. This thought flashed through Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's minds. Qin Ma glanced at her children on the balcony and quietly walked into Wang Zijin's room. Wang Zijin knelt on the bed and spread the bedsheets. Her little butt was sticking up as she worked hard. Zijin. Qin Ma walked over and helped her put on the quilt. She said casually, Bao Bao has a bad temper. It must be hard for you to live with her. It's okay. Wang Zijin said. Auntie thinks that it's not good for them to live together. At Bao Bao's age, if she doesn't have a boyfriend, her youth will be delayed. A's is the same. So it's not convenient for them to live together. Qin Ma laughed and said, they have a good relationship since they were young. In the blink of an eye, it's time for one to get married and the other to become a daughter-in-law. Auntie, this is a good thing. Wang Zijin smiled gently. It's a good thing. But I feel that they haven't grown up yet. They often quarrel. The siblings don't know their limits. Qin Ma sighed and said, Auntie will be honest with you. Bao Bao, she has been very dependent on her brother since she was young. Although she often bullies him, she always thinks of him when something good happens. Her father and I are fine with scolding and beating. But if her relatives and friends say bad things about A's in front of her, she gets angry. Wang Zijin put down her work and looked at Qin Ma seriously. So, what is Auntie trying to say? Actually, I'm quite envious of Bao Bao. She has a strict father who loves her from the bottom of his heart, and a gentle mother like you. A's also dotes on her a lot. She's a girl, and she has such good fortune. She just needs a man who will treat her well for the rest of her life, Wang Zijin said. That's what I'm thinking. Qin Ma sighed and said, it's because A's dotes on her and gives in to her that she hasn't found a boyfriend until now. Zijin, do you think Bao Bao has a younger brother complex? Wang Zijin was shocked. Didn't the internet say that everyone has a father and mother complex to some extent? If you want a boyfriend, you have to be like your father, because your father loves you very much. If you want a girlfriend, you have to be like your mother, because your mother takes good care of you. When you grow up, you'll be gone. It's the same with a younger brother complex. Bao Bao doesn't have many male friends. She and her brother have lived together since they were young, and they still live together when they grow up. A's also gives in to her and dotes on her. During the ancestral worship ceremony, her aunt asked her what kind of boyfriend she wants to find. Bao Bao casually said, someone like A's. I knew it's over. Bao Bao has a younger brother complex. She thinks that A's treats her very well, and her future boyfriend must treat her well too. But she has been living with A's all this time, so she has an illusion that she doesn't need a boyfriend at all. Because she already has a younger brother by her side. So, I think it's time to let Bao Bao grow up. After she and A's separate, she will feel that she needs a boyfriend to love and care for her. That's why she'll want to find a partner. Otherwise, she won't grow up for the rest of her life. You girls hate those mommy's boys. Isn't it because the mother won't let go of her child, causing him to never grow up? Wang Zijin stared at her blankly and suddenly realized something. Auntie, what you said makes sense. Why didn't I think of it? Wang Zijin thought to herself, Auntie, you're actually a professional psychologist, right? Or a professional relationship counselor. Wasn't that the logic? Bao Bao's younger brother complex came about. As long as they were separated, they would naturally recover after a long time. Bao Bao would think of finding another man, and A's would obediently fall into her arms. Everything suddenly became clear. It's snowing, Qin Zhe said softly. Fine snowflakes drifted in the lead-gray sky, fluttering in the wind. Qin Bao Bao leaned her head on his shoulder. The snowflakes couldn't drift in, but Qin Bao Bao still reached out her hand and said softly, it's so nice. I suddenly hate our mother so much, she said softly. Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at her slightly drooping eyelids. Mom has stopped urging you to go on blind dates. Qin Bao Bao shook her head. I don't hate her. I hate myself. I'm sick, the kind that's incurable. Incurable? Xianxia said softly, then there's no cure. Yes, so I can only walk this path to the end. Qin Baobao sighed and suddenly laughed. She pushed Xianxia away and spun on the spacious balcony. Her figure was graceful, and her hair was flying. She let out a bell-like laughter. It's snowing. Qin Baobao stood still and shouted at the sky, panting. His sister turned around. The light in the living room shone on her beautiful face. Behind her was the twilight sky, and fine snowflakes fluttered in the wind. His sister was laughing, but Xianxia felt that it was a bit poignant and sad. If there's really no cure for my illness, will you give up on me? She asked. Xianxia looked at her. He looked at the dusky sky, watched the cold wind roll up the snowflakes, and watched the lights of the houses gradually light up. He retracted his gaze and looked at the face in front of him again. No, he said. Her smile suddenly brightened, as if the clouds had parted and the snow had settled. Chapter 344. Xianxia yawned and came to the company. At the end of the year, there was no business in the company. The employees were unhappy. Some were chatting on the internet, and some were playing games. As soon as Xianxia arrived, he immediately switched to the desktop and stared at the computer screen in a daze. All the employees in the world were like this. He was napping on the sofa in his office. He had a poor sleep last night. Thinking of what happened last night, Xianxia felt bad. Last night, Xianxia drove a few laps outside and quietly returned to Royal View Grand Garden. He made a sumptuous dinner and opened champagne with his sisters to celebrate. They ate and drank. Qin Ma had to go home to cook for the old man, so she didn't eat with them. He drank a little too much at night. He took a shower and was ready to sleep. However, the door of the room opened silently. He didn't need to guess to know that it was his sister. Sister Ziwei didn't push his door. She only sent a message saying, I'm so bored. I can't sleep. Then Xianxia replied, I'll come to accompany you. Sister Ziwei said, Okay. Don't ask why, because before his sister opened the door, he had just sent this message to his sister Ziwei. Oh my God. Things were not good. Xianxia was about to collapse. Qin Baobao tiptoed to close the door, bent over, sneaked to the bed, opened the quilt and got in. His sister, who smelled of shampoo and shower gel, threw herself into his arms. His sister's little face was adorably red. She said happily, Are you happy, little bum? Are you surprised? Xianxia, we haven't talked for a long time. His sister got into his arms and hooked her long legs around his waist. It's so cold. Why don't you turn on the air conditioner? He could feel her soft and fragrant breasts through her pajamas. Chatting was an excuse for the siblings. In fact, his sister wanted to be intimate with Xianxia. She couldn't say, Little bum, I want to sleep with you. She couldn't say it. Qin Baobao grabbed her brother's hand, put it on her waist, and whispered to him. Xianxia answered in trepidation and focused his attention on Sister Ziwei's room next door. About half an hour later, he heard the door next door open. Sister Ziwei is coming out. Quickly hide. Xianxia's expression changed. She probably came out to use the toilet. Qin Baobao said, What if she comes in? Xianxia asked. He knew that Sister Ziwei would definitely come in. Qin Baobao looked at him suspiciously and hid in the wardrobe. Surprisingly, Wang Zijin did not open the door immediately. Instead, she knocked on Qin Baobao's door. After a while, she opened the door and entered. Sister Ziwei was wearing pajamas. She crossed her arms over her chest and crawled into bed without saying a word. Xianxia was speechless. His bladder tightened. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'd better obediently go back to my nest. Baobao is not in the room. Where did she go? Wang Zijin whispered. She did the exact same thing as Qin Baobao. She put her legs on Xianxia's waist and snuggled into his arms. The room was not air-conditioned. This was the only way to make herself feel warmer. Maybe she's in the toilet. Sister Ziwei also feels cold? Xianxia said. Sister's room was the master bedroom. There was a separate toilet. Xianxia and Wang Zijin's guest bedroom was not. They had to go out in the middle of the night to use the toilet. It's so cold. Wang Zijin curled up in his arms and buried her face in his warm chest. Qin Zhe glanced at the wardrobe carefully and said in a low voice, "Don't catch a cold. Go back to sleep if you're cold." Wang Zijin blinked and looked at him blankly. What was wrong with the little red guy today? Usually he couldn't wait to take advantage of her. Today, she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Why did he take advantage of her? Qin Zhe moved to the side and said righteously, "I'm sleepy too. I want to sleep. If Sister Ziwei is looking for my sister, let's go and see her now. Maybe she has already come out." Wang Zijin looked at him blankly and bit her lips sadly. She waited in the room for a long time and took the initiative to come to him. Was it just to hear him say the words, "Want to sleep"? How long had they been in a relationship? Was he tired of her and had a change of heart? Wang Zijin thought of a joke on the internet for no reason. "Dog, you've changed." "Oh, I'll go back," Wang Zijin answered in a muffled voice. She lifted the quilt, hugged her chest, and left silently. After she left, her sister climbed out of the wardrobe and got into Qin Zhe's quilt, shivering. Without saying anything, she pinched his waist and said fiercely, "Tell me, what's wrong with you?" Qin Zhe sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "It's nothing." "Nothing? She got into your quilt in the middle of the night?" Her sister looked as if she was about to cry. "Didn't you also get into my quilt in the middle of the night?" Qin Zhe explained, "She was looking for you. She didn't see you, so she came into my room to ask. Maybe it was too cold, so she was warming herself in the quilt." Qin Baobao thought about it. It seemed to be the case. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that the wolf in the house had been coveting her pig. Perhaps she even wanted to take the opportunity to seduce him. She would see how her brother would respond. He would righteously chase her away and remain calm. He was worthy of being her sweetheart brother. Qin Bao pressed her lips on Qin Zhe's face and kissed him hard. She said happily, "Sleep, sleep." "Sleep? Hurry up and go back. If Sister Ziwei comes to find you later and you're not there, she won't be able to explain herself if she finds you lying on my bed." Qin Bao thought for a while and found it reasonable. She whispered, "Then I'll go back." She tiptoed to the door and opened it quietly. She carefully poked her head out to take a look, and then flashed out of the door through the crack. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and counted from 1 to 100 silently. He lifted the quilt and tiptoed out of the room. If someone saw this scene, they would be surprised to find that the actions and postures of the siblings were almost the same. There was a sense of sneakiness. He quietly opened the door. Sister Ziwei was sleeping on her side with her back to the door. Under the thick quilt, a soft and beautiful curve could be vaguely seen. "Sister Ziwei, I'm here." He lifted the quilt and got in. Wang Zijin pulled the quilt up to cover her head and looked like she didn't want to talk to him. It seemed that she was angry. "Why did you knock on my sister's door for no reason?" Qin Zhe hugged her waist and leaned against her soft back. He whispered, "If she comes out, won't we both be finished?" "Finished?" Wang Zijin turned around and said angrily, "Why would we be finished? You're my boyfriend and I'm your girlfriend. Why would we be finished?" "I'm sorry," Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin snorted. Qin Zhe hugged her and whispered something. It was not sugar-coated bullets, but some trivial things. Sugar-coated bullets were suitable for his sister, but Wang Zijin didn't like it. Qin Zhe thought that if his life was written into a book, it would be called, "My Life is So Hard Being Sandwiched Between My Sisters." At this moment, he heard the subtle sound of the door opening. His heart skipped a beat. Sister came out again? She wanted to come to my room again? What should I do? I'm done for. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks on the door, his sister's voice sounded. "Zijin, are you asleep?" Since she came to find Sister Zhu, Qin Zhe shook his head at her. If Sister Ziwei was asleep, she would definitely go to his room to find him. Then he couldn't hide the fact that he wasn't in the room. "No," Wang Zijin replied. "That's good. I'm coming in." Qin Baobao's voice was full of joy. "Damn, I'm finished." Qin Zhe was like a nimble cat, agile and silent. He jumped off the bed, bent over to pick up the slippers, and flashed into the wardrobe. His sister opened the door and came in. Stepping on the cotton slippers, she ran to the bed, kicked off the slippers, and got into the bed. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin breathed a sigh of relief. She thought that the little red guy was so agile, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. "It's so cold." Qin Baobao hugged her best friend's waist. "I don't know if it's because I'm used to it. I feel that I can't sleep well without someone around me. I can't count how many times I turn over and over." "Ah, do you think so too?" Wang Zijin whispered. "I can't sleep either. Without your long legs pressing down on me, I feel empty." "Then let's sleep together tonight. You knocked on my door just now because you want to sleep with me," Qin Baobao said with a smile. But what?" "No, nothing." Wang Zijin thought, "But your brother is still in my room." Qin Zai's heart was cold. If his life was written into a book, it should be called, "I, who is sandwiched between my sisters, will die sooner or later." Wang Zijin suddenly exclaimed. "Wow, are your breasts bigger?" Qin Baobao said with a smile. "They're not as big as yours, you big cow," Wang Zijin said with an angry tone. "If you pinch them randomly, the color will change." Qin Baobao's voice came. "Bah, I'll strangle you." There was a commotion on the bed, followed by 2 panting voices. The sisters were having fun on the bed. Qin Zai, who was hiding in the wardrobe, silently took off Sister Ziwei's 2 coats and covered his body. He hugged his chest and curled up. In this cold world, he longed for a little warmth. The next day, the 3 of them woke up with dark circles under their eyes. The sisters played until very late into the night. Qin Zai woke up several times in the middle of the night because of the cold. When he woke up, he found himself curled up into a ball and slept in a miserable and pitiful position for the whole night. Even if his body was strong, he still caught a small cold after a night in the cold. In a daze, the office door was pushed open, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor. A soft body leaned into his arms. It was so warm and soft. Qin Zai subconsciously hugged it tightly in his arms. At this moment, he heard the crisp sound of a shutter. The sound of a shutter? Holy shit! Qin Zai opened his eyes abruptly and sat up in shock. Chapter 345. Are you awake? Su Yu quietly put the mobile phone into her pocket. Well, I was scared awake by you. Qin Zai held Su Yu's slender waist and didn't let her get up. His other hand reached out to her chest. Su Yu hurriedly covered her chest and pretended to be frightened and shy. Do you want to do it in the office? Don't do this. Hey, give me back my mobile phone. Qin Zai grabbed her thumb, unlocked the mobile phone, and found the photo she had just taken in the album. In the photo, Su Yu and his face were close, lying on the sofa. He was sleeping soundly. Su Yu smiled, made a peace sign, and took a beautiful selfie. You promised me not to take photos. Qin Zai twisted her crystal earlobe. It hurts, I didn't send it randomly. See for yourself. Su Yu begged for mercy. Qin Zai opened her chat software, and the photo was indeed not sent out, so he let go. Su Yu sullenly said, You don't spoil me at all. The book says that the overbearing president spoils his woman. Qin Zai thought about it and asked, Do you think I am an overbearing president? Su Yu was silent. Hey, don't be silent, say something. Even you think I am low? Qin Zai was desperate. Su Yu said truthfully, You are very overbearing in front of me, but in front of your sister, you are a salted fish. That's because you are a masochist. Next week at the annual meeting, the employees are clamoring for me to perform. Do you think I will agree? Su Yu frowned. Do you want to perform? Qin Zai asked. If you are with me, I will perform. Su Yu smiled with shallow dimples. Let me think about it. Qin Zai said. If it was an internal performance, it didn't matter, but this annual meeting, Tianfang and Baozi gathered together. The entertainment company is not short of artists who can sing and dance. Su Yu can sing and dance. How about a skit? 2 people rotation? No, he couldn't imagine what it would be like to talk about a skit with Su Yu on the stage. The picture must be unbearable. I heard that Qin Baobao moved to a new house? Su Yu suddenly asked. Yeah. You didn't move there? I'll go and stay there occasionally. Suyu turned her eyes and threw herself into his arms. Aze, move in with me. Then wouldn't I have to run from 2 places to 3? You don't have to move here. Come and stay here for a few days every day. Suyu said coquettishly. Xianxia nodded. He and Suyu were in the stage of heavenly thunder and earth fire. Even if he knew that Suyu's small abacus was crackling, he couldn't bear to refuse. Since he couldn't be ruthless, he could only take care of both ends. He would ask the system if there was a manual for raising heavenly dragon. By the way, are you still in that group? Xianxia asked. Yes, Sister Man, Qin Bao Bao, and Wang Zijin are all here. Suyu said, I've been quarreling less recently. I serve you every day. I don't have time to fight with your sister. Alas, women are really narrow-minded. They hate each other in the game and talk in reality. Until now, they still haven't forgotten. Countless facts have proven that the women around him are not easy to deal with. What if one day he and Su Teddy do sports, and then she quietly takes photos? Xianxia imagined a picture. In the hotel room, he was lying on Suyu's body. Suyu was moaning and picking up the mobile phone under the pillow. Facing the ceiling mirror, she took photos. Spreading the chat group, today, I had sex with Xianxia. Cool. Xianxia shuddered. No, before I'm mentally prepared, I can't expose myself. Salted fish say, can't be such a dog. Xianxia straightened Suyu's body and said with a serious expression, Suyu, you should leave the group. Suyu looked at him, her face gradually turned red, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. She got up and walked to the door of the office. With a click, she locked the door. Then she turned back to the sofa, took off her high heels, blushed, and took off her skirt. I asked you to leave the group, not to take off your skirt. It's to take off my skirt. It's the chat group. Xianxia was mad. I'll talk about it later. Suyu had taken off her skirt. Do you want to come? I don't think that's a good idea. We're in the office. Xianxia said no, but his hand started to move. The picture lasted for nearly an hour and was summed up in formal 15 words. What the president and the secretary have to do in the office. The two put on their clothes and lay on the spacious reception sofa. Xianxia closed his eyes and Suyu lay lazily in his arms. I'm going to die, she gasped and murmured to herself. Suyu rested for a moment, pulled out a few paper towels and cleaned it up. Her eyes flashed with a bright light. I'll wipe it for you too. The paper towels are used and thrown away. Change it. Xianxia shrank and blocked her little hand. Suyu showed a sly smile. This is what you said, remember your words. Xianxia. He thought about it, and suddenly he got Suyu's meaning. This hint was so familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. By the way, my family's maggot also said something similar, and it was also hinting at the same person. Xianxia sighed and suddenly felt sad for Sister Ziwei. The paper towels are used and thrown away, but Zijin needs to use them every day. Xianxia said. Suyu was so smart, of course, she understood what he meant. She snorted and wrinkled her nose. Oh no, Wang Zijin, this little bitch, hasn't gone to bed yet, but she has already seduced my Xianxia. I have to find a way to show my power and kill her. I want to abuse her. Do you love me or Wang Zijin? Suyu pouted. Do you love me? Xianxia asked. Suyu pointed to the lace underwear that she had not had time to wear back and said angrily, if this doesn't count, then I have nothing to be sad about. Xianxia was surprised. He didn't seem to have exchanged this song, right? So, how did Suyu know the lyrics? Is it possible that the host of the cheat system is her? No, if this is the case, the low-level system will definitely stop him from having sex with Suyu. As soon as he takes off his pants, the low-level system will roar, high energy ahead, host, go quickly. So it should be a coincidence. Don't be sad, let's do it again. Xianxia pulled Suyu into his arms and turned over to press her. The sound of the pile driver sounded again. After the whole world was dull, Xianxia hugged Suyu, one hand lingering back and forth on her chest, and at the same time communicated with the system. System, I suddenly have an idea. Want to be a man 10 times? No, I suddenly want to do magic. At the annual meeting, Do you have any magic proficiency skill books? Give me a few. I think you are suitable to perform ventriloquism, the system said. Huh? Ventriloquism? Xianxia was shocked. Why should I learn this? You pass it to my secretary, she needs to learn. Learning ventriloquism is more useful than learning magic. Magic needs props, ventriloquism is enough. The system said, don't get me wrong, this is traditional ventriloquism, I can give you a 50% discount. Guaranteed to beat the beatbox world champion. Really? Really? Advanced magic proficiency, 300 points exchange. I will only charge you 150 points for ventriloquism. In view of the host's nature, points and so on, save as much as you can. You just want me to learn ventriloquism? Xianxia's face darkened. Yes, you are the first host to max out the ventriloquism skill. The system used an overt plot. Did it? Xianxia gritted his teeth. It was also excellent to save 150 points. Moreover, ventriloquism and so on, after learning it, he could communicate with Suyu, and in the future, he could communicate with Sister Ziwei, and most importantly, one day he could communicate with his sister. Soon a week passed. Today was the day of the annual meeting. The employees were counting the time in anticipation, waiting for work to end. Everyone was full of expectations for this annual meeting. Bao Zhe and Tian Fong had the annual meeting together, and there would be many stars singing on stage, including the popular Queen Qin Bao Bao, long-legged model girls dancing, and second-tier star Li Wei performing a talk show. Secondly, it was said that Boss Qin had prepared a lot of prizes this year. In addition to everyone getting the latest pair mobile phone, there was also a lottery. The special prize was 1 million yuan. The first prize was a car worth 500,000 yuan. The second prize was 300,000 yuan in cash. The third prize was a Shanghai license plate. There were 20 other small prizes, ranging from 100,000 to 10,000 yuan. At noon, the program schedule for the annual meeting came out and was sent to the company's internal chat group. Hey, look at the program schedule, Boss Qin will also perform on stage. It's normal, I don't know if Boss Qin will sing a new song at the annual meeting. It's not a song, it's a performance, ventriloquism. Ventriloquism? I'm wrong. Boss Qin has this kind of hobby? No, he has this kind of ability? Haha, do you want to bring a sausage or a banana? Keep your voice down, don't you want to live? If it reaches Boss Qin's ears, you'll be fired. There was a lot of discussion. In the afternoon, employees got off work an hour earlier and went to the venue of the annual meeting. Suyu came to Xianxia's office with a bag of clothes, changed her clothes in front of him, took off her coat, and the dress slid down her slender thighs. The contrast between her white body and the black lace was strong, and her slender straight thighs were wrapped in black stockings. They slept together, showered together, and almost let him know that she was warm-hearted. Suyu was very open. Xianxia sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the office. Beauty-changing outfit. Jiffei plain pleated dress, a short dark purple windbreaker, a matching short shawl, and a light green woman's hat. Fashionable, exquisite, and matched with her beautiful and refined appearance, 999 likes. Hey, this hat looks familiar. Xianxia asked. Yeah, I wore it that day. Suyu nodded. Didn't you wear it on Xiaobing's head? Xianxia was confused. I bought a new one, I like this style. Suyu turned in circles in front of him. Does it look good? Xianxia was surprised, and felt that she was going to do something again. Don't put the hat on people. You're so annoying, always thinking of me as a bad person. Suyu pouted. Chapter 346. Whether it's bad or not, you know it yourself. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Suyu licked her lips, leaned close to him and smirked. Husband, do you want to do it before the annual meeting? Anyway, there's still time. The biggest temptation for a man is a beautiful girl saying to him, do you want to do it? Although he knew that Suyu was not the ice beauty type, after the development, some aspects changed too fast, right? Before, when he let her come up and move on her own, she still looked aggrieved. When he asked her to help her brother, her small hands were still trembling. Now, more and more postures have been unlocked, and her words are getting bolder and bolder. She grew from an older girl to a real woman. Perhaps, after a while, it's time to teach her real ventriloquism. No, Xianxia said helplessly, give my dick a holiday. Then I'll let you go once, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was very fierce. Every time she did something, she was exhausted. She cried and shouted, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I don't want it. But no matter what, she still wants to love. Because men and women are different, women recover quickly, and after a day, they will be more and more energetic. After a man is done, the whole world will be dull. Therefore, as long as she keeps asking, Xianxia's world will become dull, and he will have no mood and energy to deal with Wang Zijin. This is where Su Yu's confidence lies. Wang Zijin, this idiot, pretended to be serious and deserved to be robbed by her. In this battle, Su Yu has already seen the victory. Master, are you really not coming? Su Yu winked. Call me Hei's king. Xianxia said. Hei's king, are you coming? I'm coming. This time, Su Yu can call out boldly because there is no one in the company. She can call out as loud as she wants, even if no one applauds for her. By the way, before the sound of the pile driver sounded, there is a melody that can't be missing. Music, friction, 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 like the devil steps. After that, Su Yu cleaned up the deoxyribose and took Xianxia's hand to leave the office. Xianxia booked an hourly room in the hotel opposite the company so that she could take a shower. Then he drove Su Yu straight to the annual meeting venue. In the car, Su Yu, who had taken a bath, was blushing and charming. She leaned lazily on the co-pilot seat and sent a message to Nan Man Pei, Big Sister Man, are you coming? Nan Man Pei, something came up, I might not be able to make it. Su Yu, come on, I was hit by a car. Why don't you come and see me? Nan Man Pei, what happened? Was it serious? Shock. Su Yu, it's okay, I just hit my butt a few hundred times, it doesn't hurt. Nan Man Pei, a few hundred times? Su Yu, old Han pushing cart, shy. Nan Man Pei, do you believe that I'll come over right now and slap you to death? Anger? Su Yu, I have a husband, I'm not afraid of you, Nan Man Pei, there's a sour smell of love. Su Yu, naked envy, jealousy, and hate. Nan Man Pei, safety measures should be taken to avoid people dying. Su Yu, this is a bit difficult. He comes to stay with me for a few days every day. It's impossible to guard against it. Nan Man Pei, ? After a few minutes, she reacted and scolded, get out. Su Yu, isn't it better to be pregnant? Get married with a child. Nan Man Pei, you're like an old general on the stage, full of flags. The annual meeting venue was set in a 5-star hotel a few kilometers away. It was one of the best hotels in Lujiazui. Many listed companies held their annual meetings here. The venue was very large. 6 thick pillars supported the dome. The dome was high and far, like the Great Hall of the People. The employees signed the name list in front of the door and entered the venue one after another. More than 60 tables were arranged in an orderly manner. The lights were bright. More than a dozen hotel staff stood in the corner of the venue. The 4 most beautiful ones stood at the door, smiling and shouting, welcome. The stage was very big. It was like a stage, enough for people to do somersaults to their heart's content. The equipment was also complete. There were projectors, computers, and so on. There were a few staff members behind the venue to operate everything. In addition, Tianfeng had also arranged for their own cameraman to film the entire event. A high-end camera was set up behind. When the program started, the professionals would leave the venue to film. There were so many celebrities, including the popular Queen Qin Baobao. Just her singing alone, as long as it was posted on the internet, countless fans would like and watch it. Xianxia and Su Yu entered the venue side by side. Along the way, the seats were called out, President Su and President Qin. The two of them walked to the main table. At that table, the general manager of Tianfeng, Zhang Fu, the deputy manager, and a senior executive of Tianfeng were seated. On the side of Bao's investment, there was Li Linfeng and another manager. Those who were not seated were Qin Zhe, Su Yu, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin. The last seat was reserved for Nan Man Pei, regardless of whether she came or not. 10 minutes before the banquet started, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin walked in hand. The two of them were dressed up meticulously. Everyone was familiar with Qin Baobao. She was a celebrity with high exposure. Every time they saw her, they would be stunned. And now Wang Zijin, who was beside her, also made the eyes of the men present light up. She had an oval-shaped face, long black hair, and bright peach blossom eyes. She was a rare beauty. In terms of beauty, she was not as exquisite as Qin Baobao. But her temperament and eyes were enough to make men forget about her. This kind of beauty, even in the entertainment industry, would be considered top-notch. There was also that tall beauty who came together with Chairman Qin. With that face and that figure, it would be a waste not to be in the entertainment industry. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin walked over side by side. Their gazes swept across the audience. In the vast sea of heads, they searched for their younger brother, boyfriend. Then they walked over and slowly increased their pace. From walking quickly to jogging, Wang Zijin, who was wearing low-heeled shoes, was a cut above. She snatched the seat to Qin Zhe's left. The right seat was taken by Su Yu. Qin Baobao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She sat beside Wang Zijin indignantly. Before the banquet started, Qin Zhe went on stage to speak. The script was prepared for him by his secretary, Su Yu. She had also prepared a copy for herself. After Qin Zhe and Su Yu finished speaking, Qin Baobao went on stage to speak. Finally, it was Tian Feng's general manager, Zhang Fu. After that, the banquet officially started. According to the program list, Qin Baobao's opening performance was, of course, singing. She had originally planned to wear a short skirt and dance. However, at home, after Qin Zhe saw his sister's seductive dance moves with her slender waist and hips, he righteously rejected it. This kind of killing machine, just leave it to deal with me. Don't pity me. Use your dance moves to your heart's content to smash me into pieces. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people, Qin Baobao went on stage and sang "Time Boils the Rain." It was a real singing performance, not a voice that was edited in a recording studio. His sister had turned from an amateur singer who sang well to a professional singer in just half a year. After being honed by numerous commercial performances, she had achieved great success in that concert. Now, she had the confidence to sing in any venue. The whole audience was in an uproar. There was endless applause. After that, the employees of Baoza Investment performed a skit. It was very amateur, but they acted very seriously. The program list was alternating between the two companies. Li Wei's talk show, the model group's hot dance, the small stars singing. One by one, the programs were performed. During this period, Qin Zhe presided over the lucky draw. From the small prize to the big prize, the lucky guy who drew a license plate was so excited that he danced with joy. He was even happier than the guy who drew the 500,000 bens. These days, even if you had money, you might not be able to get a license plate unless you were a local tyrant. Unexpectedly, the second place turned out to be Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei's luck was off the charts. She went straight back to her seat with a thick stack of tickets. Although she didn't care about money, she was very happy to be able to draw the second prize. Her eyes were sparkling. When receiving the prize, Qin Zhe whispered, "Sister Ziwei is really a blessing to her husband." Wang Zijin gave him a coquettish look. Others may not pay attention to the two of them, and those who are too far away can't see clearly, but Su Yu and Qin Baobao, who were sitting in the front seat, have been paying attention to the two of them and suddenly narrowed their eyes. In the eyes of the two, there was a flash of killing intent. Qin Zhe put a stack of tickets into Wang Zijin's arms and whispered, "Sister Ziwei, we have the room fee for next year." For her boyfriend's flowery mouth, Wang Zijin disdainfully curled her lips and whispered, "His wife's money is controlled by his sister." Wang Zijin's resentment plus 10086 ISN. This all her money? Qin Zhe. Watching Wang Zijin return to her seat with the tickets, Qin Zhe looked in the direction of the gate. Nan Man Pei, dressed casually, came in. The long red carpet and the scenery on both sides seemed to be a foil. Sister Man's aura was particularly strong. She supported such a large family business by herself and mingled well in Shanghai. This aura and temperament completely defeated the black-hearted maggot, the black-bellied woman, and the teddy bear. The male comrades on both sides looked over at her. Who's this? So beautiful. Wow, I like this kind of majestic woman. Is she from our company? I haven't seen her before. Maybe she's from Tianfeng. She's really beautiful. Maybe she's a star? This annual meeting is worth it. I originally came for Qin Bao Bao, but I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to come out all of a sudden. She went to the main table. What's her identity? There are 4 super beauties at the main table. Wow, I also want to sit there. Sister Man here. Su Yu, who had been quiet and silent, suddenly became active and shook her small hands vigorously. Her aura, which had been suppressed by Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao before, almost shrank to the corner. At the moment when Nan Man Pei sat down, there seemed to be a valiant teddy bear at the table, looking up at the moon. Sister Man, you're late. The lottery is almost over. Su Yu took Nan Man Pei's arm and smiled, but there's still a special prize. After that, she pointed to a lot of red grandpas at Wang Zijin's feet. Look, Zijin got the second prize. Nan Man Pei smiled at Wang Zijin. Congratulations. Wang Zijin returned with a generous smile. Thank you. Qin Zhe on the stage looked at the harmonious atmosphere at the table and smiled. He thought too much. Although Su Yu and her sister didn't deal with each other secretly, they still paid attention to propriety in public. When he thought about it, Qin Zhe saw Su Yu turn around and pick up her light green hat from the back of the chair. Sniff. Put it on Sister Ziwei. Hat. Chapter 347. Seeing this scene, Qin Zhe heard a song in his mind. My heart is too messy, it's going to be blank. God forgets to arrange it for me. It was this song, which always fit his mood at this time. He underestimated Su Yu's hostility to Wang Zijin. Indeed, Qin Bao Bao just lost a few games. At least Su Yu choked back her words. Wang Zijin was the #1 enemy. Su Yu's small body waved a hoe and dug her corner. There was no such thing as harmonious coexistence. I'm a damn salted fish, not Long Outyin. Now he couldn't step down to stop this farce. There was still a grand prize waiting for him. Wang Zijin was particularly confused. She didn't know what was going on. The hat was on her head. Under the big-brimmed hat, her beautiful oval face was stunned. This is my favorite hat. Su Yu blinked and showed a harmless smile of a goddess. It's for you. Wang Zijin took off the hat and glanced at it. Her eyebrows jumped fiercely. As an experienced internet driver, she immediately understood Su Yu's provocation. This damn teddy, why did she point her gun at me? Didn't she hate Bao Bao? Did she think that with Nan Man Pei here, she would be confident? I'm afraid she doesn't know how to write the word death. Don't give me a chance to fiercely attack you. Wang Zijin's mind was full of twists and turns. Don't you like it? Su Yu looked harmless. I like this hat best. I just bought it and haven't used it many times. This is for you. At first glance, it seemed that she was showing kindness to Wang Zijin. I like it. Thank you for your gift. Wang Zijin smiled and pressed the surging force back into her dantian. The two women's eyes met, and they had a tacit understanding. At this time on the stage, Qin Zhe held the microphone and said loudly, Next, the number will be drawn. The grand prize is number 2. There was a hubbub. The grand prize that everyone was looking forward to was revealed. There was a hissing sound and disappointment. The $1 million grand prize passed by. Number 2 is Su Yu. Qin Zhe was number 1. Su Yu was taken aback. She blinked her eyes in astonishment. This time, the lottery was random, and there was absolutely no under-the-table operation. Su Yu could pat his small chest of the B-cup and swear. In other words, it could only be because her luck was too heaven-defying that she drew the grand prize. I am indeed a woman favored by the heavens. Similarly, Qin Zhe will definitely be my husband in the future, not this black-hearted Wang Zijin. Thinking of this, Su Yu smiled and happily went to the stage to receive the award. Su Yu stepped lightly on the stage and blinked at Qin Zhe. I'm so lucky. I won the grand prize by accident. Su Yu blinked her bright eyes and whispered, "Let's open the presidential suite for 3 years in a row. It's stable." A strong sense of déjà vu, Su Yu must be a roundworm in his stomach. Or, in some aspects, he and Su Yu have a tacit understanding. Qin Zhe smiled brightly, lowered his voice, and gnashed his teeth. "Little devil, you said you wouldn't make trouble." "I didn't make trouble. I gave my beloved hat to Wang Zijin. I'm so considerate." Su Yu smiled. Surprisingly, Qin Zhe was silent. For a moment, he wanted to rush down and tell Sister Ziwei about his relationship with Su Yu. He also wanted to tell his sister about his relationship with Wang Zijin. His emotional line has been in a mess since he was a child, or it has gone astray to the European continent. At the beginning, he decided to pursue Sister Ziwei. In addition to her being his ideal partner, there was another important reason. He wanted to turn back his astray emotional line. But he failed. In the end, he still couldn't let it go and was not reconciled. The astray emotional line has been diverted, and part of it continues to swim in the European continent without regret. The diverted part made a big circle and rushed towards the capital. Su Yu was an accident. Qin Zhe recalled the scene of that night countless times, but he still couldn't guarantee that if he was given another chance, he would refuse. Originally, he appreciated Su Yu at most. He didn't want to test her depth, nor did he want to let her know his strengths and weaknesses. Until that day when she was sick, he listened to her talk about her past. Her voice was calm and empty, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with herself. But there was no mirror on the ceiling of her house. Otherwise, Su Yu could find so much sadness and loneliness in her eyes. From that day on, Qin Zhe had deep pity for her. There were many poor girls in the world, but those had nothing to do with Qin Zhe. Su Yu was a little different from her sisters. In front of her sisters, he was a salted fish, a younger brother, or a younger brother. But in front of Su Yu, he was a god, the one who was worshipped, even if she was actually several years older than him. She listened to you, relied on you, like a brainless little fangirl, and regarded you as everything in her world. In the past 23 years, Qin Zhe was a good-for-nothing son in the eyes of his father, a little red man in the eyes of his sister, a mediocre child in the eyes of his relatives and friends, and the most ordinary student in the eyes of his classmates and teachers. Su Yu was different for him. After that night, his emotional line was divided into 3, flowing in different directions. Now, his feelings were a mess, even more messy than before. Sometimes, he really wanted to lay his cards on the table and lay his cards on the table with the whole world. Sometimes he was frightened like a child, hiding secrets, afraid that he had nothing. He cared about everything, so he was entangled in everything. If he hadn't cared about his small family, these things might not have happened. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Su Yu waved her small hand in front of him. "Sorry, I was distracted." Qin Zhe smiled reluctantly. Could he blame her? Blame her for putting a hat on Sister Ziwei? He was the one who was really at fault. "Let's talk about something. I don't want 1 million yuan. Split it into 100 red packets and randomly reward the employees." Su Yu said, "The lucky draw was originally to reward the employees. We won the special prize. It doesn't mean anything." Qin Zhe thought it made sense. This could not only make up for the hurt hearts of the employees, but also reflect the generosity of the leader. He raised the microphone and said loudly, "Now there's a new situation. Boss Su decided to split 1 million yuan into 100 red packets and randomly reward you." As soon as the voice fell, the cheers from the audience shook the sky. The employees who had just muttered about the under-the-table operation changed their minds. Qin Zhe didn't need to host the small red packets. He handed the microphone to the staff of the hotel. He returned to his seat with Su Yu. "Oh, the special prize, congratulations." As soon as Su Yu sat down, Wang Zijin came up and put the hat on Su Yu's head. "I'm the second prize. I really don't have the face to accept your gift." "Oh, I'll return the hat to you. Put it on." Su Yu was anxious. She took it off and put it on Wang Zijin's head. No, you have the face. Hurry up and accept it. Stand still, I'll put it on for you." No, I don't have the face to accept it. You have the face. Hurry up and accept it. The two beauties were pushing a light green hat back and forth. The people around them were all dumbfounded. The culprit, Xianxia, should have felt his scalp tingle, but he suddenly remembered the head-touching killer when he played with his sister. If you touch me, I'll touch you back. Where you touch me, I'll touch you back. It was childish, ridiculous, but warm. Thinking of this, Xianxia unconsciously looked at his sister. He saw his sister sitting there, drinking elegantly. Her smile was light, coquettish, charming, and dignified. On the other hand, Sister Ziwei, who was supposed to be dignified, was caught in a battle. The beautiful president, who was supposed to be cold, was like a teddy bear making a scene everywhere. At the critical moment, his sister was still the best. Qin Baobao sipped her red wine and smiled without saying anything. She thought to herself, make a scene. The more you make a scene, the more embarrassed A's will be. I'll sit on the fishing platform and reap the benefits. This wave was in the bag. But Wang Zijin and Su Yu's hand slipped, and the light green hat was put on Xianxia's head. Xianxia, the veins on Xianxia's forehead were throbbing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wang Zijin and Su Yu's faces changed dramatically. This was not a good feeling. They were careless and made their boyfriend, wear a green hat. I'll be stabbed to death tonight, right? Su Yu thought in fear. Ace is going to be angry with me. How can Shirleji and Teddy Su be the only ones fooling around? Wang Zijin thought regretfully. Anyone who was cuckolded would have a mental breakdown, even someone as black-bellied as her. Sit down and eat. Don't make a scene. Xianxia took off the hat with a dark face and handed it back to Su Yu. What else can I do? Xianxia thought that if his life was really written into a book, the title should be, Of Course, I Choose to Forgive Them. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, my husband really loves me and can't bear to be angry with me. Wang Zijin was much more rational. She knew Xianxia's temper. Even if the occasion was not right, he would still say a few words. Sister Ziwei, let's go home and teach you how to behave. Sister Ziwei, you're too arrogant. Tonight, I need to let you know how powerful the iron rod is. Sister Ziwei, I'm ready to grind the iron rod into a needle. Please show me your whetstone. Nothing at all. Today's little red guy was very good-tempered. Could it be that they were really having an affair? Wang Zijin quietly cast a sidelong glance at Qin and Su Yu. Chapter 348. Qin Bao and Man Pei didn't understand the messy internet memes. The former gloated, while the latter smiled faintly, with a confident expression of, I have seen through everything. Wang Zijin was Xianxia's real girlfriend. According to Su Yu, the relationship between the nominal boyfriend and girlfriend was so simple that they just covered the quilt and chatted. Because of this, Su Yu had the confidence to poach her corner. It turned out that Su Yu's small move made Wang Zijin suspicious. She didn't underestimate Wang Zijin. She was a girl with a keen mind. That's why Man Pei said that Su Yu was an old general on the stage. However, to her surprise, Xianxia didn't make up for it. He didn't explain anything. It seemed that he was disheartened and left himself to his own devices. This made Man Pei look at him with new eyes. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the climax of the banquet to throw a glass of red wine at Xianxia's face and ask him, Do you think you are long out yin? Now it seems that it's better to observe. The most interesting point was that Xianxia's sister, Qin Bao, watched the whole show with great interest and gloated. Looking at her sparkling eyes, it seemed that she couldn't wait for Wang Zijin and Su Yu to fight. What kind of mentality was this? Wasn't she Wang Zijin's best friend? Didn't Su Yu say that they joined forces to suppress her? Man Pei frowned and found that things were not simple. Through the fight between Xianxia and her ex-husband, Man Pei asked people to check and let her find out the background of Wang Zijin. Xianxia, who made her curious, could be regarded as unveiling a corner of the mystery. She wanted to see how Xianxia would deal with Su Yu and Wang Zijin. Would he be the same as Chao Bing, a Qin shimmy who abandoned his wife? If that was the case, Man Pei would definitely find someone to throw him into the Huangpu River before he married into the Wang family. She didn't have many friends, and even fewer girlfriends. Su Yu was like a younger sister to her. Moreover, The Wang family itself was an obstacle. According to the information in her hands, Wang Zijin had escaped from her marriage. Would the Wang clan acknowledge Qin Zhe as their son-in-law? In the end, Qin Zhe himself was still wearing Mona Lisa's smile, full of mystery. If there was a demon in this world, then Nan Man Pei could pat his D-cup chest and say, "It's him, it's him, it's him, our friend Salted Fish say." Putting aside this kid's messy feelings, he was a worthy ally for long-term cooperation. Soon, the lucky draw for the 100 red packets ended, and the winners were announced on the big screen. The employees who had won the prize took their number plates and rushed to the side of the stage happily to line up to receive their prize money. The employees who didn't win the prize sighed unwillingly. The annual meeting came to an end with laughter. Then, the final program began. Qin Zhe's ventriloquism performance. What kind of ventriloquism performance would Chairman Qin bring? Everyone was looking forward to it. The guess that everyone agreed with was beatbox. Some people said that it was a whistle, but this guess was scoffed at by everyone. Even if it was a beautiful whistle, it would not be as exciting as CEO Qin going on stage and singing a dolphin song. Since Qin Zhe didn't choose to sing, it meant that ventriloquism was definitely more interesting than singing. If it was really beatbox, it was indeed more interesting than singing. It didn't matter how high Qin Zhe's level was, as long as he was slightly online. A few days ago, it was said that the founder of Black Cat in the Sky was playing Tai Chi regardless of the level. There was a lot of applause. This was the bonus of identity. Similarly, as long as Qin Zhe's ventriloquism wasn't too bad, everyone could praise him. The lights dimmed, and Qin Zhe stood on the stage. An image suddenly appeared on the big screen behind him. It was probably a bird's eye view of an ancient town. The full moon was in the sky, and the tiled houses were sleeping in the dark. The streets were paved with stone slabs and there was no one. The hundreds of employees looked at each other. What was going on? Where was the beatbox? What was with this anime-like image? While everyone was in shock, they suddenly heard a few dog barks from deep in the alley. Everyone was shocked. After the dog barks, there was the sound of a woman and a man talking in their sleep. After waking up, there was the sound of a child crying. Was this the sound from the stereo? Then, the child's crying turned into the sound of breastfeeding. It was very soft, and a woman who had never given birth couldn't hear it. When a child was breastfeeding, it would be accompanied by the sound of breathing. The mother gently coaxed the child. At this time, an older child woke up and kept talking. The father was afraid that he would disturb the younger child, so he scolded the older child in a low voice. The voices came first and last, but they were closely connected. Unconsciously, the image of a mother breastfeeding and a father scolding the son appeared in everyone's mind. At this time, someone finally reacted. At first, he was stunned, then he exclaimed, "It's So Qin's voice. It's all his voice. F***CK, it can't be, right? This is definitely from the stereo. This is the ventriloquism that CEO Qin is going to perform? I don't believe it. It can't be so real, and there are so many of them." At first, there was a small uproar, but then it spread until the entire banquet was in an uproar. Some people didn't believe it and went to ask the hotel's computer operators. They found that a few of the staff members were already stunned. "Did you guys broadcast it? F***C, it can't be. Your boss is so awesome." They returned to their seats with the news and told their colleagues. Their colleagues didn't believe it and left the banquet one after another to ask the staff. "It must be you guys who broadcast it, right? F***CK, it can't be. Your boss is so awesome. Then turn off the stereo. It's not on at all. See for yourself. F***C, it can't be. My boss is so awesome." Qin Zhe gradually got into the groove. He held the microphone and all kinds of sounds came out of his mouth. It was like magic that made people gasp in amazement. The family of four fell asleep quickly. The man's snoring sounded, and the woman's coaxing the baby gradually disappeared. In the darkness, there was the sound of rats crawling, and the basin was knocked over. Then, someone shouted, "Fire!" This was Qin Zhe's own voice. The climax of the ventriloquism performance was here. First, it was the young couple's screams, then the two children's cries. After a while, All kinds of chaotic sounds were heard. Thousands of people were calling for help, many dogs were barking, and many children were distressed. Countless kinds of sounds came out of Qin Zhe's mouth, evolving into a scene of chaos in a fire. More than 500 employees in the audience had different expressions. Carefully categorizing them: shock, sluggishness, astonishment, admiration, and F***CK. That was about it. At this moment, the employees' hearts were filled with endless admiration for Qin Zhe. Even though Qin Zhe didn't like to talk to the employees, and never held a meeting to instill chicken soup for the soul, his charm had always made the female employees' legs go weak. The male employees sincerely admired him. In the music industry, when Boss Qin said that they didn't know how to write songs or compose songs, other musicians would kneel and say, "Boss, you're too humble." In the stock market, when Boss Qin said that they didn't know how to trade stocks, individual investors would kneel and say, "What are stocks? I've never heard of them." Now, there was one more. In the ventriloquism world, when Boss Qin said that they didn't know how to do ventriloquism, countless girls would kneel and say, "Boss, please teach me the world's best ventriloquism secret. My boss is so awesome +1, my boss is so awesome +2. My boss is so awesome +10086." At the head table, Nenman Pei shook his head speechlessly. Mona Lisa's smile? Impossible. This was Ultraman or a pervert from Nebula M78. Wang Zijin whispered to her best friend, "Bao Bao, Ace knows how to do that?" Qin Bao Bao was dumbfounded. Wang Zijin was puzzled. "You don't know? He must have learned this before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so good at it." I. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. How would she know? She didn't even know that he could write songs or compose songs. She didn't even know that he could change into a god of stocks just because of a disagreement. What would she know? Wang Zijin was speechless. "It seems that you don't know. You're really careless as an elder sister." A stab to the heart. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Su Yu chuckled. "After all, you're just an elder sister. It's okay to be careless." A stab to the heart +2. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Su Yu changed the topic. "Someone doesn't know either." Wang Zijin narrowed her peach blossom eyes. "It's none of your business." Was Teddy Su on drugs today? Why did he have to talk back to her? Qin Bao Bao retorted, "You're an outsider. Don't talk too much." Su Yu's pretty face flashed with anger. She thought, "I'm an outsider? I've figured out your brother's strengths and weaknesses." Su Yu sneered. "It's not certain who's an outsider." Qin Bao Bao, "What do you mean?" Wang Zijin, "Make it clear." In an instant, the murderous intent soared. Su Yu was speechless. She was terrified. She immediately turned her eyes to Nenman Pei. But Nenman Pei was enjoying Qin Zhe's ventriloquism with great interest and was not in the mood to deal with the intrigue of the three women. Below the stage, not far away, the two cameramen trembled with excitement and whispered to each other, "I feel that it's going to be popular. Such a great ventriloquism performance will definitely be popular on the internet. I'll post the video on Weibo later." "No, I'll post it on Weibo." "Then we'll post it separately. By the way," the young cameraman looked at the middle-aged cameraman. "Do you feel that this ventriloquism has a strong sense of déjà vu?" The middle-aged cameraman shook his head. "I don't think so." The young cameraman said, "I can't remember for a while, but I always feel that it's familiar." Chapter 349. When Qin Zhe's ventriloquism performance ended, the audience applauded, shouted, and whistled. Standing on the stage, pairs of hands clapped desperately, and the sound waves came to his face. Once again, he detonated the audience. After getting the system, he detonated the audience several times and started the life of a salted fish leaping over the dragon's gate. The young cameraman and the middle-aged cameraman took their seats and continued to eat and drink absent-mindedly, but he was a little distracted and desperately thought, where did he hear this ventriloquism? Normally, such an awesome ventriloquism performance, as long as you see it once, you will never forget it. But he just can't remember. "I must remember, or I won't be able to sleep at night. After all, I'm a Virgo." The annual meeting gradually came to an end. Qin Zhe enjoyed the amazing eyes of the sisters. Just now, he found an excuse to gloss over it, saying that he used to play beatbox in the university club and practiced for 2 years. But talent, such a thing, depends on the right time, place, and people. It's the same principle that a gentleman hides his weapons and waits for the right time to move. Suyu picked up the mobile phone and quickly sent a message. A few seconds later, Qinzhe's mobile phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. "Husband, come to my house tonight." Qinzhe, "Oh." Suyu's shy expression. "It's mainly my husband's ventriloquism performance today. I really want to experience it myself." Qinzhe squinted at her. Suyu's pretty face was cold, and she looked like a cool female president. It seemed that the shameless words just now were not sent by her. Qinzhe had a headache. Suyu sent another message without changing her face. "Don't you want to come? Or I can perform ventriloquism for you." Qinzhe, he had a headache. Suyu continued to tease him and sent a few pictures. Qinzhe glanced at it, and his little brother immediately raised his head and saluted. In the first picture, Suyu was wearing a nurse's uniform. Of course, it was not a traditional nurse's uniform, but a low-cut skirt with pink stripes on the edge. Suyu stood in front of the mirror, one hand on her waist, the other holding a model syringe, pink tongue half sticking out, a seductive posture. In the second picture, Suyu was dressed as a female teacher, wearing high heels, black stockings, and black-rimmed glasses. Her tall body leaned forward slightly, and the collar of her shirt opened, revealing her deep cleavage. Well, it's definitely the kind of underwear that a man can squeeze out a ravine when he wears it. Qinzhe knows Suyu's scale best. The third picture was of a maid in a maid outfit, with an expression that allowed him to do whatever he wanted. The fourth picture was a cat ear costume with an obedient and pitiful expression. She had all the uniforms that men could think of. It was much more seductive than those photoshopped photos online. Qinzhe sucked in a breath of cold air. This soy milk girl was really annoying. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Suyu sent a smirk emoji. "When did you buy these clothes?" Qinzhe replied to her. "It arrived the day before yesterday. I was too embarrassed to wear it in front of you, so I tried it on in my room. Do you like it? If you come tonight, you can try on all kinds of uniforms. Anyway, your little motor is very powerful." Qinzhe replied, "Laozi's big knife has." "It doesn't exist, sister. I have salted fish mode." Qinzhe turned on the salted fish mode and suddenly had no distracting thoughts. He was proficient in this trick. Without a strong heart, how could he live steadily for 23 years under the temptation of his sister? His father was dominated by a big instrument for more than 10 years, and his sister was tempted by kisses for more than 10 years, and finally let him practice the peerless magic, salted fish method. Qinzhe's ventriloquism performance pushed the annual meeting to the climax. After the climax, the atmosphere cooled down like the beauty of cherry blossoms, but not for long, empty and lonely. The staff left one after another, and did not forget to come over and say goodbye to the bosses. When the crowd was almost dispersed, the hotel staff cleaned up the messy scene. Qinzhe and they were the last to leave. He walked in the middle. On the left were Suyu and Nan Manpei. Suyu held Nan Manpei's hand. On the right were his sister and Wang Zijin. His sister held his hand. The night was dark, and when they walked out of the hotel, they found that it was raining outside. Qinzhe liked rainy nights very much. For many years in the past, he liked to lie in bed and listen to the sound of rain outside. He felt particularly peaceful. Sometimes he was alone. Sometimes his sister would sneak into his room and get into his bed in the name of tutoring him. Every time, his sister fell asleep first on the same pillow. When he turned his head, he could see the beautiful and flawless sleeping face. Qinzhe listened to the sound of rain and counted his sister's eyelashes. As he counted from the slightly chubby cheeks to the pointy, foxy faces. As he counted, it went from A or B cup to 36D cup size. Time passed and the years were quiet. He stood at the door of the hotel, pausing slightly, looking at the back of his sisters and Suyu. Suyu was purely teasing him, without the determination of, "If you don't sleep with me, I will cry for you." Nan Manpei suddenly said, Qin Zhe, come to my car. With graceful postures, the three backs, like stray dogs in the rain, stopped and turned to look at him. Three flower-like faces, three with questioning and doubtful eyes. Qin Zhe's heart moved, and he followed Sister Man into her car. What's the matter? Qin Zhe lowered the window and lit a cigarette. Don't dust the cigarette ash in my car. Nan Man Pei glanced at him and then said, The Su Yao you asked me to investigate, I've finished investigating. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. In fact, it's not difficult to investigate him. Su Yao is famous in the circle of rich people in Jia province. He has sharp eyes and sharp means. When other bosses are still sighing about the poor prospects of their industries, he has already set his eyes on the internet. He's not as good as me in terms of official contacts, but I'm not as good as him in terms of wealth. I've only heard of him in the past, but I've never had any business dealings with him. After I agreed to help you investigate him, I've done a thorough analysis of him. He's a very dangerous person. Back then, those who had built a business empire with him had either gone bankrupt or been kicked out of the business. Pei Nanman sighed. A lone wolf, a wolf with ambition and means. Anything else? Qin Zhe said, I don't care about his present, I care about his past. Nanman Pei nodded. His previous life was remarkable. He grew up in a town in Jia province. He lost his parents when he was a child, and he had an elder sister. He was smart and good at studying. He went to college for 2 years, but I don't know why he stopped studying. The town is called? Nanman Pei suddenly forgot. He turned on his mobile phone and was ready to check the information. Qin Zhe said in a low voice, Su Family Town. Nanman Pei was stunned, then nodded, Yes, that's the name. Do you have a photo of him? Nanman Pei handed the mobile phone to Qin Zhe, but Qin Zhe didn't take it. He stared at the screen, which showed a 1-inch photo of Su Yao. The outline of his face was familiar. What about the full-body photo? He asked again. Nanman Pei swiped the screen a few times, and another photo showed Su Yao attending a business event. He stood on the stage, smiling at the camera. Qin Zhe didn't speak for a long time. Smoke rose from the cigarette in his hand. He stared blankly at the heavy rain outside the window. The raindrops drifted in through the cracks of the car window, and his sleeves were wet without him noticing. His sister's name? Qin Zhe said softly. He said it very softly. He hesitated before speaking, as if he didn't want to ask, but he couldn't help but ask. Nanman Pei turned on the phone again. She had also forgotten about this. She had roughly browsed through Su Yao's information, but it was impossible for her to remember an insignificant person. After a few seconds, she said, Su Ru. His fingertips trembled, and a large chunk of cigarette ash fell on his leg. Qin Zhe patted the ash away and squeezed out a smile. Thank you. He opened the car door, ducked his head, and ran to his car. In the car, Pei Nanman looked at his back as he ran in the heavy rain, just like a dog that had lost its home. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the sisters put on bathrobes and entered the big bathroom together. It was the big bathroom that was big enough for an adult to swim in. The total area was 60 square meters, and the bathtub was 10 square meters. If it was any other time, Qin Zhe would drool, imagining the scene of the sisters having a water fight in the bathtub. It must be the most moving scene in the world. But today he was not in the mood. He took a bottle of whiskey from the wine rack, threw 2 high-quality ice balls, and made a bottle of Yamazaki watercut. He went to the balcony, leaned on the soft single sofa, and smoked, drank, and zoned out. The cold wind whistled, and the rain was pouring outside. The bright city was shrouded in the winter rain. After a long time, a gentle voice came to his ear. What's wrong? Didn't you drink enough at the annual party? He turned around and saw Wang Zijin in a bathrobe walking to the balcony and sitting across from him. Qin Zhe retracted his scattered thoughts and smiled. You're done? Where's my sister? She's swimming in the bathtub and she's wearing a swimsuit. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Is it the white one? Qin Zhe asked subconsciously. Yes, your sister's figure is very domineering. I can't take a look. Aze, do you want to go in and take a look? Sister Ziwei will keep a lookout for you. If your sister dares to settle accounts with you, I can help you beat her up. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Qin Zhe had goosebumps all over his body. He explained, when we went to Hangzhou, I accompanied her to buy it. I paid for it. Wang Zijin seemed to feel cold. She tightened her bathrobe and said softly, "Are you not happy?" Qin Zhe hesitated and nodded. "I'm not happy about something." "What is it?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "Since you don't want to tell me, then I'll tell you." Wang Zijin took a sip of wine and said in a low voice, "I'll tell you what I'm unhappy about and make you happy." Qin Zhe listened quietly. Chapter 350. Since my grandfather's generation, my family has been living a prosperous life. After my great-grandfather passed away, most of my grandfather's brothers died in the war, leaving behind a few orphans and widows. Grandpa has propped up the Wang family and brought it to another level. Wealth and honor are nothing more than fleeting clouds in our eyes. Only the good-for-nothing descendants of the Wang family want to become millionaires or billionaires. My grandfather told me since I was young that the right way to go is to follow the system. I don't want to be like the other elders who went into business. That's why I didn't think much of money since I was young. It wasn't until I came to Shanghai for half a year that I realized how true the saying, "You can't do anything without money," was. Many people think that money isn't worth mentioning, but in the eyes of many, it's the goal of a lifetime. Buying a house empties the savings of 2 generations. Getting married empties the savings of 2 generations. Getting sick also empties the savings of half a lifetime. Look, money is so important. My father is the eldest. He has a younger brother, 2 younger sisters, and a lot of cousins. The Wang family is considered prosperous in my generation, and there are more than a dozen juniors. Everyone has their own thoughts. Adults have their own thoughts, and children have their own thoughts. Some people are ambitious and some people are lazy. The ambitious people want more resources, and the lazy people want more benefits. They don't worry about scarcity, but they worry about uneven distribution. Grandpa often told me, "Zijin, your dad is an elite in both his career and the business world. However, he's too calm and not smart enough. His charisma is the worst and he can't support the Wang family." Now that my grandfather is around, he can't support the Wang family. But once he leaves, even if the family doesn't fall apart, it will be divided. The Wang family has only risen for 4 generations, but it can't escape the old pattern of 3 generations of decline. My grandfather thinks that I can support the Wang family, but I don't understand why my father didn't object to me marrying into the Zhang family. Maybe when I figure it out, I can go back to Beijing. My father has been following my grandfather's plan his whole life. He's not bad, or at least he's better than the other siblings. My father was the one who arranged for him to marry my mother. In that era, parents' orders were still important. There are very few who can love freely. Qin Zhe couldn't help but think of his parents. The 2 of them were free to fall in love, but they encountered a lot of obstacles. In the end, they used the trick of cooking rice and got pregnant. Only then did his grandfather pinch his nose and recognize him as his son-in-law. Not only did the old man disagree, but the young man also disagreed. During those years, the number of slaps that his father had given his uncle was enough to circle the earth. It was no wonder that the relationship between uncle and old master had been bad since they were young. Every time they met, old master would have a zombie face, and uncle would look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with his nostrils facing people. After reading the old man's diary, Qin Zhe's doubts were solved. Could it be that uncle was also a shameful sister-con when he was young? So he unconditionally boycotted the old man who wanted to be his brother-in-law? Just thinking about it made him feel amused. His uncle was a handsome young man with heaven-defying looks, and his mother was a delicate and pretty elder sister. Wasn't she just a replica of him and Qin Baobao? However, his mother's worldview was much more upright than the 2 of them. I heard that in the past, my father was against marrying my mother no matter what. In the end, he gave in. They had been married for so many years, but their relationship had always been cold. Both of them must have had a knot in their hearts. Did you know that I was still sleeping with my mother when I was 10 years old? My father had always been sleeping in the study. Wang Zijin cupped her cheeks with both hands and spread out her fingers, making a gesture of a blooming flower. "Aze, do you think I'm pretty?" Qin Zhe chuckled and nodded his head vigorously. Sister Ziwei is the prettiest. Wang Zijin's smile was very sweet. Suddenly she sighed. I inherited my beauty from my mother. My mother was really pretty when she was young. She had an oval face and was dignified and elegant. At first glance, one could tell that she was a good housewife. Therefore, my grandfather liked her very much. However, my father didn't. He had never loved my mother. After giving birth to me symbolically, he didn't want any more children. When I was young, I asked my mother why I didn't have a younger brother. My mother patted my head and said that as long as I had Zijin, everything would be fine. Later, I found out that my father didn't want to have any more children. He was very stubborn. My grandfather couldn't force him. When I grew up, I found out that my father had been hiding a woman in his heart. She had been eavesdropping on him when he was quarreling with my mother. Wang Zijin smiled bitterly. This was really a sad story. Qin Zhe didn't know how to comfort her. She didn't need to. It was useless to comfort her. Moreover, after so many years, Sister Ziwei should have been used to it. She was used to her parents treating each other respectfully. She was used to her relatives scheming against each other. This was another sad story. Actually, my father is considered good. My uncles all have a few women outside. As long as it doesn't affect the family and they don't have illegitimate children, my aunts will tolerate it. But my father doesn't have any women outside. He just can't accept my mother in his heart. Wang Zijin said, a person's heart is only so big. If one person lives in it, others can't squeeze in even if they want to. It's like a little bum living in my heart. I can't accept anyone else, Wang Zijin said softly. Qin Zhe said, Sister Ziwei, if you were your mother, what would you do? Actually, my mother is the most pitiful. My uncles still miss their family. They are playing with women outside, but their hearts are not necessarily with other women. As for my mother, although my father doesn't flirt with women outside, his heart is not at home. It's like watching over a walking corpse. It's not good to describe your father like that, right? Humph, he's going to marry me to someone else. Why are you still speaking for him? Your father is really a scumbag. He'll die a horrible death. Bah, get out of here. You haven't told me yet. If you were your mother, what would you do? I would kill that little bitch outside, and then kill my father. We'll all die together. Hey, you look terrible. Probably. Hearing that Sister Ziwei's family is so sad, I can't help but feel sad too. That's why I'm so envious of Bao Bao. Uncle is a good man and a good father, although sometimes he's a little two-faced. But such a man and father can be relied on. A father who treats his daughter well is a good father. He's also very strict with you. He wants his son to be successful. That's why he beat me for 20 years. Also, Sister Ziwei, how dare you say that my father is two-faced? Auntie is also a good mother and wife. She takes good care of you and Bao Bao. But she's too worried. She's always worried that her daughter won't be able to get married, and now she's worried that her son won't be able to get married. But Auntie said that the ideal wife in her heart is me. Wang Zijin blinked her peach blossom eyes, a little smug. But what she said next almost scared Qin Zhe to the point of peeing his pants. Auntie said that Bao Bao is probably a sick child who's in love with her younger brother. That's why she wants you to live separately from her. After a long time, her love for her younger brother will disappear. Wang Zijin said with a grin. Qin Zhe, so Mom has already seen through everything? No. Mom only thinks that sister has a love for her younger brother, just like how many people have a love for their parents. It's not a big deal, so it can still be salvaged. If one day Qin Zhe's mother thought, my daughter is hopeless, then Qin Zhe's doomsday would come. With Dad's love for sister, when he hears his wife sigh, he'll definitely think, since my daughter is incurable, then I'll cut off my son. Western medicine, cut off where there's a problem. So there's nothing wrong with cutting off Qin Zhe. I can change the title of my life again. Mama finally finds out that sister has a love for her younger brother. Or, how I successfully got married under the threat of Dad's big magic weapon. Qin Zhe's mind was filled with the word F***ck. And you, having a younger brother like you is probably the luckiest and happiest thing in Bao Bao's life. You know, many women dream of having a younger brother, and an obedient one. If you tell him to go east, he'll never go west. If you want something, he'll eagerly do it for you. The most competent younger brother in the world can always automatically play the role of sister's loyal henchman. You're undoubtedly qualified. The most important thing is that this younger brother is talented and knows how to make money. He even obediently gives his wife's money to sister as her private savings. I'm always envious. Qin Zhe. He felt that Sister Ziwei's voice was full of resentment. At the same time, he also felt that Sister Ziwei was really envious of Sister Ziwei. She grew up in a complicated family background, and her scheming nature had accumulated over time. Sister Ziwei was different. She was the little princess of the family. Her father doted on her, her mother doted on her, and her younger brother also doted on her. She was carefree. The biggest grievance she had suffered in her life was being beaten by her parents when she changed her name and filled in the job list for a talent scout. She was so happy. She had lived for 25 years and had only been beaten twice. The number of times Qin Zhe had been beaten was many times more than Sister Ziwei. Therefore, Sister Ziwei envied her for having such a family and such relatives. She was looking forward to integrating herself into this family. For example, she wanted to be her best friend's sister-in-law. Are you happier? Wang Zijin blinked. Although the process was a lot of ups and downs, I'm indeed much happier. Qin Zhe said, Thank you, Sister Ziwei. It was rare for Wang Zijin to act like a hooligan. She tilted her head and asked, How do you want to thank me? Qin Zhe picked her up and placed her on his knees. He kissed her from her mouth to her face and then from her face to her neck. After lingering for a while, he said, Do you want to go to my room and let loose? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. Her face was flushed, and she was a little out of breath. Your sister should be coming out of the shower soon. Do you want to continue sleeping in the closet for another night? Qin Zhe. Chapter 351. With Qin Zhe's increasingly strong waist, even if he had sex with Su Yu once today, he would have sex with Sister Ziwei again later. Maybe he could have sex with her many times. But he was just joking at most, mainly because he didn't dare. His sister just bought a sharp fruit knife yesterday, and there were several expensive kitchen knives in the kitchen. One of them was particularly sharp for chopping bones, so it must be sharp for chopping salted fish. He used to laugh at Brother Cheng, but he couldn't repeat Brother Cheng's mistakes. Maybe in the future, everyone would laugh at him instead of Brother Cheng. Moreover, Sister Ziwei was conservative. Even if he wanted to have sex, he would have to meet her parents first. When the time was right, he might go to the Wang family in the capital. After drinking the Yamazaki water in the cup, Qin Zhe erased Su Town from his mind, and his mood suddenly brightened. To be a good salted fish, you must first learn the AQ spirit. Wang Zijin sneered on the balcony for a long time, shivering cold. After returning to the room, she shrank in the quilt, revealing a small head. Go to bed early. Qin Zhe helped her close the door. He took off his clothes, put on a bath towel, put on clean underwear, and walked into the super luxurious bathroom. The bathroom door was soundproof. When he opened the door, he heard the noise of his sister's hairdryer. Qin Bao Bao sat on the leather sofa, tilted her head, and was drying her hair. Two slender and tight legs were exposed from the bottom of the bathrobe, closed together and slightly bent, reflecting the light, crystal white. If these long legs were taken out for auction, Qin Zhe felt that he would have 10 wives' money. Where are your eyes looking? Qin Bao Bao glanced at him, and then gently rubbed her legs. In fact, she knew that her brother was obsessed with long legs for many years. That's why she rarely wore stockings. Pretend to look at the scenery around. Qin Zhe looked around. Stupid. Qin Bao Bao charmingly rolled her eyes, turned off the hairdryer, and the noise disappeared. She got up from the sofa and hid her attractive long legs in the bathrobe. Take a bath, the hot water is ready for you. Sister is so nice. Qin Zhe said happily. The older sister swayed her hips and left the bathroom. Qin Zhe pulled open the curtains. There was indeed hot water in the bathtub, and there were even flower petals floating on top of it. They were all dried roses. Other people bought dried roses to drink tea, but his sister, this wastrel, bought dried roses to soak in the bath. Xianxia hitched a ride with his sister and soaked in a rose bath. There seemed to be perfume in the water. He smelled the faint fragrance of Sister Ziwei on the balcony. Xianxia swam and swam in the bathroom, in all kinds of postures and even diving. Not long after, he suddenly realized that his sister had given him hot water, which in itself was not scientific, not bao, and then, why would a man like him put flower petals and essence? It was also not scientific, not bao. There was only one truth, F*ck. Therefore, he swam to the side of the bathtub, took out his phone from his bathrobe, and sent a message to his sister. Babe, I have something to ask you. I hope you can answer me honestly. Who are you to call Bao? Call me sister. Qin Bao did not sleep and immediately replied to his message. Bao or sister, it's not important. Xianxia sent a picture of, look at me seriously. I just want to ask, the bathwater. He did not finish his sentence, giving his sister a chance to confess. His sister was very tactful and replied, yes, master, there must be something fishy about this. What's fishy? That's Zijin in my bathwater, ah. Clap, clap, clap. His sister sent 3 pictures of her laughing and pounding the ground. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Qin Bao laughed in the room, the soft flesh on her chest shaking. Xianxia stared blankly at the phone screen, as if he could imagine his sister's smug smile on the other end of the screen. For the first time in his life, he tasted someone else's bathwater, and it was a double-set meal. That's right, he accidentally tasted it when he was diving. Now you're telling me that this is your bathwater? His life suddenly became hopeless. Xianxia jumped out of the bathroom, wrapped in a bath towel, and rushed to Qin Bao's room, but he could not open the door after a long time. The door was locked. Qin Bao, come out, I'm going to F*ck you to death. I'll let you know how scary a 15-centimeter large artifact is. If I don't F*ck you to death, I'll take your surname from tomorrow onwards. Mother F*ker, you're pissing me off. Someone knocked on the door. If you take my surname, you'll still be Qin. His sister hid in the room and did not forget to complain. It doesn't matter whose surname I take. I'm going to beat the sh*t out of you today. Come out and receive h*t. I won't come out, I'll piss you off. His sister laughed in the room. Do you believe that I'll break in? Then I'll call Mom and tell her that you barged into my sister's room in the middle of the night and even tried to rape her. My brain is shaking, ha. In the room next door, Wang Zijin shrunk her head and buried it in the blanket, whispering, 15 centimeters, is it? The next day, the video of Xianxia's ventriloquism performance was uploaded to the internet. The number of views exploded within an hour, with hundreds of thousands of reposts, and continued to grow at a terrifying rate. As the end of the year approached, everyone was relatively free and had plenty of time to surf the internet. After the video was uploaded, countless netizens were stunned. This doesn't make sense, it's fake, right? Is there really someone who can simulate so many voices at the same time? Even the world champion of beatbox is no match for him, right? What kind of joke is this? It's definitely fake. Is this our traditional ventriloquism? What the hell is a traditional ventriloquism? It's as funny as traditional martial arts. Hey, did you notice that the content of this ventriloquism performance is very familiar? Soon, someone saw through the truth. Isn't this the classical Chinese of our junior high school? There's someone in the capital who's good at ventriloquism. Shocking, it's really ventriloquism, it's awesome. A junior high school textbook has been restored by someone. F*ck, it's true, 666. So is this real or fake? A young cameraman sat in his office with dark circles under his eyes, watching the video he uploaded. After more than an hour, he received thousands of replies and tens of thousands of reposts. Then he saw the netizens' replies and finally cleared his doubts. Tears immediately streamed down his face. He could finally sleep soundly tonight. Then he typed furiously and posted on Weibo, I swear on my integrity, it's definitely a ventriloquism performance. Xiao Qin is really awesome. Impossible. If it's true, I'll livestream myself eating sh*t. Even the world champion isn't this good. Bragging hype. At noon, Tianfeng Entertainment's official Weibo posted, "The annual meeting went smoothly. Xiao Qin gave us an unforgettable ventriloquism experience. That's right, it's real." Qin Zhe accidentally made it to the hot search list again. Hashtag Qin Zhe turned classical Chinese ventriloquism into reality. Hashtag other than the cool ventriloquism performance, the most important thing was the content of the ventriloquism performance. It was a junior high school textbook that everyone was familiar with, and the topic was too hot. Everyone subconsciously clicked on it when they saw the title. Then, a bunch of people joined in the fun and sighed, "I can still see the textbook become a reality in my lifetime. I didn't study in vain in this lifetime. Thank you Qin Zhe for letting me go back and memorize the textbook again," and so on. Then, many celebrities reposted it, so the popularity naturally remained high. In a certain villa in Shenzhen, Gu Ling held her phone and sighed like a love-struck fool. "Qin Zhe is so awesome, he surprises me every time. I love him to death, I love him to death." Beside her, Ding Lixin, who was lying on the sofa and applying a facial mask, said unhappily, "Come on, you just want to hook up with a rich husband and become your rich wife." "Bullshit, I'm not only interested in his money." Gu Ling chuckled and said, "He can play the piano, ventriloquism, and is handsome. Even if he doesn't have money, I still want to date him. I can understand that he can play the piano because of his talent, but what about his ventriloquism?" Ding Lixin was at a loss. "What do you know? Being able to play the piano means that his fingers are nimble." Gu Ling moved her fingers and said with exultation, "A man's finger flexibility is very important. Good ventriloquism means that his tongue is nimble. This is even more important." Gu Ling taught her best friend seriously, "A pair of nimble hands with a nimble mouth will definitely make you feel good. Get lost." Ding Lixin picked up a pillow and threw it at her. Gu Ling caught the pillow and rolled on the sofa. "But what should I do? Qin Zhe is so hard to hook up with. I'm just short of sending him nude photos, but he doesn't even know to call me. In order to hook up with this rich husband, I haven't had a boyfriend for half a year. Hey, Xiaoxin, sleep with me tonight, I'll send you one." Ding Lixin couldn't be bothered with her and walked to her room, swaying her little butt. Bang. The door closed. A few seconds later, it opened again and poked her head out. "Gu Ling, don't blame me for not reminding you. You can't control Qin Zhe. At most, you can control a small tycoon. Also, his sister is so hot and beautiful. You can imagine her taste. Don't you want to go to Korea to try?" "I'm not going. With my looks, I'm good enough in the entertainment industry. Why would I go to Korea and be covered in negative news?" Gu Ling continued to roll on the sofa. There was another comrade who also saw Qin Zhe's ventriloquism performance. People called him Young Master Feng. In a luxurious apartment, Young Master Feng stood in front of the mirror and looked at his bare upper body. He was lean and strong, and his muscles were perfect. During this period of time, he had been training hard in the gym, and his small belly had turned into a six-pack. Young Master Feng hadn't indulged in debauchery for half a year. He made these changes so that he could chase after the goddess Qin Baobao. After knowing that Qin Zhe had a sister complex, Young Master Feng went from high morale to disheartened. During that period of time, he was especially desperate because he realized that no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't surpass Qin Zhe. The difference between a rich first generation and a rich second generation. A rich first generation was awesome. A rich second generation was awesome because their father was awesome. There was no comparison. During the period when Young Master Feng was depressed, he drank to drown his sorrows. He didn't even want to sleep with a female companion. He called Huang Yizong and cried, "Old Huang, I'm so sad. It's like drinking American coffee." Huang Yizong asked him what happened. Young Master Feng said, "I love Qin Baobao deeply, but Qin Zhe has a sister complex. I can't be compared to him. I don't have any hope of chasing after my goddess in this life. All right, don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, my goddess will fall out with me." Huang Yizong said, I already know that Xianxia has a sister complex. But what does this have to do with you chasing after Qin Baobao? They are siblings. He doesn't even have the right to be your love rival. Young Master Feng was enlightened. He thought, yes, so what if Xianxia has a sister complex? Why should I be so stubborn as to go against him? I'm chasing after Qin Baobao. As long as Qin Baobao doesn't have a brother complex, it's fine. He didn't know why, but when he found out that Xianxia had a sister complex, he subconsciously treated Xianxia as a love rival that he had to get rid of. He always felt that if Xianxia wasn't outstanding, Qin Bao wouldn't like him. So during this period he worked hard to improve his external beauty. He trained his body to be strong and strong. He changed from a playboy to a sunny man. He was getting closer to Xianxia's image. Boss, the director is waiting outside. The assistant knocked on the door and shouted from outside. Young Master Feng said in a deep voice, got it. Let's go to Tianfang now. Young Master Feng thought, I've had enough of this cold bench. Chapter 352. Young Master Feng's luxurious car sped along the highway. In the back row, young Master Feng and the director were smoking and chatting. Manager Feng, I'm really sorry. The smart director touched his bald head and sighed. I didn't expect this to happen. She had already passed the review, but who knew this would happen? Young Master Feng nodded. It's not your fault. I told you from the beginning that Qin Baobao is very suitable for the female lead, but you didn't listen. The bald director smiled awkwardly. He was in the wrong, and young Master Feng was the sponsor. Even if he said he was trash, he had to smile. Soon, they arrived at Tianfang Film and Television. Because they had an appointment, the front desk called and let them in. Young Master Feng asked the director to wait in the meeting room, and he quickly knocked on Qin Baobao's office door. Come in. A woman's magnetic voice came from inside. It was a voice he hadn't heard for a long time. Young Master Feng opened the door excitedly. Behind the wide desk, Qin Baobao crossed her legs and flipped through the documents in her hands. She glanced at him and smiled. Have a seat. Baobao, long time no see. Did you miss me? Young Master Feng smiled. Qin Baobao looked at him and couldn't help but think of the time when the dog's skin plaster stuck to the soles of her feet and couldn't be kicked off. At that time, young Master Feng sent her flowers for half a month, a big bouquet of roses, and walked into Star Art Entertainment valiantly. The whole company knew that young Master Feng was pursuing Qin Baobao, which made Qin Baobao very embarrassed. Aren't we talking about the movie? Say it. I'm busy, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, Qin Baobao said angrily. I like your straightforward personality. Especially cold, unique goddess. Young Master Feng wasn't angry at all. Before we talk about business, I'll perform a little magic trick for you. He reached out his hand to Qin Baobao's back. Slap. Qin Baobao slapped his hand away. Forget it, I'll use mine. Young Master Feng reached behind his neck and plucked out a wilted rose. He handed it over as if he was presenting a treasure. This is for you. Qin Baobao took the wilted roses and put them on the table. She squeezed out a smile. Young Master Feng, I am busy. Tell me. Young Master Feng had made an appointment to talk to her about a female lead role in a movie. Although Qin Baobao did not like to talk to this annoying man, she thought that she was after all a major shareholder of Tianfang Film and Television. She could not just do things based on her emotions. Since there was a business deal, she still had to talk about it. Well, don't be like this. I'll leave first. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Let's talk about business while we eat. Young Master Feng was tempted. Sorry, I don't usually eat out. Qin Bao refused. Sigh, you're still so heartless, but I like your heartlessness. I know you're not targeting me, you're targeting all men. Because of this, your pure and flawless character, your untainted chastity, is what I really like. Young Master Feng looked at her with infatuation. Damn it, why am I untainted? Others are calling me a flirtatious slut. Qin Baobao said helplessly, Young Master Feng, I'm not as good as you think. I'm not pure and flawless at all. Look, there's a pimple on my forehead. I'm not untainted either. I'm taken advantage of every day. Young Master Feng's eyes shot out a strong murderous aura. as if he had seen a male lion who had barged in to fight for the right to mate. He said in a deep voice, "Who is it? I'm going to kill him." Qin Bao Bao, why do you care who he is? Anyway, it's not you. It can't be you. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Bao Bao, don't lie to me. I know you don't have a boyfriend yet. Young Master Feng thought to himself. With Qin Zhe, that damn sister complex, there was no way she would be taken advantage of. Speaking of which, Bao Bao had a damn sister complex by her side, which made young Master Feng feel more at ease. Since you don't have a boyfriend, why don't you give me a chance? If you're afraid that it will affect your acting career, we can keep it a secret. I'm willing to be the man behind you silently, supporting you and encouraging you. Look, for you, I've already transformed. Look at me carefully. What's different about me? Qin Bao Bao looked at him carefully. He had really become more energetic. His face had slimmed down, and his eyes were more spirited. I think I have a chance. After all, I love you so deeply. Young Master Feng's eyes were filled with deep affection. Damn it. You have a damn chance. What do you like about me? I'll change it. Young Master Feng looked at her silently. Her beautiful face was both happy and angry. Even when she was frowning, she was still very beautiful. With light makeup, she could be placed in the house as a scenery. Her figure was also very good. Her waist was thin, her legs were long, and there was not a trace of fat on her body. The key was her strong character. In the big dye vat of the entertainment industry, she was like a pure white lotus. Qin Bao Bao, who was already the queen of popularity, did not have any scandals at all. Although many scandals of female celebrities nowadays were fake, for the sake of hype, they would purposely enter and leave hotels with mysterious men or male stars and get caught. Young Master Feng despised such female celebrities the most. In any case, I won't give up. Bao Bao, you can torture me 1,000 times, but I'll treat you like my first love. Do you have a first love? Although I'm deeply in love with you now, Bao Bao, I still have my first love. It's all because I was young and ignorant. So you've already said goodbye to your first love? Then young Master Feng, please do me a favor and say goodbye to me too. Young Master Feng. In the meeting room, the bald director's mentality collapsed. This was the most anxious morning he had ever been. He came to discuss matters with Qin Bao Bao with a nervous and anxious mood, but he was left to sit in the office for 2 hours. To him, time was money. He sat in the small meeting room and watched the money flow away piece by piece. Young Master Feng, where did he go? The director thought in despair. Life was not only about the current situation, but also the future. Just as he was in despair, he saw a figure walk past the door of the meeting room. Miss Qin, please wait. The bald director cried tears of joy. Qin Zhe heard someone calling him and stopped in his tracks. He looked over and asked blankly, "You are?" I was introduced by young Master Feng. The bald director handed over his business card in surprise. Qin Zhe did not look at it. He held it in his hand and asked, "Young Master Feng?" He thought for a few seconds and remembered. It was that sister's chewing gum, the one that stuck to the soles of her feet and could not be removed. Yes, I have a female lead role in a movie, and I'm looking for Qin Bao Bao to act. The bald director said. What movie? Next, the bald director told him about his encounter. It was the end of the year, and one of his New Year's movies was about to be released. It was a mythological movie, and it was about a poor scholar who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations. He met a kind and beautiful fox immortal in an ancient temple in the countryside. The scholar was surprised to find that the fox immortal was not only kind in nature, she was also proficient in the 4 books and 5 classics. The two of them recited poems in the ancient temple and talked about national affairs. They gradually fell in love with each other, but the good times did not last long. The Fox clan did not allow their clansmen to marry humans, so they captured the Fox immortal. Hence, the scholar sneaked into the Fox clan, and after a lot of hardships, he was finally recognized and married. That was the general plot. The movie had already been filmed, and the release date was set for next week. However, the female lead was reported to be taking drugs by the people of Chaoyang a few days ago and was arrested. The movie could not be released, so there was an urgent need to change the female lead. All we need to do is to edit the female lead's face into Qin Baobao's. Everything can be done in the studio. The bald director sighed. But this matter was exposed on the internet. Not only did her popularity drop, but there were also a lot of criticisms. Qin Baobao is very popular and has a good image. This is why we chose her. Also, I have a presumptuous request. I would like to ask Miss Qin to help me write a song as the theme song of the movie. In other words, he wanted to use his sister's popularity and fame to stir up the conversation and reverse the decline. The bald director said, "Boss Qin, please help us. Mr. Feng is also a sponsor, and he has a good relationship with you." Damn relationship. How can I have a good relationship with a pig who wants to steal my cabbage? When the bald director saw Qin Zhe frown, he became anxious and said, "Before shooting the movie, I had a quarrel with several directors in the same industry. We made a bet on whose New Year's movie would be the highest at the box office. At that time, we were very confident." He looked like he was sighing. Qin Zhe asked, "Is your surname Zhang?" The bald director was stunned. "My surname is not Zhang. My surname is Zhou." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the name card in Qin Zhe's hand. "This is too hurtful. I have already given you my name card, but you don't even look at it?" Qin Zhe looked at the name card. His surname was Zhou. He thought for a while. "Then the director who made the bet with you is surnamed Zhang?" The bald director was confused. He shook his head and said, "No, one is surnamed Yang and the other is surnamed Liao. Why do you ask?" "It's okay. As long as your surname is not Zhang. I will ask the company to talk to you about the remuneration." Qin Zhe patted his shoulder. "Don't worry." The bald director held Qin Zhe's hand and thanked him profusely. Chapter 353. If the other party's surname was Zhang, Qin Zhe would have to reconsider. After all, the low-level system was no match for the hacking system. As for writing songs, there was no problem at all. It was just 30 points. There was also no problem with sketching performances. He had to believe in the production standards in China. He remembered that there was a female star who sketched the whole process. She used a stunt double to shoot the film and photoshopped her in the post-production. Qin Zhe would not lower his sister's pay because of sketching performances. There was no reason why others could sketch the whole process but not him. Moreover, the sketching performance was better. He could avoid holding hands and kissing scenes in the film. He had to think carefully about what song to look for in the point store. It had to be in line with the theme of the movie. Qin Zhe led Director Zhou into his sister's office. When he opened the door and entered, he heard young Master Feng's voice. "Bao Bao, you must give me a chance. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied." Young Master Feng turned his head and looked over. "Yo, Xiao Feng, we meet again." Qin Zhe smiled kindly. Young Master Feng snorted and ignored him. He was unhappy with Qin Zhe's look. It was the look of a big boss looking at a newbie. And his tone. What was wrong with Xiao Feng? It felt like the tone of an elder talking to a junior. Qin Baobao smiled brightly. "This is Director Zhou. He wants you to play the female lead in his movie. Is there a problem?" Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao thought. "What's wrong with today? Why am I so popular? Young Master Feng wants me to play the female lead. This Director Zhou who suddenly appeared also wants me to play the female lead? Young Master Feng, I have something to discuss here. Please leave." Qin Baobao would of course choose the business brought in by her brother. "Young Master Feng," Director Zhou waved his hand. "Miss Qin, I came with young Master Feng. Didn't you guys reach an agreement?" Qin Baobao was stunned. She picked up the wilted roses and said, "Young Master Feng came in and gave me roses. Then he asked me out for dinner. He didn't even say anything about the movie." Director Zhou, "I was sitting outside for 2 hours and you were flirting with girls inside?" As expected, it was foolish of him to place his hopes on the playboy. "It's almost Chinese New Year. Do you want me to film outside during Chinese New Year?" Qin Baobao threw her brother a pitiful look. "Wow, that's good." Young Master Feng's eyes widened. Qin Baobao was already very restrained. If they were alone, she would pout, frown, whine, and twist her waist. That scene would definitely soften a man's heart. Speaking of which, it was precisely because Xianxia had been ravaged by his sister for 23 years that his aesthetic standards were so perverted that he did not have a single girlfriend. Although he had 2 dog-leading girlfriends, the first one was Xianxia, who felt that he had to follow the trend. After all, he was in his 2nd year of middle school, and it was popular to have girlfriends in class. What? You don't have a girlfriend? I'm not playing basketball with you anymore. What? You don't even have a girlfriend? Don't walk with us after school. What? You can't even get something as simple as a girlfriend? Our friendship is over. The atmosphere at that time was probably like that. At that moment, young Master Feng longed to possess Xianxia and become Bao Bao's younger brother. He wanted to enjoy Bao Bao's coquettish expression. No, something like a younger brother would always be a crooked path. He could not explore its depths in this lifetime. He could not do that. There's no need. It's just a spot-on performance. You just have to wear the female lead's clothes and go through the plot in the studio. After that, you just have to change the female lead to you. I guarantee there won't be any traces of Photoshop, Xianxia said. There will still be traces of Photoshop, Director Zhou said. But we try to minimize the traces. Besides, it's a mythological movie. There are all kinds of special effects everywhere. Others might not notice it. We do this often in the industry. We have a lot of experience. Qin Baobao nodded. She was familiar with this. She had filmed many commercials, and most of them were filmed in the studio. Oh right, Director Zhou, can I take a look at the script? Xianxia asked. Director Zhou shook his head. I didn't bring the script, but I copied the source. He took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Qin Baobao picked up the laptop from the desk in her high heels. Her high heels clacked loudly. Young Master Feng had a doting expression on his face. He thought to himself, the back of his goddess could be described with one word, graceful. Xianxia gave him a sideways glance. This guy is still thinking about my cabbage. I'm a little unhappy. Hey, why am I giving him a sideways glance? I feel like my eyes are slanting uncontrollably. He must have learned it from Sister Ziwei. His gaze was simply magical. Whenever he encountered something that made him unhappy, he would automatically give him a sideways glance. Sister Ziwei was the same. Every time she finished bickering with Qin Baobao, she would give Xianxia a sideways glance. Sister Ziwei was especially cute when she gave him a sideways glance. It reminded him of the sun. He was already used to the existence of his sister's pursuers. Back then, Salted Fish Zay's pair of iron fists had defeated everyone in Fudan University-affiliated high school. He had successfully snatched the #1 beauty in the school among many pursuers. Until now, the story of that year was still circulating in the school from the mouths of the teachers. The teachers all knew about the relationship between Xianxia and Qin Baobao, but Qin Baobao told the head teacher, aggrievedly, "Teacher, those hooligans are so annoying. They pester me every day. Don't tell anyone about my younger brother's identity." The head teacher also had a headache. Those troublemakers harassed Qin Baobao. It was useless to warn them. They couldn't expel them. After all, they didn't touch her. Qin Baobao's grades were excellent. She was the top student in the school and the teacher's focus was on her. Therefore, they didn't reveal Xianxia's identity. But it wasn't a secret among the teachers. Every time Xianxia got into a fight, the teachers would joke in the office, "Hey, Xianxia from your class stole someone else's girlfriend again. Hey, Qin Baobao's boyfriend didn't change today." This younger brother of hers was really strong. It had become a topic of conversation among the teachers. "Oh right, I'll make tea for you guys." Qin Baobao placed her laptop on the table and went to the water dispenser to make 4 cups of tea. 3 cups of green tea and 1 cup of black tea. She drank the black tea herself. Xianxia turned on the computer, inserted the USB flash drive, and clicked to play the video file inside. This video was simply edited. It wasn't the kind that was released in theaters. There was no introduction, no music, and no subtitles. Qin Baobao sat next to her younger brother. The two of them sat on an armchair very close to each other. She watched the video excitedly. The feeling of watching the movie in advance was especially good. The feeling was no less than watching the test paper in advance. The popularity of this movie was quite high. Many fans were looking forward to it because of the previous publicity. Unfortunately, after the female lead's drug abuse incident was exposed, not only did the movie fail to pass the censors, but its popularity also plummeted. All kinds of negative news were floating around. Xianxia chose to read the script first. Other than considering the theme song, there was another reason. If the script was too bad, he would refuse to let his sister play the female lead and give the opportunity to Li Wei. Li Wei was a mature woman. She was already 30 years old, but she was still single. Most celebrities in the entertainment industry married late. His sister was considered a young girl in the entertainment industry. The movie was unexpectedly good. Other than the mediocre special effects, there wasn't much poison to be found. The original female lead had an oval face. She was pretty, but no one expected her to take drugs. You may know a person for a long time, but you can't judge a book by its cover. You must find out more about a woman. The movie could be divided into two parts. The first half was about the human world. The male and female lead met in an ancient temple in the Barren Mountains and gradually developed feelings for each other. Then, she accompanied the male lead to the capital to take the imperial examination. During this time, a male fox, Beitai, secretly followed the female lead. He told her that humans and demons couldn't fall in love because the clan rules forbade it. The reason was probably due to the isolation of the species. After all, how could a human and a fox have children? If every female or male fox mated with a human, the fox-demon clan would become extinct. It was reasonable. The female lead said that she would leave after he passed the imperial examination. Then, on the day the male lead passed the imperial examination, the female lead left with tears in her eyes due to the pressure from the clan. The male lead rode a handsome horse and returned home to share his joy with the female lead. However, he found that the female lead was gone. He was disappointed for a while, so he married the prime minister's daughter. On the night of their wedding night, the male fox came to him and said that the female lead wasn't actually human. However, she loved him deeply. She was about to die, so he wanted to take him to save her. The male lead was dumbfounded. The woman he loved was actually a fox. He took 0.1 seconds to accept this cruel reality. He abandoned his newlywed wife and ran away with another man. On the night of their wedding night, the groom ran away with another man. The bride cried until she fainted on the bed. Wow, you know that the female lead is a fox, but you're not surprised at all. The acting here needs to be reviewed. Qin Baobao complained. She bent down and took out a bag of malt candy from the drawer. The malt candy was as long as a finger and was embedded with white sesame seeds. The elder sister happily sucked it. Women all like sweets. She handed one to Xianxia. Xianxia took a bite and said with disdain, "This thing is too hard. Do you have a way to make it soft?" The elder sister took out the malt candy from her mouth. "This one is soft." Here. Xianxia exchanged the malt candy with her. Seeing this scene, young Master Feng was speechless for a long time. He only had one thought in his mind. No wonder Xianxia became obsessed with this elder sister. Qin Baobao loved her younger brother too much. When her younger brother said that the malt candy was hard, she would give the soft one to her younger brother. At home, if her younger brother said that the dragon fruit was all seeds, would Qin Baobao patiently help her younger brother remove the seeds of the dragon fruit? Baobao, what you're doing is wrong. You're the one who caused Xianxia to be obsessed with this elder sister. You've become an obstacle for me to pursue you. When I pursue you in the future, I must educate and criticize you. In addition, the goddess sucked the soft malt candy. I'm so envious. I want to eat it too. Do you want some too? Qin Baobao pushed the malt candy over. Director Zhou waved his hand and said thank you, but no need. Young Master Feng probed, "It's just a little hard." Qin Baobao replied with an "oh," and put the malt candy back into the drawer. Young Master Feng, sure enough, it was impossible to let the goddess suck it soft. He was unwilling, envious, jealous, and hateful. How could he let Xianxia monopolize this benefit? Nonsense. After watching the film, Xianxia rubbed his eyes. The elder sister leaned on the sofa and heaved a sigh of relief. After watching the nearly 2-hour film, she felt a little tired. "Miss Qin, Do you have any thoughts on the theme song? Director Zhou asked expectantly. Chapter 354. The reason why we have to change the theme song is because the theme song is also sung by the original female lead. Director Zhou said, "Don't force it. If the time is too tight, the original theme song can be sung by someone else." The last sentence was polite. How could a fast shooter not have enough time to write a song? The movie was going to be released next week. So whether it was changing the female lead or the theme song, it was a race against time. It was reasonable to say that it was impossible for someone to write a song that fit the theme of the movie in just a week. It was not like a primary school student looking at pictures and writing an essay. But if it was a famous fast shooter in the music industry, it should not be a problem. How fast was a fast shooter? There is a rumor that I can tell you. The rumor came from Huang Yuding's studio. It was said that the song that was popular all over the country and still had the highest number of KTV songs, Love Even If You Die, was written by the fast shooter in front of the studio staff. There was no script, no sample. Just a piece of paper and a pen. The fast shooter picked up the pen and swished a few times. A big hit song was born. Let me ask you, are you scared? Are you shocked? Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Baobao nodded. It's quite interesting. The movie is good and it's good to experience the performance. The main thing was that it was close to the end of the year and she could make a lot of money. Why not? With Qin Baobao's current popularity, many TV stations invited her to sing on the Spring Festival Gala. But she rejected them all. She wanted to spend the Spring Festival with her parents and brother at home. Let me think about the theme song. Qin Zhe leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes and thought. Director Zhou was looking forward to it and nervous. Young Master Feng also pulled a long face. The thing that made him despair the most was talent. In terms of appearance, young Master Feng admitted that he was not bad. In terms of money, although he was not as good as Qin Zhe at making money, he had a good father. Young Master Feng tried hard to be like Qin Zhe, but there was one thing he could not do. Talent. In young Master Feng's impression, this was the only dignity of a poor child or a fig leaf. I'm poor, but I'm talented. Then he felt that it was good to be talented. He could look down on the second generation of the rich and officials. He could laugh at them except for reincarnating and nothing. Sour to the point of losing teeth. Young Master Feng had personally verified that most of the talented children of humble families were only able to make a decent living. It was far from enough for them to look down on a rich second generation like young Master Feng. Therefore, he scoffed at something like talent. It wasn't until he met Qin Zhe that he tasted the terror of being dominated by talent for the first time and the humiliation of being ashamed of his inferiority. Qin Baobao lowered her head and played with her nails. She was much calmer than the two of them. Qin Zhe recalled the songs he had listened to in the point store. It seemed that there was no music that fit the theme of the movie. He was worried for a while. He opened his eyes with a solemn expression. F***CK, I can't find it. There's no similar song. Director Zhou became nervous. Young Master Feng smiled. It's normal that you don't have much time. Qin Baobao sneered. Qin Zhe simply opened the virtual interface that only he could see. His heart skipped a beat as he recalled that the female lead of the movie was a white fox. He immediately searched, White Fox. Several songs popped out. System, I want to listen, Qin Zhe said quietly. The next moment, the music floated out of his mind. In the eyes of Qin Baobao and the other two, Qin Zhe just stretched out his hand and drew in the air. Then he closed his eyes and began to think. Seeing this scene, Director Zhou thought that perhaps the rumors were a bit exaggerated. No matter how fast a gunman was, it was impossible to be done in 2 whooshes. At this moment, Qin Zhe opened his eyes. It's done. Director Zhou, it was really done in 2 whooshes? Qin Baobao glanced at young Master Feng. She happily found a pen and paper and handed it to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe moved the pen and the strokes made a swish-swish sound. Not only did he write the lyrics, but he also wrote the animation staff. It was smooth and standardized like a printing machine. Young Master Feng widened his eyes and tried to see through Qin Zhe's posturing skills like magic. But the other party's posturing was too hard. He couldn't see through it and couldn't figure it out. Qin Baobao's starry eyes made young Master Feng even more unhappy. Even if he was a younger brother, he was unhappy that his goddess worshipped him so much. About 10 minutes later, Director Zhou and young Master Feng witnessed the birth of a song. They were shocked speechless. Qin Zhe handed the paper to his sister. "Can you sing it once?" Qin Baobao grabbed the paper and didn't carefully listen to the song. She sang according to the song seriously. She sang a bit stuttered, but her voice was soft and magnetic. It was very pleasant to listen to. Good song. Director Zhou excitedly clapped his hands. Miss Qin is a great talent. Great talent. It's better to see than to hear about it. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. This song and the movie were too compatible. It was really tailor-made, and it only took 15 minutes. It was too damn fast. Sure enough, there were only wrong names but no wrong nicknames. Then sign the contract. As for the song, how many days will it take? Qin Zhe looked at his sister. There's a recording studio. Qin Baobao tilted her head. About 3 days. No problem. Let's sign the contract. Director Zhou followed Qin Baobao out of the office. Only Qin Zhe and young Master Feng were left in the office. At least young Master Feng thought so. Young Master Feng felt that if he wanted to win the beauty's heart, he had to deal with the damn sister complex first. Young Master Feng imagined his father's dignified aura when he was talking business. He imitated his father's eyes, sitting posture, and detailed movements perfectly, trying to put pressure on Qin Zhe. In terms of treachery, love didn't lose to business at all. Just as Qiao Bing said, the mating rights were fought for by male animals. Young Master Feng thought that Qin Zhe wasn't qualified to participate in this fight, but Qin Zhe was a sister complex, which was his biggest obstacle. If he couldn't even get rid of a sister complex, how could he be willing to take his goddess to bed? You don't stand a chance, Qin Zhe said. Young Master Feng sneered. At this time, silence was better than words. Bah, too ambiguous. It should be said that silent sneering was more useful than words. You're not handsome enough, and your figure isn't good enough. Although you're rich, do you have more than me? Young Master Feng sneered but didn't say anything. Can you start from scratch and get tens of billions in half a year? Young Master Feng's silence was golden. Do you have a bachelor's degree? Young Master Feng snorted. Did you pass CT8 in English? Young Master Feng, not good enough, not good looking, not as much money as me, and too low IQ to chase my sister. Young Master Feng lost his cool and said angrily, You think you're so great because you can make money? You think you're so great because you're handsome? When I get your sister, you have to call me brother-in-law. Qin Zhe looked at him disdainfully. Young Master Feng's disdainful look made him crazy. He said, Besides writing songs and trading stocks, what else can you do? That's all. Qin Zhe was silent. Young Master Feng's aura soared. Suddenly, a novel plot popped up in his mind. Every female lead had a younger brother who didn't get along with the male lead. Then, the male lead would use all kinds of methods to teach his future brother-in-law how to be a good person. The brother-in-law was usually set up as a masochist. From then on, he would worship the male lead and become his loyal follower. Among the various methods, there was violence to solve everything, and there was also talk. Young Master Feng admitted that he was not good at talking. He could not fool Qin Zhe. Young Master Feng thought, Then should I beat him up? You're wrong. Qin Zhe shook his head. What? Young Master Feng was stunned. I don't rely on singing to show off, nor do I rely on trading stocks to show off. Qin Zhe looked at him and was very serious. I rely on my hands to show off. Young Master Feng? He really didn't understand. Young Master Feng made up his mind and glared. If you can fight, then don't talk nonsense. Do you dare to find a place to fight? Whoever loses is a bastard. He had been training hard in the gym for half a year and was no longer the same as before. Qin Zhe laughed. He was forcing him to show off in front of people. Life was like a salted fish. He remembered that Zhao Yu had said the same thing before. When a man failed in all aspects, he would think of using the simplest and most primitive method, violence to solve everything. Chao Bing had cleaned himself up and asked him out. When the legal way did not work, he subconsciously used the underworld methods. Alright, how did he solve those two problems? Where are you, ancient porcelain cup? Come out quickly. It's time for you to show off. In front of them were disposable paper cups. There was no visual impact when they crushed the paper cups. Xianxia looked left and right. He remembered that there was a tea tray in his sister's office. He didn't know where she had hidden it. Young Master Feng was stunned as he looked at him rummaging around the office. In the end, he found an exquisite, pocket-sized ancient porcelain cup in the wall cabinet. Because he was not drinking tea with it, he could not show off like he did the previous 2 times. This time, he showed off very stiffly. He held the porcelain cup and walked over. In front of young Master Feng, he crushed the porcelain cup. The porcelain fragments fell to the ground. Young Master Feng. When Qin Baobao and Director Zhou finished signing the contract and returned to the office, they saw this scene in front of them. Xianxia leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and sipped his tea leisurely. Young Master Feng sat there in a daze. His back view was lonely. The expression on his face was very complicated. It could be described with 4 words: disheartened, trembling, and a trace of proud of heaven. Young Master Feng took a deep look at Qin Baobao. I'm not convinced. He shook his head and left. Director Zhou quickly followed. Qin Baobao blinked her beautiful big eyes. What did you do to him? I just taught him how to be a person. He looks so desperate and pitiful. Qin Baobao turned her head and forgot about young Master Feng. She focused on watching the movie. She was going to act as the female lead of this movie. She had not gotten the plot yet, but she had a more intuitive movie as a reference. Although the moaning monster was lazy, when it came to business, it was still very serious and hardworking. By the way, I have to work overtime today. Accompany me. Qin Baobao sucked on the candy bar and smiled with squinted eyes. Her eyes narrowed into crescents, and there was a twinkle in her eyes. I knew it. I'll be busy for another week. Xianxia said. Sister doesn't even say that she's tired. Are you still a man? I'm really tired. What do you know? There's no field that's ruined by plowing, only cows that are tired to death. Dry land becomes a paddy field after plowing, and cows come out of the water dripping with sweat. Qin Baobao looked at him strangely and muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. Accompany sister to watch it again. Qin Baobao snuggled her delicate body in his arms. Xianxia found that his sister had a good talent in acting. As he watched, he could not help but immerse himself in the role of the female lead. There was a scene in the movie. The reason why the male fox demon took the groom away was that once the fox demon gave her heart away and left the person she loved, she would gradually die. He had to admit that the scriptwriter was very creative. He perfectly interpreted the shameless words of, if you don't like me, I'll die in front of you, into a reasonable plot. 666 The male fox demon was deeply in love with the female fox demon. Of course, he did not want to see her die. That was why he took the groom away. The male lead barely made it to the prison cell. When he saw the dying female lead, he hugged her and burst into tears. He even pulled out a dagger to commit suicide. However, the male fox demon stopped him. In the next moment, a miracle happened. The female lead came back to life. Perhaps it was because she was nourished by love, her withered heart was revived. Qin Baobao was too immersed in the role. She secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said softly, if the person you love the most died in front of you, what would you do? I've never encountered such a thing before. I don't know. You're immersed in the role. Aren't you good at acting? I haven't even started acting yet. You're talking nonsense again. Hurry up and answer. Sister's sorrow is almost gone. I'll do it while it's still hot. Qin Baobao. Chapter 355. Qin Baobao was stunned for a few seconds before she finally reacted. She didn't understand anything that was too profound, but it wasn't as if she didn't have access to the internet. She could definitely understand something as blatant as, do it. Have sex while it's hot. Why did she add the words, have sex while it's hot? Her sister was very smart and instantly understood. Qin Baobao felt bad. This feeling was like a literary young woman saying to her beloved under the sky full of fireworks, "Dear, you are as charming as fireworks." Then her beloved said, "Bullshit, fireworks are beautiful but useless, and I can do it 7 times a night." Qin Baobao's brewing sadness disappeared in an instant. At the same time, many bad memories of the past came to her mind. A certain year and month. A's, what am I to you? Milk tea so I can dump you. A certain year and month. A's, sister wants to learn kissing scenes. He pretended not to understand. Are you crazy? I didn't graduate from the acting department. A certain year and month. A's, life should not only be about the present. Go travel with sister. Life is not only about the present, but also about the future. Maybe there will be an invitation from your ex, and now, have sex while it's hot. Qin Baobao turned 90 degrees, leaned back, put her hands on the edge of the sofa, and gave Qin Zhe a kick. Pa pa pa. She kicked him fiercely. She shouted, "You're so annoying, you black-hearted maggot." "I'm just kidding, don't kick me. Go away, you only know how to talk nonsense, you salted fish." "Aren't you a black-hearted maggot?" "Ouch, you kicked my balls." Qin Baobao's roar sounded in the office, which meant that she was going all out to fight fiercely with the little red guy. Then Qin Baobao's sounded, which meant that the battle was not going well. In the end, the battle ended with a series of intense popping sounds. Qin Baobao lay on the sofa and didn't want to move like a dead fish. After Qin Zhe was 18 years old, she had never defeated him in a head-on confrontation. He felt stifled. Qin Zhe exhaled, his face filled with the joy of victory. His gaze swept over his sister's figure. From bottom to top, one of his feet was wearing a sock, while the other was bare. He didn't know when the sock had flown away. It could have been when Foshan's shadowless foot had lifted him up, or when he had flipped him over and spanked him. Looking up, there was a pair of beautiful legs. They were slender but not bony. He was tall and slender, but round and smooth. He didn't look like a skinny bamboo pole. Many girls were so focused on losing weight that their legs were as thin as bamboo poles. They thought that they were beautiful, but they were actually horrifying. Further up, a pair of light blue jeans wrapped around her round buttocks, making her curves even rounder. It felt great to the touch as well. Just now, he had been a little careless and had not controlled his strength well. Just as he was thinking, Qin Baobao started sobbing and wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Her butt was burning with pain, but she couldn't bring herself to rub it. If I wasn't careful, I would break my sister. Here, I'll make chicken stewed with mushrooms for you tonight. Qin Zhe was ready to coax his sister into a smile again. He was good at this kind of thing. I'm not eating your chicken. I don't like it. Then I'll recharge my wife's money. I haven't finished spending my wife's money. Qin Baobao realized that she had said something wrong and pretended to cry sadly. If you shout, "Wang Zijin is vicious and Su Yu is shameless 10 times, I'll forgive you," Qin Baobao said. Then you'll record it and send it to the group? Qin Zhe sneered. How did you know? His sister turned her head and said in surprise. Qin Zhe, even if it was to coax his sister, he couldn't say such things. On the other side, Director Zhou was returning home in high spirits. The contract had been signed, and now he had to go back to inform the production team that the work in the recording studio could be prepared. Qin Baobao would come over to film tomorrow. Moreover, he also got a super good theme song. 3 days later, the promotional video would be done. At that time, he would definitely be able to change his image. Today was going to be very busy. Not only did he have to prepare for the shoot, but he also had to do PR and promote the news of Qin Baobao joining the cast, as well as the news of the fast shooter personally producing the theme song for the movie. But before that, he had to go to the group chat and tell it to show off. Director Zhou opened a chat group. This chat group was made up of directors, scriptwriters, and A-list and B-list celebrities. There were more than 20 people in total. Director Liao, the movie will be released the day after tomorrow. Everyone, please support, put your hands together. Director Wang, when the time comes, bring someone to book the entire venue. Su Lu, Director Wang, I've already taken a screenshot. I'm waiting for you to book the entire venue. A famous scriptwriter jumped out. Director Liao's movie will definitely be supported. Alright, I've recently written a good script. Director Liao, are you interested in working with me? Director Liao, didn't you already talk to Zhou Yu? No, we haven't even started talking yet. Su Lu, actually, the best is still Director Yang. His movie was released yesterday and the box office on the first day was 20 million. Among the movies that have been released recently, no one is better than him. At Director Yang, Director Liao, Su Lu, you have to have confidence in yourself. Your female lead is very good, better than I expected. To be honest, don't even think about entering the music industry. There will always be a place for you in the film and television industry. Su Lu, Director Liao, let's not talk about this. We can still be friends. All kinds of laughing pictures were sent in the group chat. Director Yang, old Liao, we're not the ones who should be competing. We're allies. Didn't someone say that he was going to beat us up the other day? At Director Zhou, Director Liao, don't mention him. His movie is stuck. The female lead is on drugs and the SFT won't allow it to be broadcast. I'm afraid he's in a terrible fix now. But even if he passes the screening, the box office can't be higher than yours. Besides, there's still me. Director Yang, I'm afraid he'll use this as an excuse to go back on his word. Another scriptwriter jumped out. Director Liao, Director Yang, I don't agree with what you're saying. When we released the trailer, our movie had a higher click-through rate than yours. This scriptwriter was the scriptwriter of The Legend of the White Fox. Another director spoke up. Su Lu's popularity is higher than your previous female lead. A higher click-through rate doesn't mean a higher box office. The appeal of a celebrity is the key. Su Lu, that's not true. The theme song is also very important. Director Yang invited Huang Yuting to sing and the composer is Teacher Tai. Teacher Tai's songs are really good. That song, Bright Moon, is already on the daily charts. Huang Yuting, you're going to be famous again. Huang Yuting, thank you Director Yang and Teacher Tai for giving me this opportunity. Director Yang, I should be the one thanking you. There were congratulatory messages and thumbs-up pictures. The poor scriptwriter was unwilling to give up and made a final struggle. The female lead has already been replaced. Director Zhou has already invited Qin Baobao. Also, the theme song has to be changed. It's Miss Qin's work. The group chat fell silent. Su Lu, Qin Baobao is going to act? Director Liao, Miss Qin? Qin Zhe. Director Yang, you've signed her? Scriptwriter of The Legend of the White Fox. Just signed this morning. I don't know the results yet. A series of ellipses. The celebrities, directors, and scriptwriters in the group tacitly sent ellipses. A celebrity said, "Is this reliable?" Director Liao, Qin Baobao is a singer. She's a layman when it comes to acting. I don't think she can come back from the dead. A director popped up. Although she's not from an acting school, don't forget that Battle of Shanghai Beach was a box office hit. Those who watched it all said that Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe's acting skills are good. Director Yang, Qin Baobao's acting is still not good. Last time, she was the supporting actress. This time, it's different. The female lead is a test of her acting skills and details. However, if Qin Zhe writes a song with his popularity, I'm sure many people will watch it. An A-list celebrity. This is not reliable. Qin Zhe is notoriously difficult to get songs. A singer, although he's a fast shooter, the songs he writes are all sung by Qin Baobao. I think he only writes 2 songs for outsiders. One is Can't Fall in Love, and the other is Love Even in Death. Right, Yuting? Huang Yuting, yes, Qin Zhe and I can barely be considered friends. If it's difficult to get a song, it's even harder for others. Many singers want to get a song from him. I heard that a certain Heavenly King's manager went to him and said that Qin Zhe could set the price himself, but it was useless. A female singer, Qin Zhe doesn't lack money. I've been with him for 3 months and earned more than 6 million. This news spread like wildfire in the entertainment industry. At that time, more than a dozen celebrities posted on Weibo. The netizens only knew that these celebrities had earned money with Qin Zhe. They didn't know the exact amount, but in the small circle of the entertainment industry, many people knew. Many celebrities sighed. They didn't invest at that time. Director Zhou, who played the role of an onlooker, jumped out. Director Zhou, everything is settled. Let's fight again at Director Liao at Director Yang. Chapter 356. Director Liao, yo, you're still not satisfied? Wait, what do you mean everything's done? Director Yang, don't tell me you really got Qin Zhe's song? Huang Yuting, that's impossible. Su Lu, it's even more unscientific. No one could believe that Director Zhou actually got a song. Fast Gunner's song, even the Heavenly Kings couldn't get it. Money couldn't be talked about, feelings had to be talked about. Moreover, if they remembered correctly, Director Zhou and Fast Gunner didn't know each other and had never worked together before. White Fox's scriptwriter, Director Zhou, you're amazing. How did you do it? Director Zhou, I was introduced by someone. It's a boss from a sponsor. He and Qin Baobao have a good relationship, so he agreed without hesitation. Director Zhou didn't reveal the identity of Qin Baobao's suitor. If things went wrong, there would be rumors flying all over tomorrow. In fact, they had overlooked a key point. This song was sung by Qin Baobao, not some other singer. Qin Zhe, of course, agreed without hesitation. After all, Qin Zhe was a sister-spoiling maniac in his parents' eyes. All kinds of fancy doting. Sister, stop, I'll wash the dishes. Sister, stop, I'll eat the grapes. Take the dowry, it's yours. Leave the bathwater, I'll drink it. A certain celebrity, Director Zhou, what song? What song did Qin Zhe write? Is there a demo? Yeah, is there a demo? I'm looking forward to hearing it. It must be a masterpiece, right? It's the kind that will be popular for a while. How can it be so fast? We just talked about it today. The group instantly boiled over and heated up with discussion. Just like how fans discussed them, they were discussing Qin Zhe. Director Zhou, actually, the song is already written. It'll take about 2 to 3 days for Qin Baobao to record it. But there's no demo, only the score. Before the video is released, it can't be revealed. A certain female celebrity, then Director Zhou, how fast does Qin Zhe write songs? Last time, Huang Yuting said that he could write it in the blink of an eye. Director Zhou, this is amazing. In just a cup of tea's time, the theme song for the movie was written. I've seen it before, it's super good. The Fast Gunner lived up to his name. He was simply too fast. Old Liao, Old Yang, just you wait. Let's wait for the box office results. Remember to call the loser grandpa. The group instantly boiled over. It's really that fast. I didn't believe what Huang Yuting said last time. Wow, just a cup of tea is enough. Shocking. A fast shooter can finish in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Other men can only look on in the dust. What a shock. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Fast Gunner did what 99% of men couldn't do. The title of Fast Shooter originated from the period of I Am a Singer. As Qin Zhe's fame grew, it also spread. There were too many people who used this title to mock Qin Zhe in private. Huang Yuting, I didn't say that Qin Zhe is a fast shooter. Don't slander me. Also, Director Zhou quickly retracted. If Qin Zhe sees it, your movie will definitely fall apart. The last time my staff called him a fast shooter, he almost exploded. Notice, Director Zhou has retracted a message. Director Liao, screenshot taken. Director Yang, screenshot taken. Director Zhou, that night, the White Fox production team made an announcement on their official Weibo. The movie's production will proceed as scheduled. Qin Baobao will be the female lead, and teacher Qin Zhe will be composing the theme song. This announcement made the fans very excited. They left comments looking forward to Qin Baobao's movie. The goddess is going to act in a movie again. I'm looking forward to it. I feel like she's more suited to acting than singing. Mainly because I want to see the goddess more. The image of White Fox is very suitable for Qin Baobao's style. After all, the goddess is a little vixen. Qin Zhe's new song? Amazing, I'm looking forward to it. Haha, as long as it's a song written by Qin Zhe, there's no bad song. Qin Zhe's fans were no less than the little fresh meats. As an internet celebrity, he surprisingly didn't have many haters. The next day, the trailer was released. It was the original trailer, but the female lead was changed to Qin Bao Bao. Late at night, full moon, ancient temple. The beauty wore a white dress and was bathed in moonlight. Her appearance was picturesque, accompanied by a soft voice. I'm a fox that has cultivated for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of cultivation, 1,000 years of loneliness. When I fell in love with you, you were poor and studying hard. When I left you, you were the top scorer on the wedding night. From the poor scholar to the top of the imperial examination, the trailer was filled with scenes from the movie. At the end, the beauty danced alone under the moonlight. Her figure was soft and beautiful, but her face was bleak. I've seen this trailer before, but now that I'm watching it again, it's a different feeling. Qin Bao Bao instantly pulled the trailer up by 10 levels. It's so beautiful. There's also the theme song. It's perfect to complement the trailer. My eyes are red after watching it. 666, let's wait for the movie to be released. The trailer also received a lot of recognition and praise, and its popularity rose steadily. After working overtime for a week, Qin Bao Bao went through the plot of the female lead in the recording studio. The rest was left to the people behind the scenes. They just needed to edit the original female lead into Qin Bao. If time permitted, the best way was to reshoot it. However, a week before the movie was to be released, the original female lead, a street girl, was caught by the people of praise and killed off. Qin Zhe was puzzled when he saw his sister begging his brother for a massage every day. He didn't know whether it was because the stars were too stubborn or because the people of Chaoyang were too rational. There were two freaks in the entertainment circle. Drug addicts were always in Chaoyang district. People of Chaoyang had dog noses. At the premiere of the movie, Qin Zhe was invited to attend. After watching it, he felt it was good. Then he didn't pay attention to it. He didn't pay attention to the box office or the director's bet. The Spring Festival was approaching day by day. During this period, in addition to exploring Su Yu's depth over and over again, he also studied the development route of Tianfang Entertainment and the future direction of Bao's investment. The stock market had entered a bear market. If he didn't expand the company's pace, it was doomed to decline. He needed to write a general plan before the Spring Festival, and then start to implement it next year. This was necessary to discuss with Su Yu. The day before the Spring Festival holiday, in the office, Qin Zhe pushed an equity transfer agreement to Su Yu. What? Su Yu glanced at it and frowned. Didn't we just do it? I won't do it. Qin Zhe refused seriously. You're so annoying. Su Yu punched his chest and pursed her lips. Why did you suddenly give me this? She said half jokingly and half seriously, is it a proposal gift? Qin Zhe stopped talking nonsense. He thought for a while and said seriously, it's for you. But Su Yu stared at him. You have 6% of Bao's shares, my sister has 4%, Sister Man has 10%, and the rest is all mine. A total of 80%. I gave 10% of the shares to a friend, so I can only control 70%. I'll give you half, so you have 41%. You are a veritable major shareholder, Qin Zhe said. Su Yu looked at him and whispered, so, is this your breakup fee? Her voice was very soft, and she didn't dare to speak loudly. Why do you say that? Qin Zhe put the pen in her hand. Be good, sign it. It's not a breakup fee really. Su Yu's eyes dimmed, and she said bitterly, if it's not a breakup fee, why did you give me so many shares for no reason? Qin Zhe, do you know how much these shares represent? Billions of yuan, the money that others can't earn in a lifetime. Why did you give it to me for no reason? She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be saying to him, hey, I'm so stupid. I thought that as long as MOMO was good to you, you would choose me in the end. But I'm not reconciled. Why did Wang Zijin, she didn't even give you her body? Su Yu, don't think about it. Su Yu's eyes were red and she shouted, Qin Zhe, you just want to play with me. I'll leave you get out of here. With tears in her eyes, she stared at him fiercely, but she stubbornly refused to cry. Fortunately, the office's soundproofing was excellent. Otherwise, the whole company would know such a thrilling and exciting scandal, and countless male employees would be heartbroken. Qin Zhe thought, sure enough, women say they don't want anything, but in fact, they want everything. Fortunately, he didn't take Su Yu's words seriously. Also, it turned out that she was so insecure. When lying in bed, she called her husband with blurred eyes and asked him to call her wife. If he called her that, she would laugh happily. On the contrary, she would lose her temper and not talk to him. She was so insecure. It's really not a breakup fee. You can think of it as a gift from me to my woman. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "You know, in fact, my emotional line is very messy. I have a girlfriend, but I'm still obsessed with you. Since I've rolled the sheets with you countless times, but I can't forget Sister Ziwei, I also think that Xianxia, you are really a scum. To be honest, I still don't know what to do now, how to deal with complicated feelings, but I swear, I will never give you any breakup fee, let alone let go." Su Yu stared at him blankly, tears falling from her eyes, and she sobbed, "Then why did you give me so many shares? Who would believe that you gave me a gift for no reason?" Xianxia said lightly, "Woman, you can spend as much as you want today without chopping off your hands." Chapter 357. Su Yu stared at him blankly at first, the water vapor in her eyes became thicker and thicker, and then 2 lines of tears fell. She lowered her head slightly and sobbed in a low voice. Her tears fell onto the back of her fair and delicate hand. This is a real cry, a woman's delicate cry in front of her man. She lowered her head, tears splashed, timid and sad, just like this. She wasn't like her elder sister, who was faking her cries or rubbing her tears in pain when she was playing. Similar to Su Yu's cry, his sister only cried a few times in front of him. The most impressive one was the evening of the heavy rain at Hangqiao Airport. He yelled at his sister for the first time, showing the salted fish's ferocious appearance. His sister was too scared to move, and she wiped her tears with grievance. Xianxia put his hand on Su Yu's head and said softly, "Be good, don't cry. If you are not obedient, be careful that I will make you cry." Su Yu laughed, laughing and crying, "I thought you didn't want me anymore." Xianxia felt guilty and didn't speak. It was his failure to make a woman so insecure. He picked up Su Yu and put her on his lap. He didn't take advantage of her. His face was close to her white neck, and he whispered words of love. It turned out that Su Yu was also very easy to coax. Although she was not as easy to coax as her sister, Xianxia could barely cope with it. And he found that Sister Ziwei was easy to coax. Every time she fought with her sister and suffered losses, he hugged her and shouted a few slogans of "Down with Qin Bao Bao," and Sister Ziwei would turn from anger to joy. This was what Xianxia learned from the internet. The old driver on the internet said that when mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quarrel, the husband, son, can't take sides on the surface, but behind the scenes he must firmly support his wife, mother. This is the wisdom of a man. If he is too iron-headed and upright, the family will not be too harmonious. It's almost the spring festival. Go back and celebrate it. If you really don't like your stepmother, don't stay there. Have dinner tonight and wait for me at the apartment. I'll see if I have the chance to spend some time with you. Xianxia stroked her round buttocks under the suit. Su Yu's family was in a mess, and she couldn't clean it up herself. Xianxia wouldn't meddle in her affairs either. However, blood was thicker than water. No matter how bad their relationship was, in Xianxia's eyes, it was the most reasonable thing to do. He didn't want Su Yu to really have nothing but him. Su Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded obediently, "Yes." "Good girl." Xianxia kissed her. The company was on holiday in the afternoon. After lunch, Su Yu met with the managers of various departments one by one to give year-end bonuses. Originally, according to the style of some local tyrant enterprises, the year-end bonuses should be given in cash, but Baozi is really a local tyrant. The managers' year-end bonuses are in 7 figures. Let them hold stacks of cash and parade through the streets? Or put it in a big bag. So they gave out bank cards. Ordinary employees have cash, which is not a small amount. The bigger ones have 1 or 200,000 yuan, and the smallest ones have 50,000 yuan. During the 7 days of the Spring Festival holiday, Xianxia began to stay at home like a salted fish and began to plan for the next year. He took the time to flirt with his sisters, drive to meet Su Yu when he was free, go shopping and buy clothes, Buy 2 cups of hot milk tea on the street in the cold winter, and hold the milk tea, and so you have a bustling pedestrian street. Suyu likes to drink half a cup of milk tea and exchange it with him, like to walk around with her arm in his, like to run a few steps away alone, jump, and then look back with a bright smile. Looking back with a charming smile, what the ancients said was too reasonable. On New Year's Eve, every house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Well, in fact, the New Year's atmosphere in the big city was not heavy. Because of the ban on firecrackers, it was impossible to hear the bustling sound of firecrackers in the countryside and the magnificent fireworks of their own. On the contrary, because the outsiders went home for the new year, the streets were slightly desolate. In the evening, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin got in Qin Zhe's car, and the old driver drove the sisters home. Wang Zijin did not return to the capital for the new year. Maybe she communicated with her family, but they had a big quarrel. Or maybe she did not want to go home at all and was still angry. In short, this year, she spent the new year at her boyfriend's house. Qin Baobao warmly welcomed her. It would be better if the wolf did not steal her brother. When they got home, Qin Ma was chopping dumpling fillings. Qin Zhe carried big and small bags of New Year goods and entered the door behind his sister. Qin Baobao took Wang Zijin's hand. The air conditioner in the living room was on, and it was as warm as spring. The old man was bored watching the news, and the sound of chopping dumpling fillings came from the kitchen. Every year, Qin Ma worked hard for the New Year's Eve dinner, and Qin Zhe helped her. This year, the old man did not let him go, and waved his son over for a chat. Qin Baobao strolled into the kitchen and said with a smile, "Mom, let me help you." Qin Ma handed her the kitchen knife. "Then help me chop the fillings." Qin Baobao held the knife with both hands, got into a horse stance, and pecked the meat. Qin Ma washed the vegetables at the side, and the mother and daughter chatted. "Zijin is not going home for the new year?" Qin Ma asked as she washed the vegetables. She called, but she seemed to have quarreled with her family. She called behind my back in the middle of the night, and then said that she is not going home this year and wants to spend the new year at our house. Qin Baobao was quite tired in this position. She rested for a while, and then got into a horse stance again. She held the knife with both hands and carefully chopped the fillings. Last time, she said that her family forced her to get married? Yes, as annoying as you. Qin Baobao pecked her head. Qin Ma gave her a slap on the buttocks. How can you say that? I understand now. Birds of a feather flock together. You don't want to get married, and she doesn't want to get married either. You are the same. Tisk tisk. She and your son are flirting with each other. Who knows when they will be together? Qin Baobao said sarcastically. Really? Qin Ma was delighted. Yes, but... Qin Baobao did not continue. But what? But with me here, don't even think about it. You should work harder to find a boyfriend next year and get married before you turn 30, Qin Ma said. You and your brother shouldn't have children together, or else I won't be able to take care of it. Qin Baobao tilted her head and imagined Qin Ma holding a baby in her left hand and a baby in her right hand. She said to the baby, "Good grandson, don't cry." She said to the baby, "Good grandson, don't cry." She thought again. Was he her grandson or not? It was quite interesting when she thought about it. The smile on her face spread. What are you laughing at? Turn the meat over and chop it all in one place. It won't be evenly chopped, Qin Ma said. I know, Qin Baobao said softly. Wait a minute. She washed her hands, took out her phone from her trouser pocket, and sent a message to Qin Zhe. Little red man, I have a question for you. In the living room, Qin Zhe's phone rang. He looked at it and typed a reply. Say it. What is my sister's daughter to you? Niece. I'll give you one more chance. Smile, treat her as my own. Good boy. Qin Zhe was baffled. However, he was not surprised that his sister would occasionally be so neurotic. This sentence was translated as, my sister's daughter is my daughter. But it was not too bad. It was much more refreshing than, my daughter's daughter is my daughter. At this time, he caught a glimpse of someone quietly approaching from the corner of his eye. He was shocked and turned off the phone with a click. Sister Ziwei, what are you looking at? Qin Zhe was at a loss. Wang Zijin's careful peeping failed. She wrinkled her nose and snorted softly. Qin Zhe counted silently in his heart. He glanced sideways at her. Just then, Wang Zijin glanced sideways at him out of habit. Sideways glances at each other. Wang Zijin was stunned. She beat his chest with her small fist in embarrassment. Qin Zhe laughed strangely. Witnessing this, the old man's glasses flashed a sharp light. He thought, something is wrong. What's wrong with Wang Zijin and my salted fish? They are too flirty. This was definitely not the right way to be a sister's best friend. Something was wrong, very wrong. In the old man's heart, Su Yu was the first choice for the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Wang Zijin was gentle, generous, beautiful and decent. She was Qin Ma's first choice for a daughter-in-law. The old man liked Su Yu. She was tall, beautiful and knowledgeable. She was a good helper. The old man and Su Yu could talk more. They had more things to talk about. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, his son and Su Yu seemed to have done it. Hey, this little red guy, could it be that he was two-timing? The old man's face suddenly became gloomy. Qin Zhe was talking and laughing with Sister Ziwei. He glanced at his father and his knees went soft. It couldn't be wrong. This expression was the sign before the arrival of the feather duster. Did I do something wrong again? Qin Zhe had a dumbfounded look on his face. He didn't know what was going on. Chapter 358. Dad. Qin Zhe called out tentatively. Wang Zijin looked at Grandpa Sheng. Grandpa Sheng immediately put away his dark persona and returned to his calm and serious image. He nodded and focused on watching TV. No matter what, it was not the right time to talk to his son directly. Besides, he did not need to say anything today. Grandpa Sheng looked at his son deeply. Qin Zhe? Was it an illusion? He felt that his father's eyes were full of sympathy and pity. He really cared about the retarded. At this time, Qin Ma chased his sister out of the kitchen. You're causing trouble. I told you to chop the dumpling fillings, but you chopped them all outside. Can they still be eaten? His sister was unconvinced. Why can't they be eaten? They're not clean. You won't get sick if you eat them. Qin Ma said angrily, Okay, I'll clean up the dumpling fillings outside and cook them for you. His sister, Wow, are you my mother? Did you pick me up from the bridgehead or a free gift? Qin Ma said angrily, Stupid girl, do you believe that I'll tear your mouth apart? Qin Bao Bao ran out of the kitchen. Qin Zhe's eyes were unconsciously attracted to her. His sister was dressed very delicately today. She had chestnut-colored wavy hair that the stylist had worked overtime on. She wore a light blue knitted sweater and a dark blue pleated skirt. Her slender legs were wrapped in thick stockings. There was also a burgundy scarf hanging on the hanger together with her blue down jacket. Dad, Mom's giving me the cold shoulder again. Qin Bao Bao pouted and looked pitiful. She hugged Grandpa Sheng's arm and acted coquettishly. Old Masterly liked this the most. A beautiful daughter who knew how to act spoiled could always easily capture her father's heart. Qin Zhe could not do this. He could not hug his father's arm and act coquettishly. The scene was too beautiful. If you don't know how to cook, then wait outside. Why are you going in? Grandpa Sheng patted his daughter's head. But I want to share Mom's burden, but I don't know how to make dumplings. Qin Bao Bao felt wronged. You don't have to do this kind of thing. Watch TV with me. After saying that, the old man turned his head and looked at his son. Sister, you're wrong. I'm the one who got the free phone top-up. Qin Zhe got up and silently walked to the kitchen. The kitchen was a little messy. There was not enough space in the fridge, so the food was strewn all over the floor, the table, and the cupboard. The New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous, and the aunts were coming over for lunch tomorrow morning, so they bought a lot of groceries. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, a married daughter had to come back for dinner. It had been like this when her grandfather was still alive. It was a habit that had been formed for more than 10 years, and it was still the same after her grandfather had passed away. Mom, let me help you. Qin Zhe took the kitchen knife and let Qin Ma wash the vegetables. Qin Ma turned to the side of the pool. While washing the vegetables, she asked, Did Zijin stay with us for the new year? Stinking brat, are you two dating? Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended as if nothing had happened. Why do you ask? Mom, I've been there before. Don't I know what a young girl is like? When we moved last time, I talked to her for a long time. 9 out of 10 sentences she said were about you. I was puzzled. Is she Bao Bao's best friend or your best friend? When I mentioned Bao Bao, she was unhappy. She didn't show it on her face, but I could tell from her tone and eyes. As for why Wang Zijin was unhappy when she mentioned Bao Bao, Qin Ma knew in her heart, so she didn't say anything. As expected of my mom, she's sharp and meticulous. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Mom, Sister Ziwei is my girlfriend. But don't tell her about this. Why? I'm afraid that she'll be upset. Pa, I'm just kidding. It's just that Sister Ziwei is a little embarrassed. After all, she and Sister are best friends. Thinking about it, it's quite embarrassing. Qin Ma nodded her head. That's right. Qin Zhe glanced at her and saw that her eyebrows were filled with joy. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Qin Zhe guessed what his mother was thinking. It was probably the feeling of relief that a huge burden had been lifted from her heart. This wave was in the bag. He had successfully fooled his mother. Mom, you and Dad have been tricking me since I was young. I have to get back at you. 30 years of fortune, right? Sometimes, in order to survive, one's own mother had to trick him. You chopped very quickly. Mom, help me take out the meat and chives from the fridge. Wash them and continue chopping. Mom will make dumplings. Qin Ma seemed to be in a good mood and pinched her son's face. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. The sky was already dark, and it would be dark before 6 o'clock. At around 7:30, everyone could eat the New Year's Eve dinner. There were too many ingredients. Qin Zhe's phone rang. It was the sound of a message. He wiped his wet hands on Qin Ma's scarf and wiped them clean. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. Honey, it's so boring at home. In his 23 years of life, only Su Yu had called him honey. Qin Zhe replied, family reunion, happiness, what's boring? But I don't want to be happy with them. Grievance, then go home early. I'll find a chance to come out in the middle of the night. But I haven't eaten all day. I'm hungry. How about I come to your house to eat? Then today either you or I will die, or we will die together. Why? I will be beaten to death by my parents, and then you will be beaten to death by my sister and Sister Ziwei. Let's go to hell and be a pair of miserable lovebirds. That's great. What the hell? Honey, how about this? You close your eyes and count to 10. If your mind is full of me, then I won't come over. If you don't see me, I will immediately take a taxi from home. No need to count, honey. My mind is full of you. I don't believe it. It's true. I even specially practiced the acupoint sealing technique for you. Good man, close your eyes and count to 10. Okay, Qin Zhe shook his head and laughed. He chatted with Su Yu to relieve boredom. He put his mobile phone back in his pocket and counted while washing vegetables. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. When he counted to 7, the doorbell rang twice, and then brisk footsteps went to open the door. It should be Sister Ziwei's footsteps. Then a familiar voice came, Oh, Tishu, you are also here. Oh, hello, Uncle Qin. The old man laughed heartily. Come, sit down. Qin Zhe collapsed. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Qin Ma saw her son's state was not right, so she asked casually and leaned out to look outside. There are guests at home. Hiss, this girl is so handsome. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tricked you. Retribution. Qin Zhe's mood at this time was very complicated. My secretary is here. Qin Zhe said this sentence in a nervous tone. With the sound of high-heeled shoes, Su Yu walked into the kitchen. President Qin, Happy New Year, I came to see you. President Su, Happy New Year too. Qin Zhe forced a smile. Hello, Auntie, my name is Su Yu. Happy New Year to you. Su Yu smiled. Qin Ma couldn't figure out Su Yu's way and smiled politely. Okay. I'll make tea for you. Qin Ma wiped her hands on the scarf and went out of the kitchen to make tea. Su Yu carefully glanced outside. The kitchen could not be seen from the living room's angle unless she went to the aisle and leaned out to look. Su Yu retracted her gaze and put her arms around Qin Zhe's neck. Husband, I'm here. Why you here? Aren't you eating at home with your father and stepmother? I haven't eaten yet. I sent the gift to my father and then I came back. Su Yu said wittily, then I sent a message to your father, saying, Uncle, you are so nice, unlike my father, who has an illegitimate child and doesn't like to look at me. How nice it would be if I had a papa like you. I have no place to eat New Year's Eve dinner. A child without a home is like a grass. Qin Zhe's face twitched. Su Yu, when Uncle heard this, he was very distressed. He said, Su Yu, come to my house. There are people in my house, so it's lively. I said it's not good. After all, I'm an outsider. Uncle said, you're not an outsider. How can you be an outsider with your relationship with my brat? Come on, Uncle welcomes you. Husband, it's not me who wants to come. It's Uncle who invited me. I can't refuse. Please forgive me. She squinted and smiled like a little fox. Come on. Qin Zhe sighed heavily. Excuse me, what should I do in this situation? What should I do to not die? Waiting online, urgent. Chapter 359. Su Yu, such a cold beauty, showed a little fox-like cunning, and there was a strong contrast. She probably felt that she had cheated Qin Zhe, and she laughed very happily. She really couldn't stay at home. Her stepmother didn't like her, and she didn't like her stepmother. When she went back today and saw Su Hao, he looked haggard and was hollowed out by the stock market. Su Yu found that she didn't have the slightest idea of gloating, let alone the impulse to be sarcastic. She just wanted to look at her stepmother and Su Hao as if they were passers-by. Sure enough, after hanging out with Qin Zhe every day, her realm had risen. Her vision was no longer limited to how to fight with her stepmother in the harem. She had become more idealistic and ambitious. She wanted to fight with Wang Zijin in the harem. Her father, who used to be majestic, unconsciously became ordinary, no longer as successful and great as before. In terms of personal assets, Su Yu had half of her father's. She believed that in the next few years, she would surpass her father. Su Yu chatted with her father for a while and left. The old witch and illegitimate child at home were not challenging at all. It was the best choice to go to Qin Zhe's house for excitement. So Su Yu came. The great god must be angry now. Come and punish me quick. Su Yu thought happily. The sound of footsteps came, Qin Zhe took a step back, and Su Yu also loosened her hand around his neck. The two kept a distance that was not estranged nor close. Qin Ma returned to the kitchen and saw her son talking and laughing with a beautiful female colleague. Qin Ma smiled and said, I'll call you little Su. The tea is ready. You go to the living room and sit for a while. Su Yu smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, Auntie. Qin Ma looked at her back and sighed, What a beautiful girl. Is she your colleague? What position? Qin Zhe said, Secretary, Vice President, my Vice President, no, the Vice President of the company. She is also a shareholder. Qin Ma nodded. This girl is good. Wang Zijin's gentle temperament and Su Yu's cold temperament can leave a good impression in front of the elders. It was the template that Qin Ma had been eager to cultivate her daughter. However, their daughter had been raised astray. She had developed the kind of enchanting and charming temperament that the elders disliked the most. She was the kind of seductive little fairy that would appear in their hearts with a single glance. Qin Ma sighed a lot. Why are you still standing there? Go out and accompany her. It's New Year's Eve and she's here to give you a New Year's greeting. Qin Ma nudged her son. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I think it's safer for me to stay here. Mom, it's okay. Dad and her talk a lot. They're old friends. Qin Zhe said faintly, Su Yu came to our house, I didn't know, but I know my dad knows. This spicy old radish. How could you say that to your father? Qin Ma glared at her son, and then her expression changed slightly. What did you say? Spicy old radish. The previous sentence. My dad gets along very well with her. They're old friends. You mean, Su Yu came to our house, not to give you a New Year's greeting? Qin Ma also said faintly, How can your dad be so familiar with the vice president of your company? He hasn't been to your company. What New Year's greeting? It's New Year's Eve today. That means she came to see your dad. Sure, I don't know, Mom, I was shocked just now. Xianxia sighed. Su and Dad talked a lot behind my back and almost got me killed. Xianxia secretly said she came to make trouble and to see her future parents-in-law. Ma's face was even uglier. She also talked a lot with your dad behind your back? Xianxia? Why did he feel that his mother's face was very ugly? Did she open an unlimited imagination hole? The next moment he reacted. He looked at his mother in shock. My mother, do you think that my dad and Su have an affair? Thinking back, the conversation just now did reveal that Dad secretly talked a lot with the vice president of the company and successfully hid it from his son. My mother didn't know my relationship with Su, so she had a bad guess about a young woman who came to visit her husband on New Year's Eve. No, Mom, it's your son, I have an affair with Su. Facing my mother's misunderstanding, my heart didn't fluctuate and I even wanted to laugh. Should I add fuel to the fire and let the spicy old radish know the power of the spicy little radish? Not only can I transfer the contradiction, but I can also retaliate against my dad. Xianxia thought about the feasibility of this matter. In the living room, murderous intent surged. The two girlfriends pretended to watch TV and looked at each other from time to time. They communicated with their eyes. Qin Baobao, what is she doing here? Wang Zijin, how would I know? I'm also at a loss. Qin Baobao, coming to my house on New Year's Eve, the little bitch must want to be touched by a pig. Wang Zijin, I don't think a pig has the guts, after all, it's a salted fish, but I don't rule out the little bitch throwing herself into his arms. Qin Baobao, my big knife, Wang Zijin, it's already unbearable. They turned their heads tacitly, and two pairs of eyes stared at Su like knives. At this time, Su was sitting on the sofa, talking to the old man. She was facing the two girlfriends, and the old man had his back to them. The old man liked to chat with Su very much. The high overlap in their professional fields made them have a lot of topics to talk about. At this moment, the old man suddenly felt as if there was a dagger at his back, and he felt uncomfortable all over. He glanced back and saw his daughter's sweet smile and Zijin's gentle smile. But the moment he turned his head, that strange feeling came again, so he turned his head back to take another look. Daughter, sweet smile. Zijin, gentle smile. Strange, is the air conditioner too cold? The old man picked up the remote control and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner. By the way, Su, I just talked about the money fund. What do you think? Uncle Qin, our company doesn't plan to do money fund for the time being. Now Baoza should take the route of bravery, not stability, so we won't consider doing money fund in 3 years. Su spoke with assurance and glanced at the two women who were staring at her covetously. She was very proud. Controlling the head of the Qin family was equivalent to controlling the throne of the daughter-in-law. If Uncle Qin had a good impression of her, it would be difficult for Xianxia not to marry her. She liked to see them gnashing their teeth in anger, but they couldn't do anything about it. Wang Zijin gradually calmed down and figured out Su's intention to come here. No, the intention was already obvious. Su favored Xianxia, and even the blind could see it. So, she was a rival in love. Then the problem came. Uncle Qin seemed to like Su very much. This was not very good. She had a good impression of her aunt, and on Uncle Qin's side, the favorability was about 60%, and then it was difficult to increase it. If Su preempted Uncle Qin's favorability, and then improved her aunt's favorability, her advantage would be gone. It was time to blacken her. Wang Zijin had a well-thought-out plan and silently peeled an apple. While the old man was drinking tea, Wang Zijin's gentle voice, "Sister Su, eat fruit." She handed over the peeled apple. Su took it blankly and was a little confused. When did I become Sister Su? Although she was 2 years older than Wang Zijin, it seemed that their friendship was very ordinary, right? What's with this, we're good brothers, smile on his face. Wang Zijin wiped her hands and smiled. Sister Su, did you come alone? Is there a boyfriend? Why didn't you come together? A's invited you to live together at the annual party that day. Su Yu was confused. Then her little face panicked. Was Wang Zijin hinting at something? Could it be that she already knew about the affair between her and Qin Zhe? Wait, annual party? Boyfriend? Where is the boyfriend? There is no such thing at all. She was tricked. Su Yu's heart was cold, and she saw Uncle Qin frown. In Uncle Qin's knowledge, she and Qin Zhe should be in a relationship. If at this time, she had a fake boyfriend, what would Uncle Qin think? It turned out that Su Yu was a bad woman with a foot in two boats. Bad woman, get out of here, don't enter my house in this life. It's over. Su Yu calmed down, and her many years of experience in the workplace made her calm down quickly and pretend to be at a loss. You have the wrong person, that is not my boyfriend. Sneer, garbage chicken trick, no skill to speak of. Oh, it turned out not to be your boyfriend, Qin Bao Bao's small surprised expression. He picks you up every day, I saw him several times, and I thought he was your boyfriend. Su Yu, damn, I forgot Qin Bao Bao, this little bitch. Damn, this is a combo. Chapter 360. Su Yu felt that she was in a deep crisis. She was slandered for no reason. If she couldn't explain it clearly, Uncle Qin's impression would definitely go crazy. Think about it. A woman who had an intimate relationship with her son actually had another suspected boyfriend in private. As a father, he certainly couldn't bear it. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao looked at each other proudly. In this way, the impression that Su Yu had a boyfriend would take root in their father's, Uncle Qin's, heart, and then no matter how she brushed Su Teddy's favorability, the old man would always treat her as an outsider. There was no discussion, no communication, as long as a look, a movement. The two best friends understood each other's mind. They had a tacit understanding on the matter of eradicating Su Teddy. The old man's face slowly collapsed. He naturally thought more. He knew the relationship between Su Yu and his son. At the same time, he knew that Su Yu was Qin Zhe's secretary, well, vice president and secretary. The word secretary always made it easy for people to misunderstand. The old man carefully sorted out his thoughts. Su Yu was 2 years older than Qin Zhe. At this age, it seemed unbelievable to say that she didn't have a boyfriend. Listening to the meaning of Zijin and his daughter's words, it seemed that they both knew that Su Yu had a boyfriend. Ace also knew that. Knowing that she had a boyfriend, he still had a relationship with the secretary? Damn it. When did my son become so playful? No, when did my son become such a scumbag? The smile on the old man's face gradually disappeared. Su Yu looked at the old man nervously and found that Uncle Qin's face was even darker. Su Yu was in a panic. This kind of thing, it was difficult to explain clearly. Sure enough, she was still too confident. There were 3 great illusions in life: kill under the tower, kill with residual blood. I can hang Wang Zijin and Qin Bao. At this moment, Qin Zhe came out of the kitchen, took a few paper towels from the dining table, wiped his hands, and made a 3-point shot into the trash can in the living room. It went in. Steady. Dad, Mom asked you to go in. Qin Zhe smiled strangely. The old man got up with a confused face and walked into the kitchen. The atmosphere in the living room was very strange. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin's scrutinizing eyes, and Su Yu's aggrieved eyes fell on him. Qin Zhe didn't panic at all. He sat down beside the beauties and said in a low voice, "If my parents fight later, don't say or do anything. Go back to your room and hide. Leave this to me. If there's danger, don't move. Let me do it." "Why?" the 3 beauties asked in unison. "It's because I screwed my dad over." Qin Zhe couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with his mother in the kitchen. "To be honest, I've never seen my dad chatting with a young man like this. He's always very serious and pays attention to his image in front of young people." Qin Ma listened quietly. "My dad is really too much. He invited her over for dinner during the New Year and didn't even say anything. It's so embarrassing." Qin Ma's mouth twitched. "Dad always told me to learn more from Su Yu. She's smart and beautiful. Since she's starting a business with you, you should interact more." Qin Ma said in a deep voice, "What else did your dad say?" "He also said that Su Yu is a really good girl, and he likes her very much." Qin Zhe said, "Anything else?" "He also said that a man will cherish her." Qin Zhe said, "Is it all true?" Qin Ma frowned. She couldn't believe that her husband, who was known for his strong character, would say such a thing. It's all the truth. Absolutely. Qin Ma has entered a high-energy mode. People in Jianghu will inevitably be stabbed. It's better for her son to personally give him a knife of love. Thinking about it, it's cool to retaliate against the old man like this. Moreover, if my parents fight, they can help me solve the trouble in front of me and attract the attention of my sisters. The trouble is diverted. 666 However, I can't let my sisters know about this, so I have to send them back to their room as soon as possible, and then I, the son, will come out to mediate the conflict between my parents. After that, I told my sisters that my parents were angry because of my uncle's affairs. Now both sides are very temperamental, and they should pay attention to what they say. The sisters don't dare to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases, so they don't dare to make too much trouble with Suyu. Anyway, my uncle's affairs have a record, and it's very credible. It's right to throw the blame to my uncle. I even cheated my father, and it doesn't matter if I cheat my uncle. A formless killing intent was eliminated by me just like that. To put it bluntly, everything is under the control of the lonely one. In the kitchen, the old man stood at the side in a daze, watching his wife wash and cut the vegetables in an orderly manner, neither too fast nor too slow. So, what did she ask him to do? He didn't speak for a long time. Xiaolon? The old man said. Qin Ma nodded and said in a steady tone, Who is that Suyu? The vice president of A's company. The old man said. What do you think of her? Qin Ma bowed her head to wash the vegetables and glanced at her husband. Very good, very good. The old man, who didn't know that he had fallen into his son's trap, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Qin Ma silently broke the lettuce. With a click, she smiled gently and said, How is it good? Do you like her very much? You can't let down such a girl, right? The old man was stunned and showed a look of realization. He said sneakily, Ace told you? Do you think it's very good too? Qin Ma, yes, Ace told me. Qin Ma thought he was already so old, and he still couldn't hold back his restless heart? Maybe he had lived for too long and wanted to know what it was like to die. This stinky little character has finally matured. The old man said with relief, I thought he couldn't forget Zijin and didn't want to disclose his relationship with Suyu. The old man paused and frowned. If Suyu really had a boyfriend, it was really not good to disclose their relationship. After all, it was disgraceful to play with a secretary. Wait, old Qin, what did you mean just now? What do you mean by couldn't forget Zijin and disclose his relationship with Suyu? Qin Ma frowned and found that things were not simple. Suyu is his girlfriend? I thought so before. After all, it's already like that. The old man said gloomily. Nonsense, isn't his girlfriend Zijin? Who said that? Don't guess, the old man said. Qin Ma said unhappily, Who's guessing? He said it himself, just now. The couple looked at each other and felt that their son's style had collapsed. Let me think about it. The old man felt that his son's circle was very messy. He had to think carefully. You said that Zijin is A's girlfriend. Ace said it himself? Qin Ma nodded. Then I know that Suyu is A's girlfriend. Anyway, we have done what a boyfriend and girlfriend should do. The old man said, but just now, Zijin and Bao Bao said that Suyu has a boyfriend. Qin Ma's face changed. Things were complicated. From her son's foot in two boats, it became Suyu and her son at the same time. In the past, when she watched TV, there was always a plot of the boss and his secretary hooking up. They were a pair of dogs. Qin Ma looked at it and felt sad. If she didn't pay attention, her son would also become that kind of person. This matter needs to be clarified. Qin Ma's tone was serious. Of course, otherwise it will seem that our Qin family has no education. The old man said seriously, Is your belt ready? It's ready. The old man patted his waist. I'll call the stinky boy to come in and talk. Don't be too serious or Bao Bao will follow in. Qin Ma knew that in recent years, her daughter had been protecting her brother. Moreover, this was a mess and the girls' faces were not good. The old man nodded. By the way, there's one more thing. Qin Ma said. The old man looked back. Ace said before that you liked Su Yu, and that you two secretly contacted each other without telling him. He said that Su Yu came to the house not to see him, but to see you. He said how you liked her and how you liked her. Look at Ace's worried face. Mother Qin chuckled and said, if I didn't know your character, I would have thought that you were an old cow trying to eat young grass after hearing him say that. Go. The old man spat, and then, the murderous look in his eyes skyrocketed. I don't think the belt is enough. The old man strode to the living room. Qin Ma smiled calmly. Silly son, you don't even think about who raised you. You even dared to lie to your mother. Look at how your father will beat you. Moreover, it was the husband who beat him. She persuaded and protected Ace from the side and made him grateful to his mother. She had played this game for more than 10 years. It was very smooth. Chapter 361. Qin Zhe listened to the movement in the kitchen and imagined the scene. At this time, his mother reprimanded him with her hands on her hips. His grandfather bowed his head and explained nervously. His dignified image was gone. He wanted to rush in and take pictures, Other children would want their parents to treat each other with respect and love for the rest of their lives. However, Qin Zhe knew that when parents quarreled. No, parents would never quarrel. Usually, it was the father who would be scolded unilaterally. Back then, when it came to his uncle, Grandpa Qin was against it at first. He felt that he should not indulge his uncle. However, Qin Zhe's mother loved her younger brother dearly. She was afraid that he would really be drowned in the Huangpu River by the debt collectors. Although the current society was ruled by law, if it was more than a decade ago, loan sharks were as cruel as the underworld. Qin Ma cried and scolded at the same time. For the whole night, his grandfather was annoyed and went to his son's room to occupy his small bed. Little Qin Zhe did not dare to complain and happily threw himself into his sister's arms. He slept on his sister's fragrant bed for the whole night. Not long after, the house was sold. Hey, why didn't they quarrel for a long time? His mother's temper was good, but as a wife, she could not bear it, right? She must question loudly. Could it be that his grandfather's ventriloquism was as good as his, and he could comfort his mother with a glib tongue? Liar, how could they quarrel? Qin Baobao stretched her neck and nervously paid attention to the movement in the kitchen. It was calm and quiet. Wang Zijin and Su Yu did not express their opinions on this matter, but looked at Qin Zhe with questioning eyes. No, they will quarrel. I'll count to 3, 2, 1. Ba, you want them to quarrel so much? As they were talking, his grandfather came out of the kitchen and waved his hand. Ace, come here and help your mother cut some vegetables. She can't spare her hands. Qin Zhe looked at his father's face and felt something was wrong. His 18 years of professional experience made him have a woman's sixth sense. Qin Baobao nudged him with her big butt. Go away, I'm starving. Qin Zhe was puzzled. When he stood up, he was kicked in the butt by his sister. Needless to say, Su Yu came to the house on New Year's Eve, and the elder sister felt that her territory was invaded by the coquettish goods outside. So she vented her anger on him. Qin Zhe went into the kitchen. Qin Ma's graceful figure could still be seen. She stood by the chopping board and cut vegetables. Mom, let me help you. He walked over. Qin Ma smiled. No need. Bang. With a soft sound, the kitchen door closed. Qin Zhe turned his head and saw the old man staring at him with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. I might be in trouble. Or maybe the way I entered the kitchen was wrong, but the old man definitely wouldn't give him a chance. In the spacious kitchen, Qin Zhe made sandwich biscuits for his parents. Dad, I was joking with Mom just now, please forgive me. The witty Qin Zhe directly admitted his mistake. It was useless to be stubborn. It was impossible to be reasonable. He would not be reasonable in this life. If it was useful to be reasonable, why would he need his father's big weapon? Pa! The old man didn't say anything and cut his scalp. Dad, why did you hit me during the New Year? Qin Zhe subconsciously stood at attention. He hated this damn instinct. Spicy old radish, it was really heavy. The old man didn't speak, and the second slap came. Qin Zhe blocked it. Mom, you see, Dad hit me again. Qin Zhe asked his good mother for help. Qin Ma waited for the old man to finish the third slap and whispered, Don't hit the child, hitting can't solve the problem. Xianxia complained, maybe I'll get married in a few years. Dad, you can't always be so touchy. Marry a wife? The old man sneered, how many do you want to marry? Xianxia, your ability has grown. You have a foot in two boats. Aren't you afraid that your legs will be too big and you will pull your balls? Ahem. Qin Ma coughed twice, indicating that her husband should use civilized words. The old man snorted coldly, I ask you, what's the matter with Suyu? What's the matter with Wang Zijin? Who is your girlfriend? Xianxia. He could basically imagine the conversation between his parents in the kitchen. My son found a girlfriend. I'm so happy. Oh, my son also found a girlfriend. I'm so happy. My son's girlfriend is Wang Zijin. What about you? My son's girlfriend is Suyu. Huh, well, we only have one son, right? Yes, destroy him. When I was writing the script just now, I must have written the wrong name. The original name was A Straightforward Trap for Comrade Qin Zhenjiang, and the wrong name was Today I'm Going to Die in a Fancy Way. There was no way to celebrate the new year. Xianxia's heart was cold. The old man pointed at him and said angrily, if you don't make this clear today, you can't imagine what I'll do to you. What a terrible line. Xianxia felt like a puppy that had been forced into a corner. There was no way out, but he couldn't bite. I have to think of a way to save myself. This kind of thing, even if you beat me to death, I can't say it out loud. If things went south, his mother's girlfriend and his father's girlfriend's model did not match. There was no way to explain it. System, it's time for you to appear. Quickly help me think of a way. Xianxia communicated with the system in his mind. If there were no missions, the system basically wouldn't come out to speak. It would be content to be a lowlife. Perhaps it had given up on the idle host. Forget it, as long as the host is happy, the mission doesn't matter. This kind of mentality. System, I'm sorry, host. In this case, unless you have a cheat system to help you forcibly reduce the IQ of your parents, you have no hope of fooling them. Although your heart's desire is very strong, the system will not issue an impossible mission. Host, take care. Goodbye. Xianxia, go to hell, low-life system. Are you out to be funny? In the midst of despair, Xianxia's brain twitched. He stubbornly said, I just want to die. The old man's response was 5 consecutive slaps, turning Xianxia's carefully groomed hairstyle into chicken feathers. Dad, don't hit. I'll tell you everything. Xianxia was very flexible. Sister Ziwei is my girlfriend, that's right. Suyu is also my girlfriend. The old man raised his hand again. Xianxia took a step back and explained, listen to me slowly. Qin Ma, who was behind him, knocked him on the head. It was rare for her to be angry. Hurry up and say it. Finally, he was hit by the mixed doubles. Xianxia rubbed his head. His head hurt. The matter between Suyu and me is very melodramatic. After the stock market crashed, we made a lot of money. That night, the company organized a party. Everyone was very happy and drank a lot. Suyu was drunk. Of course, I drank a lot too. I sent her home. After sending her home, I wanted to go back, but Suyu said she liked me very, very much. Then, you know what happened. I don't know your sister. The old man raised his hand and greeted his son. He said angrily, you used drinking as an excuse. It's fine if it was your first time, but why are you still in a relationship? You have a girlfriend, and she has a boyfriend. What kind of nature is this? If it was a few decades ago, you would be criticized. This was what he was most annoyed about. It was a very bad nature to be two-timing. What boyfriend? Xianxia was confused. Doesn't Suyu have a boyfriend? Who said so? Your sister and Zijin. Xianxia. It turned out that while he was hiding in the kitchen, a fierce battle had already unfolded in the living room. Looking at the posture, his little Teddy was completely defeated. In terms of scheming, Suyu really couldn't beat Sister Ziwei. She might not even be able to beat Sister Bao. Dad, Suyu doesn't have a boyfriend. Xianxia explained as he parried his father's slap. What? The old man's slap stopped. Suyu doesn't have a boyfriend, I promise. Then what did Zijin and your sister say that she has one? Maybe, it's a misunderstanding. What could he say? They were both flesh and blood. He couldn't say, Sister Ziwei and your daughter teamed up to slander others. Really? The old man looked surprised. Qin Zhe nodded hard. I swear. Qin Ma narrowed her eyes and made things clear. If her son was telling the truth, then Zijin and Bao Bao's hostility was very obvious. Zijin, this girl, was quite a dignified and well-behaved girl. What Qin Ma could think of, the old man certainly could. He was shocked. He always thought that Zijin was very dignified and gentle. He didn't expect that she would secretly make trouble. The old man remembered Wang Zijin's impeccable performance just now. This girl was amazing. Chapter 362. Let's not talk about whether she has a boyfriend or not. The old man waved his hand, scaring Qin Zhe into thinking that he was going to be beaten again. What about Zijin? What's the relationship between you and Zijin? The old man's tone was irritated. Pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Qin Zhe used implicit language to summarize his relationship with Sister Ziwei. No. The old man was stunned. Qin Zhe nodded. The kitchen was quiet for a while. The old man frowned and pondered. Qin Ma was also pondering. Qin Zhe was trembling. I don't know when the scalp will be cut. Steady, I will be able to get through it. What are you going to do? The old man couldn't figure it out and threw the question back to his son. I don't know. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Perhaps seeing the confusion and loss in his son's eyes, the old man didn't cut him. From a father's point of view, he analyzed for his son, you have a relationship with her. As long as the girl doesn't ask you to leave, you should take responsibility. Suyu is a good girl. Of course, Dad is not pedantic. If you like Wang Zijin more, you can talk to Suyu and part on good terms. Otherwise, talk to Zijin and break up as soon as possible. Qin Zhe lowered his head and shrugged his head, like a lost puppy in the wild, lonely and desolate. The old man's heart softened inexplicably. This was his salted fish, his son. Maybe he did something wrong, but as a father he should not just reprimand and punish him seriously, but also point out the right path for him. The role of a father was the benchmark on the child's life path and the lighthouse on a drifting ship. I should be more patient and careful, help him, persuade him, and guide him with gentle fatherly love. The old man sighed. If you have any thoughts and troubles, just say it. Dad has decades of life experience more than you. I think I can help you. Qin Zhe said in a tangled voice, can't I have both? Do you have any experience in this area? The old man, Qin Ma, was speechless. Grandpa Xing immediately looked at Qin Ma. Qin Ma snorted. Do you have any experience in this area? Attentive? Patience? Hee, such a son should be beaten to death. The old man said in a deep voice, die, you little red man. He lifted the hem of his sweater and pulled out his belt. Oh, my dear father. Qin Zhe hurriedly grabbed the belt. You'd better cut off my scalp. I'm not afraid. The leather belt was much more powerful than a feather duster, and he couldn't withstand it. I'm in despair. A new year has just started and I've already been beaten up. I feel like I'm done for this year. This wasn't his natal year. Why was he so unlucky? Let go. I'm not letting go. Let go or I'll kill you. Not even if you beat me to death. The father and son pulled the belt, and no one dared to let go. Looking at this scene, Qin Ma sighed. Her son had grown up, and he was no longer the child who was beaten and didn't dare to fight back. It was good to see her son grow up and have more and more independent personality. Qin Ma thought with relief and silently opened the second cabinet, where there was a rolling pin that hadn't been used for many years. Because her back was facing Qin Zhe didn't see his mother's action, or his young heart would be broken. When Grandpa Sheng saw it, his eyes lit up. He decisively picked up the rolling pin and said fiercely, "Ah, little red man, accept this shit." Qin Zhe was speechless. If you dare to hide, I'll call Tishu and sue you in now. Qin Zhe was speechless. Stand properly and straighten your back. Qin Zhe was speechless. Grandpa Sheng used the rolling pin to teach the little red man how to behave. He reprimanded, "Do you think you've made some money and become arrogant? No matter how old you are still my son. Did I teach you from childhood? No matter rich or poor, the most basic integrity and bottom line of being a person must be upheld with zero tolerance. Do you want both of them? Ah, Xianxia. Oh Xianxia, how could I have such a promising son like you? Why don't you use your money to get me married according to the imperial decree? Marriage by imperial decree was a system of one wife and many concubines in ancient times, but if you can get the emperor's permission, you can marry 2 wives. Grandpa Sheng's strength was ridiculing him. 5 minutes later, Qin Ma took her husband's hand and said angrily, "If you have something to say, let's talk about it. Why are you beating him? If you break the child, you will compensate me." Tears streamed down Xianxia's cheeks as he thought, "Dear mother, could you have said this earlier? You are not a policeman, but you have learned the bad habit of being late." At 7:30 in the evening, Xianxia helped Qin Ma make a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner and a large basin of dumplings. The aroma spread from the kitchen to the living room, and the sisters were drooling. Xianxia took out the last dish. Su Yu, Qin Bao Bao, and Wang Zijin sat in a row. 3 pairs of eyes were shining. "Let's eat." Grandpa Sheng waved his hand. He sat at the head of the table. The 3 sisters were on his left, and Xianxia and Qin Ma were on his right. "Ace, help me fill the bowl with rice," the elder sister said softly. Xianxia filled a bowl of rice for her and handed it over. When Qin Bao Bao took the bowl, her face turned pale. "Why is your hand swollen? Dad taught her a lesson." Xianxia said, "I hit my hand when I was washing the pressure cooker." Qin Bao Bao, "Does it hurt? Let me blow it for you." Wang Zijin, "Do you have any medicine at home?" Su Yu, "I'll go buy some medicine." The 3 of them spoke in unison. They were all concerned and distressed. Grandpa Sheng, Qin Ma thought that Ace was surprisingly popular with women. She didn't realize it before. Grandpa Sheng thought that he was always envious. Sure enough, such a son should be beaten to death. That little chick would suffer. Grandpa Sheng couldn't give him any experience in emotional matters. He let Xianxia figure it out by himself. Maybe it was because Qin Ma was standing next to him. Grandpa Sheng couldn't say, "Son, I'm the most experienced in this kind of emotional entanglement. Tonight, we'll have a long talk and I'll teach you the secret of passing through thousands of flowers without being stained by a single leaf." Qin Ma and Grandpa Sheng couldn't intervene directly in their son's emotional problems. After discussing it, they decided to keep it a secret and let their son deal with it by himself. The ending might be happy and sad, but at least they wouldn't regret it. If they intervened forcibly, it might become a knot in the hearts of these young people for half of their lives. Although Grandpa Sheng liked to beat his son, he was not pedantic. He was even quite open-minded. The last sentence was, "There are many choices for girlfriends. You can try Su Yu and Wang Zijin, but it's not right to date 2 at the same time." To sum it up, both girls can try the depth and find the most suitable for their own type. Anyway, Xianxia understood it like this. There was no problem. The Qin family's New Year's Eve dinner hadn't been so lively for many years. This year, Wang Zijin and Su Yu were added. If it weren't for their son's embarrassing emotional problems, Grandpa Sheng and Qin Ma would be very happy. The older they were, the more they liked to be accompanied by the younger generation. The more lively, the better. For many old people, the greatest hardship was not poverty, but loneliness day after day. For Su Yu, the happiest thing was to sit together and eat in harmony with the family. This happiness was not given to her by her relatives, but tonight in the Qin family, she felt the long-lost family affection. Sitting opposite her was the man she loved most, the serious but kind Uncle Qin, and the gentle Qin Ma. Everything was so beautiful. If this scene could be photographed, please Photoshop the 2 little bitches. Perfect. At the New Year's Eve dinner, Grandpa Sheng, who had always been quiet at the table, made an exception and continued to talk about their topic with Su Yu. From the domestic economy to the foreign economy, and then to the global economy. Finally, they talked about the route that Bao's company should take in the financial industry in the future and some feasible businesses in the near future. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao had black question marks on their faces. The top students of Fudan University and Peking University felt that they were uncultured and low for the first time. They couldn't get a word in. Qin Zhe could interrupt. Dad, what you said is not suitable for my company. Su Yu, your foreign economic theory can't work in China. Change it as soon as possible. Dad, Su Yu's combination of things doesn't work. Don't discuss these meaningless things. It's ridiculous. Dad, your reform ideas are full of loopholes. Su Yu, your idea of learning from the Western economic experience and changing the downward pressure of the domestic economy is more naive. As the big boss who gnawed on the skill book to the maximum level, the academic discussion between Dad and Su Yu was like Confucius seeing two children debate. Confucius couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong, but Qin Zhe could tell that both of them were wrong. It's none of your business. Go eat your meal. Grandpa Xing reprimanded. Don't interrupt. Su Yu said coquettishly. Qin Ma and Wang Zijin talked about their daily life. Compared with the academic discussion between Grandpa Sheng and Su Yu, the two of them were more like a pair of comedians. Wang Zijin could always follow Qin Ma's words and make her smile. Wang Zijin knew how to please the elders. Qin Bao couldn't learn this skill. Qin Bao could only act coquettishly, but it was easy to kill the conversation. For example, Qin Ma said, Zijin, you will be 26 after the new year. It's time to find a boyfriend. Wang Zijin would smile and say, yes, Auntie, it's time to find one. If you have a chance to find a boy you can get along with, you can fall in love. If it was Qin Bao, she would say, what boyfriend, annoying. Qin Ma said, have you thought about when to get married? Wang Zijin said, marry yourself before 30, what do you think, Auntie? If it was Qin Bao, Mom, you are annoying. If you talk about this again, believe it or not, I will become a nun. The brother and sister buried their heads in eating and were ignored. At this time, Qin Zhe saw his sister blinking her watery eyes at him. Then, there was a small foot under the table, rubbing his calf. What the hell? Qin Zhe was flustered. He couldn't pass the new year. Sister, don't be wretched. Chapter 363. He couldn't help but panic. What happened just now? The old man and Qin Ma were considerate and gave him a beating. They didn't intervene in the end, but it didn't mean that the old couple wasn't angry. In this case, if they found out that the daughter was quietly rubbing against the son's legs under the table. After all, the table wasn't big, but the legs were quite close. Qin Zhe's father's words just now appeared in his mind. You can't imagine what I'll do to you. In fact, he could imagine that these legs were probably gone. Moreover, his mother thought highly of Sister Xian, but she also had a good impression of Su Yu. Just now, she scolded him in the kitchen and then left. Not only that, she even protected him. Only his mother was the best in the world. Whether it was Zijin or Su Yu, his mother was relieved. In the end, as long as it wasn't the maggot she was afraid of, Qin Ma would approve of her son marrying any wife. However, if she found that maggot teasing her son under the table, Qin Zhe swallowed hard. Qin Zhe felt that this would be the most frightening New Year's Eve in his life. Moreover, he had to stay up late. The night was long, and he didn't know if he could survive tonight. The sound of firecrackers, congratulations, and laughter came from the TV. In this festive festival, Qin Zhe couldn't feel a trace of warmth and longed for the big boss's quilt. Sister's feet were flexible. They climbed from the calf to the thigh. Only her legs were long, so she could move as much as she wanted, but her upper body could remain motionless. However, wasn't she afraid of rubbing against her mother? Qin Zhe ignored his sister's teasing and sped up eating. He finished eating early and went to the living room to watch TV. With his parents here, his sister didn't dare to be presumptuous, Su Yu didn't dare to make trouble, and Wang Zijin didn't dare to squint. How nice it was to watch the New Year's gala in harmony. So beautiful. That's it. The foot slid from the calf to the thigh and continued to move up. Then it would be 18K. Qin Zhe quietly reached his hand under the table, pinched the mischievous little foot, and pinched it hard. Ouch! The elder sister frowned and cried out in pain. At the same time, she retracted her foot. What's wrong? Qin Ma asked with concern. The old master looked over as well. The elder sister glared at Qin Zhe and said angrily, Little punk, you stepped on my foot. Qin Zhe, sorry. The elder sister played the blame game and wrinkled her nose. You're already so old, yet you still don't know your place when you're eating. So annoying. Xianxia was speechless. I will take the blame for this. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Xianxia lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I'll treat you to candy another day. What kind of candy? Qin Bao asked subconsciously. Deoxyribose. Xianxia thought to himself. They continued to eat and chatted. Qin Ma asked about Wang Zijin's family. Speaking of which, Wang Zijin and her son were together. As the #1 daughter-in-law, she didn't know about Wang Zijin's family situation. She only knew that she lived in the capital and her father seemed to be in the government. Wang Zijin responded well. Her father was an official and didn't say how old he was. Her mother was the daughter of a rich family. Her grandfather was in his 70s. Because he was injured when he was young, his health wasn't very good and he retired early. She also had uncles and cousins. As for herself, she was an only child with no siblings. At first glance, it seemed that she had confessed her family background. Thinking about it carefully, there were thousands of families like this in China. There was no reference value at all. Hey, with Sister Ziwei's skills, if she and Mom fought, it would be very exciting. Wang Zijin ate very modestly and only took a few dishes around her. Xianxia saw her eyes fall on the snow cabbage stewed with winter bamboo shoots in front of him several times. But the distance was a little far, so she didn't take it. In front of her uncles and aunts, she was impeccable in all aspects. But Xianxia felt sorry for her. Sister Ziwei, eat this. I cooked it. I didn't cook for you and sister at home before. Xianxia picked up her chopsticks and said, try it. Wang Zijin squinted happily and smiled brightly. A's was so considerate. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a gaze fall on him. He turned his head and saw Suyu. Suyu didn't speak and fixed her soft eyes on him. She was clearly saying, I want it too, I want it too. Xianxia understood the principle of not worrying about scarcity but about uneven distribution. But the problem was, why was everyone's expression so strange? The old man sneered. Qin Ma chuckled. Sister's beautiful eyes stared at him sharply. Wang Zijin, in the eyes of parents, it was probably two daughters-in-law competing for favor or something. In the eyes of sister and Wang Zijin, Suyu was stirring up trouble again. Suyu liked Xianxia. They both saw it. But Suyu came to the house this time, nominally to visit the old man. Little you, look away. How can you stare at people like that? Xianxia was anxious and braced himself. You can't get it either? I'll help you. He picked up a piece for Suyu. Suyu smiled sweetly and said, thank you. His knee was kicked hard and it hurt. It was sister. Sister glanced at her bowl. Okay, I'll finish the sins I've committed even if I have to kneel. Sister, you try it too. Mom, you have a piece too. Dad, you eat. The old man gave him a meaningful look. He always felt that his father's gaze was very complicated. Hating iron for not becoming steel? Envious and jealous? Xianxia sat down, picked up the bowl, and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. That foot came again, along his calf, and climbed up flexibly. Suyu and Wang Zijin made me suffer, and you're still blindly joining in the fun. Although it's my own sin, we've been siblings for more than 20 years. Believe it or not, give me a way out, big brother. Xianxia glared at his sister, put down the bowl, reached to the table and pinched hard. Ouch! Suyu cried out in pain. What's wrong? The old man asked. Xianxia was speechless. Maybe I stepped on it again? Suyu immediately nodded. Yes, he stepped on it. What's wrong with you, stepping on so many people for a meal? The old man stared at his son unhappily. Xianxia, come on, where's Do-E? I want to play solo with you. His mentally and physically exhausted sister who loved to cause trouble and Teddy Sue who loved to cause trouble were both troublesome. Sister Xian was still the best. Sister Xian would definitely not be able to do this kind of coquettish action of rubbing someone's leg under the table. Moreover, she was 165 meters tall and sat far away. It seemed that if she wanted to stretch out her legs to tease him, the posture of her upper body would be very big. Unlike 2-1. 72-meter long-legged monsters. Short legs also had their advantages. Qin Zhe glanced at Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin? She always felt that Aza's eyes were strange. Finally, the meal was over. 6 people, more than a dozen dishes and a large pot of dumplings. The dishes were almost finished, and there were not many dumplings left. The 3 beautiful women leaned on the sofa, enjoying the comfort after eating. Then the question was, what about the bowls and chopsticks? Who would help Qin Ma clean up? The old man would not do housework, so Qin Ma glanced at Wang Zijin. The gentle and virtuous first daughter-in-law did not respond. Qin Ma glanced at Su Yu. The cold and elegant second daughter-in-law did not respond. Qin Ma looked at her daughter again. Forget it, if she had a reaction, she was not her daughter. Mom, don't look, they don't have this consciousness. Qin Zhe bowed his head and said, stacking the rice bowls together, let me help you. Sister is Dad's intimate little cotton-padded jacket. I am your intimate little cotton-padded trousers. Hey, the little cotton-padded trousers were not close to the heart. It should be called the little cotton-padded trousers, but if he said it out loud, he would be beaten to death. Qin Ma sighed. You don't have to do housework. You boy still have a bad taste in choosing a wife. Qin Zhe thought, it's all your and Dad's fault. The mother and son were washing dishes in the kitchen, and his mother sighed. In the past, I was always worried about Bao Bao's marriage. She may be used to being single and heartless. She didn't pay much attention to you, but she didn't pay attention and you found too. Speaking of this topic, Qin Zhe felt very guilty. He knew that his mother knew that his sister was a brother complex. Qin Zhe anxiously told Qin Ma that Sister Ziwei was his girlfriend in order to dispel his mother's doubts. I said that I am Mom's little cotton-padded trousers. Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Mom doesn't worry about you. There are many girls in my hometown who want to marry to a big city, Qin Ma said with a smile. If you can't find a wife in the future, I will go to my hometown to find a girl for you to go on a blind date. Just find a few, as long as they are passable. After all, you are ordinary and not handsome, so I can't ask too much. Qin Zhe, Mom, you will lose your son like this. He was unwilling to give up and said, Mom, look, am I really not handsome? Qin Ma looked at him. Look carefully, you are quite handsome. Maybe you didn't have good nutrition in the past, so your complexion was not good, so you don't look handsome. Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe's facial features were very regular, but they were not delicate enough. The system slightly made him more delicate, and his appearance immediately increased by several levels. In the internet's buzzword, you are not ugly, but you are not obviously handsome. Mom is also very beautiful. You are so old but you only have a little bit of crow's feet, Qin Zhe said. Mrs. Qin was speechless. Son, do you want to lose your mother? After washing the dishes, Qin Zhe came to the living room. Ace, come and play cards with us, Qin Bao Bao suggested. At this time, there was nothing to watch on TV. The New Year's Eve in the big city was actually quite boring. Since the accident on the Bund, there were fewer New Year's Eve activities. If they went out to play, it felt no different from usual. On New Year's Eve, the 4 members of the Qin family would play cards, and Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao would join hands to cheat some pocket money from their parents. Qin Ma sat on the sofa to rest and smiled. You 4 play, we old people watch TV. The old man said, focus on entertainment, don't play too much. Zijin, Su, you 2 be careful. Qin Zhe and Bao Bao often used to look at each other and cheat pocket money from me and their mother. They have a tacit understanding. Don't fall into their trap. Qin Zhe said, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. It's as if we can use our eyelids to crack Morse code. Su Yu said that she didn't like to play cards, then moved to Qin Zhe's side, next to him, and watched him play cards. Qin Bao Bao sneered, afraid of losing money. Wang Zijin added, I'll lend it to you, you don't have to pay it back. Su Yu whispered, 2 illiterate idiots. Qin Zhe was the only one who heard it and understood it. Hopefully, they could spend New Year's Eve in harmony. Chapter 364. Now Su Yu, who is proficient in 18 kinds of martial arts and proficient in 108 kinds of postures, indeed has enough confidence to despise Wang Zijin and Qin Bao in this respect. and Wang Zijin and Qin Bao are really illiterate. Fortunately, the old man and Qin Ma are on the side. Su Yu can't despise the two little bitches loudly. She has to consider her image in the hearts of her uncle and aunt. If this sentence is said loudly, it will be very bad. Sister will definitely refute. You have a high education? Sister just disdains the postgraduate entrance examination. Sister, who lacks internet knowledge, can be ignored. Sister Ziwei always feels that she will notice something. After all, she is an internet veteran. Su Yu doesn't play cards, the old man fills in, and 4 people play double buttons. The old man put on his glasses, sitting next to Qin Ma, opposite to Qin Zhe, and sitting next to Su Yu. At first glance, Su Yu seems to have become the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin secretly gnashed their teeth. Playing cards was 30% luck, 30% memory, and 40% logic. In terms of memory, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao are both outstanding. After several rounds of playing, they know what cards they played and what cards they didn't play. In terms of logic, the old man and Qin Zhe are awesome people, and there is absolutely no possibility of playing bad cards. They fought for 2 hours in a row. There were wins and losses. During this period, Su Yu sat beside Qin Zhe obediently. He didn't talk much, he didn't point fingers, but he was getting closer and closer to him. In the last game, Qin Zhe and the old man were in a group. This game was very anxious. Both sides were very unlucky. Only Qin Bao and the old man held bombs in their hands and used them early. Then everyone began to play singles and doubles. Qin Zhe held a pair of cues in his hand, 3 fours, and it was his turn to play cards. He was a little hesitant. The number of cards in the hands of the sisters was not small. If he played a pair or 3, he might be eaten. Qin Zhe hesitated again and asked, Su Yu, what do you think? The sleepy Su Yu was refreshed, and her eyes were bright. Are you asking me? What if I lose? Qin Zhe grinned. If you pay, just say it. Su Yu tilted her head, thought about it, pointed to 3 fours, and said seriously, play this. After a pause, she added, I guess. Qin Zhe said, it's okay. He threw 3 fours. Originally, he thought that it would be safer to play double Q, but maybe people who didn't know how to play were luckier. Unexpectedly, the sisters had no cards, and Qin Zhe threw away the double Q again. Qin Baobao immediately returned with a double K and played an ace. She only had 1 card left in her hand. The old man played a 2 to take her down and threw out the last card in his hand. The sisters failed miserably. Su Yu cheered and stretched out her white and tender hand to Wang Zijin. Give me the money. Wang Zijin handed it to her with no expression. Then she reached out and asked Qin Bao for it. Qin Bao's face was black, and a Grandpa Mao card was in her hand. Su Yu happily looked for change in the light red Hermes wallet, gave it to Qin Bao, and stuffed the Grandpa Mao card into her wallet. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the old man took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and waved his hand. I'll watch TV. I won't play. You 3 play fight the landlord. Qin Bao was not reconciled to lose money. She twisted her waist and said coquettishly, No, how can you win money and leave? Come again. Qin Ma patted her daughter's head gently and said, Your father is tired, go play by yourself. Wang Zijin glanced at Su Yu and suddenly said, Otherwise, let's play the king's game. Qin Bao's eyes lit up like a big light bulb. Interesting, let's play this. Su Yu, do you want to play? Su Yu's face glowed and she was eager to try. This is okay, let's play. The 3 women looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe, I suddenly feel so tired I quit. They said in unison. You are deliberately making things difficult for me, Qin Zhe. If he remembered correctly, the king's game was very exciting. The king had the absolute right to order others to do anything. This anything needed to be agreed upon in advance. Otherwise, the game could not be played. Think about it, if Qin Zhe drew the king's game, he could do anything. Zijin, take off your pants. Su Yu, come up by yourself. Sister, please eat sweets. Well, this kind of story would probably only appear in pornographic manga. Normal people would not play like this, but the king's game could play all kinds of tricks, like barking like a dog, letting two men kiss, etc. It was very interesting. Such an interesting game, but it made Qinzhe's chrysanthemum tighten and his balls go cold. You can't guarantee what the sisters will ask for. Game. Tell me about it. Qin Ma asked with a smile. Qinzhe drew the king, a, 2 and 3 cards and explained. The person who draws the king can order the people in a, 2 and 3 to do anything. It's quite interesting. Qin Ma laughed. Qinzhe's heart moved, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Mom, Dad, why don't you play too? With his parents present, the sisters would not play without restrictions. Most importantly, he had some questions to ask his parents. He could use this opportunity. Life is full of tricks. I don't only want to trick Dad, I also want to trick Mom. If I die on New Year's Eve, I will drag everyone down with me. Qinzhe thought to himself in despair. Old Master Lin did not have to use his brain and mind. There was still an hour to the Spring Festival Gala. Qin Ma felt that it was not a bad idea to play with the children. She did not know that she had fallen into the trap that her son had dug. Qinzhe drew the cards, shuffled them, and spread them out on the coffee table. Everyone drew their own cards. Qin Ma was very lucky. She was the first to draw the king. So, I'm the king, right? She showed the cards to everyone. Mom, you can order anyone here to do anything. Qin Bao Bao laughed. Qin Ma pointed at her sister and shouted, Qin Bao Bao, bring your boyfriend home this year. Qin Bao Bao, Qin Ma raised the king. Are you going to play dirty? Qinzhe said, Mom, this is not the way to play. If you point out the numbers, anyone from 1 to 5. Qin Ma, then what's the number of Bao Bao? Qin Bao Bao hurriedly clamped the cards between her long legs. I'm not going to tell you. Qinzhe said, just say 1, it's more interesting. Qin Ma pondered for a moment, then we can only guess? I guess Bao Bao is number 1. Number 1, bring your boyfriend home this year. Old Master Lin's mouth twitched and threw the number 1 card on the table. Can you change the request? I can't do it. Qinzhe, Su Yu, Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao laughed and collapsed on the sofa. Dad, you must bring your boyfriend home next year. Qin Ma wanted to kill her daughter. She glared at her and laughed dryly. Then let's change the request. Hubby, pour me a glass of water. Old Master Lin poured the water. In the second round, Qin Bao Bao drew the king. She rolled her eyes and quietly exchanged glances with Wang Zijin. Her sister coughed. Number 3 and number 5, who's your boyfriend or girlfriend? Qinzhe glanced at his card. Very good, number 1. But at this time, Su Yu silently showed the number 5. Qinzhe,